Welcome in, my tired potatoes. I'm really glad you're here tonight. Let yourself settle in and leave the day where it is. Tonight we're stepping into why you wouldn't sleep a single hour in a frontier cabin in the 1800s, looking at the sounds, the conditions and the small details that made rest far more difficult than we're used to today. So if this calm, grounded history helps you unwind, feel free to follow, leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now let your body sink into the pillow, slow your breathing, and gently drift with me into the story. Good evening, my tired dumplings. Tonight we travel to the American frontier between 1800 and 1850 to a single-room log cabin where a family of 6 attempts something we take entirely for granted. They try to sleep. The cabin measures roughly 16 by 20 feet, sits in a clearing carved from dense wilderness, and contains everything a frontier household owns in one rectangular space. You stand in the doorway as the last orange light drains from the western sky. The cabin behind you measures exactly 18 steps from the door to the back wall. You counted them this morning while sweeping. 6 steps takes you from the stone fireplace to the table. 4 more steps reaches the corner where the rope bed frame sits. The entire structure fits inside a space smaller than most modern living rooms. The logs that form these walls came from the forest you can still see through gaps in the chinking. Oak and hickory mostly. Your husband and 2 older sons spent 6 weeks last autumn, cutting, hauling and notching each trunk. They left the bark on some logs because stripping it took time nobody had. The bark peels now in long brown curls that collect on the floor. You sweep them out every morning. By evening they accumulate again. The door you stand in has leather hinges. Actual metal hinges cost $7 at the trading post 40 miles east. $7 represents a month of egg sales. Your chickens produce eggs. The eggs go to the post. The post credits your account. Eventually you accumulate enough credit for hinges. That day has not arrived. The leather works adequately most of the time. When it rains, the leather swells. The door sticks. You have to shoulder it hard to get it open. When winter comes and the leather freezes, the door simply will not close properly. You stuff rags in the gap. Through the door you watch your husband splitting kindling near the woodpile. He works steadily with an economy of motion that comes from splitting kindling every day for 15 years. The pile of split wood grows in a neat stack. The unsplit logs form a longer row beyond that. You calculated once that keeping this cabin warm through a full winter requires approximately 4 cords of hardwood. 1 cord measures 4 feet high, 4 feet wide, and 8 feet long. 4 cords means 32 linear feet of stacked wood, all of it cut, split, and hauled before the first real snow. Your husband wipes his forehead with his sleeve. Even in October, splitting wood generates sweat. He nods toward the horizon where the sun sits just above the tree line. You nod back. This exchange communicates everything necessary. He will split 10 more pieces. You will start preparing the evening meal. The children will finish their outdoor tasks. Everyone will come inside, the door will close, the night will begin. Inside, the cabin smells like wood smoke and tallow, and the particular mustiness of a structure that never fully dries. The smell is strongest near the bed in the corner. That rope bed frame holds a mattress made from a large canvas tick stuffed with corn husks. The husks rustle when anyone moves. At night the rustling sounds remarkably loud in the darkness. You gathered those corn husks last September after the harvest. You dried them in the sun for 3 days. Then you crammed them into the tick through a slit in the side, packing them as tightly as possible. The mattress started out firm and supportive. After 3 months of use, the husks compressed. Now the centre sags. Everyone sleeping on that mattress rolls toward the middle. Your 2 daughters sit on stools near the table, mending clothes by the last natural light coming through the single window. The window has no glass. Glass costs more than hinges. Instead, you stretched a thin piece of scraped hide across the opening and secured it with tacks. The hide allows some light through during the day while blocking wind and rain. Mostly. During heavy storms, water finds its way through the seams. You keep a rag on the sill to absorb the drips. The girls work without talking. The oldest is 12. She mends her brother's shirt where he tore it on a fence rail. The stitches are neat and even. The younger daughter is 9. She darns a sock by feel as much as by sight. The light is already too dim for detailed work. She holds the sock close to her face, squinting at the hole she's attempting to close. In another 10 minutes, she will have to stop. The darkness will make continued sewing impossible. You move to the fireplace and kneel on the hearthstone. The stone is smooth from use, worn down by 15 years of knees and hands and tools. You add 2 split logs to the fire that has been burning since this morning. The fire never goes completely out if you can help it. Starting a fire from scratch with a flint and steel takes time and effort. Keeping a fire going takes only attention and fuel. You have learned to judge the exact amount of wood needed to maintain useful heat without wasting fuel. This skill took 3 winters to develop. During your first frontier winter, you either froze or used wood too quickly. By the 3rd winter, you could look at the fire and know whether it needed feeding. The logs you add catch quickly. Flames wrap around the dry bark and find purchase in the seasoned wood beneath. Heat radiates outward. You feel it on your face and hands. The fireplace itself is remarkable in its simplicity. Your husband built it from fieldstone gathered from the creek bed half a mile away. He hauled stones in a wooden sled pulled behind the ox. It took 43 trips. You remember because you counted. Each stone had to be selected for size and shape. Flat stones worked better for the firebox. Rounded stones went into the chimney structure. He used mud as mortar. Regular mud mixed with straw and water. The mud dried hard and held the stones in place. Every spring you inspect the mortar and repair cracks before they spread. The chimney rises inside the cabin for 6 feet, then angles through the roof. During construction, your husband cut a hole in the roof slightly larger than the chimney required. This gap allows smoke to escape. It also allows rain to enter. You learned this during the first storm. Now you keep a pot positioned to catch the drips. Your pot fills during long rains. You empty it before it overflows. This is simply one of the maintenance tasks that frontier living requires. Your sons come through the door carrying the milk pail and an armful of eggs wrapped in a cloth. The older boy is 14. He walks with the beginning of a man's stride, though his frame is still lean and his shoulders narrow. The younger boy is 11. He tries to imitate his brother's walk, but the effect is self-conscious. Both boys have hair that needs cutting. You will cut it tomorrow using the shears you keep wrapped in oiled cloth. The shears also trim the sheep twice yearly, and cut fabric when you have fabric to cut. They serve multiple purposes because owning single-purpose tools is a luxury frontier families cannot afford. Your husband enters last and closes the door behind him. The cabin immediately becomes dimmer. That single window and the open door provided most of the remaining natural light. With the door closed, the fire becomes the primary light source. Shadows fill the corners and gather under the table. The space shrinks. 6 people now occupy a room that feels smaller than it did when you stood in it alone. You pour the milk into a crock and set it on the shelf built into the wall above the table. The eggs go into a basket lined with straw. Your husband hangs his hat on a peg and washes his hands in the basin near the door. The water in the basin is cold. It came from the well this morning. By evening it has reached room temperature, which means it is cold. You will heat water for washing before bed, but that comes later. For now, cold water serves. The evening meal is simple. Cornbread made from meal you ground yourself using a hand mill. Beans cooked with a piece of salt pork. The beans have been simmering since midday over the fire. They are soft and filling. You also have turnips from the root cellar, sliced and fried in bacon grease. The bacon grease lives in a tin on the shelf. You use it for cooking, for waterproofing boots, for treating minor cuts, and for greasing the wagon axles. A single pig rendered in November provides enough fat to last until the next pig is slaughtered. Everyone eats at the table. The table seats 6 if everyone sits close. The benches have no backs. Your spine learns to hold itself upright without support. During winter meals, the bench closest to the fire is the warmest spot. In summer, that same bench is nearly unbearable. You rotate positions through the seasons. Tonight, with October air beginning to carry a chill, the children compete silently for the fireside bench. The oldest boy wins by simply sitting down first. The others arrange themselves without complaint. The meal proceeds in relative quiet. Conversation happens, but it is practical. Your husband mentions the fence line that needs repair. The older boy reports that one of the hens is not laying. Your daughter asks about fabric for a new dress. You tell her fabric will have to wait until spring when the wool is sold. She nods. She expected this answer. Everyone knows the financial calendar. Income arrives in large chunks tied to harvest and livestock sales. Expenses must be carefully distributed across the months in between. After the meal, the girls clear the table while you heat water in the large pot hanging from the trammel in the fireplace. The trammel is an iron hook suspended from a pivot rod built into the chimney. It allows you to raise and lower the pot over the fire. This simple mechanism makes cooking possible. Without it, you would have to constantly lift heavy pots on and off the fire. The trammel cost $2. It was one of the first items your husband purchased after building the cabin. The heated water goes into the washing basin. Everyone washes face and hands. The boys wash their feet. You wash your feet. Your daughters wash their feet. Your husband washes last. The water, which started hot, is now lukewarm and cloudy. He empties it out the door into the yard. Tomorrow morning the chickens will peck at the area, finding bits of food particles that washed off. Now comes the transition to sleep. This is not a simple matter of lying down. The cabin must be prepared. The fire must be managed. Sleeping arrangements must be negotiated. Security must be considered. And all of this happens in a space illuminated only by firelight. Your husband adds 3 large logs to the fire. These logs are oak, seasoned for a full year. They will burn slowly through much of the night. He positions them carefully so they do not touch but sit close enough to share flame. Air circulation between the logs allows them to burn efficiently. Too close together and they smoulder. Too far apart and they do not sustain each other. This is another skill that took winters to develop. The older children pull the rope bed away from the wall. This creates a gap of about 8 inches. The gap allows air to circulate and prevents moisture from collecting against the logs. Moisture trapped against wood leads to rot. Rot leads to structural weakness. Structural weakness in a cabin wall is a serious problem. Prevention is simpler than repair. The bed itself is a marvel of frontier engineering. 4 posts 2 inches thick driven into holes augured into the floor. Cross pieces mortised into the posts at mattress height. Rope woven through holes drilled into the cross pieces in a tight grid pattern. The rope is thick hemp, the same rope used for towing and hauling. Woven correctly, the rope creates a suspended platform that gives slightly underweight. This give makes the bed more comfortable than sleeping on boards. The rope must be tightened periodically because it stretches with use. Your husband tightens it every 3 weeks using a special stick that threads through the rope and provides leverage. The phrase "sleep tight" comes from this maintenance. Tight rope means better sleep. The mattress goes back on the frame. 2 woolen blankets cover the mattress. The blankets came from your own sheep sheared last spring. You spent June and July washing, carding, spinning and weaving the wool. The blankets are thick and warm and scratchy. They will serve for 10 years if cared for properly. Above the blankets goes a quilt made from fabric scraps pieced together over 2 winters. The quilt is not beautiful in the decorative sense. Its beauty lies in its utility. Every scrap in that quilt came from worn-out clothing that could no longer be patched. The quilt represents the final use of fabric that has already served multiple purposes. Your daughters pull the trundle bed from beneath the rope bed. The trundle is a low frame on wooden wheels that stores under the main bed during the day. At night it rolls out and provides sleeping space for the 2 girls. The trundle has its own thinner mattress, also stuffed with corn husks. The girls share 2 blankets between them. They are accustomed to this. They sleep facing opposite directions, feet to head, which distributes body heat more evenly than lying parallel. The boys will sleep in the loft. The loft is not really a second story. It is a platform built into the rafters, accessible by a ladder made from branches stripped of bark and rungs mortised into 2 uprights. The platform measures 6 feet by 8 feet. It has no railing. Falling off the loft in the dark is a real possibility. The boys learned quickly to sleep in the centre of the space. The loft has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is heat. Heat rises. The loft is the warmest sleeping spot in the cabin during winter. The disadvantage is that the loft is the warmest spot in the cabin during summer. On August nights, the loft becomes an oven. The boys sleep as close to the edge as safety allows, trying to find cooler air. During winter, they burrow under blankets and sleep in relative comfort while the adults shiver below. You and your husband will sleep in the rope bed. This has been the arrangement since the cabin was built. The bed is the only piece of furniture in the cabin that could be called substantial. It represents permanence and a certain degree of comfort. It is also the most fought-over resource in the household during extreme weather. The younger children climb into their respective sleeping spaces. The girls settle into the trundle with practiced efficiency. They arrange the blankets, negotiate who gets which side tonight, and lie down. Their breathing becomes quiet. The boys ascend the ladder. You hear them moving around overhead, arranging their own blankets, positioning themselves for sleep. The loft floor is made from split logs laid flat side up. The surface is relatively smooth, but not perfectly even. The boys have learned where the comfortable spots are. You and your husband make your own preparations. You remove your apron and hang it on a peg. You loosen your hair from its tie and brush it briefly with a brush made from boar bristles set in a wooden handle. Your husband removes his boots and sets them beside the bed. He keeps his shirt and trousers on. Everyone sleeps in their clothes during cold weather. Undressing requires exposing skin to cold air. Dressing in the morning requires the same exposure. Sleeping in clothes eliminates both problems. You lie down on the mattress. The corn husks crackle under your weight. You arrange yourself on your side, facing the fire. Your husband lies down beside you, his back to yours. The mattress sags slightly under your combined weight. You both roll imperceptibly toward the centre, not quite touching, but close enough to share body heat. The cabin is quiet now, except for the fire. The fire pops and hisses as pockets of moisture in the wood heat and expand. The logs shift as they burn through. Each shift sends a small shower of sparks up the chimney. You watch the firelight play across the ceiling, casting moving shadows that dance with the flames. Outside, the night is not quiet at all, but that is another matter entirely. The mathematics of frontier fire management begins with a contradiction. You need the fire to provide heat. You also need to avoid burning down your cabin. These two requirements pull in opposite directions with roughly equal force. The fireplace is the only source of heat in the structure. During January, when temperatures drop below freezing and stay there for weeks, the fire is the difference between survival and catastrophe. During July, when afternoon temperatures reach 95 degrees and the humidity makes your clothes stick to your skin, the same fire for cooking becomes torture. There is no winning this equation. You simply manage it as best you can. Tonight in October, the temperature outside hovers around 50 degrees. Inside the cabin, with the fire burning and 6 bodies generating warmth, the temperature near the fireplace probably reaches 65 degrees. Near the door, away from the fire, the temperature drops to 55. In the loft, the temperature is closer to 70. The cabin does not heat evenly, it heats in zones. Learning to position yourself in the appropriate zone for comfort is a skill every family member develops. The fire your husband built before bed will burn for approximately 5 hours if left unattended. This is not long enough to last until morning. Morning arrives somewhere between 12 and 14 hours from now, depending on the season. 5 hours puts you at roughly 1 in the morning. At that point, the fire will have burned down to coals. The coals will provide some heat for another hour, maybe 2. By 3 in the morning, the cabin will begin to lose heat rapidly. This creates a decision point. Someone can wake at 1 to add wood, then again at 4, then again at 6. This approach maintains consistent warmth, but requires 3 separate wakings. Alternatively, someone can let the fire burn down, tolerate the cold from 3 until 6, then rebuild the fire at dawn. This approach allows uninterrupted sleep but guarantees discomfort during the coldest part of the night. Most frontier families adopted a rotation system. Different family members took different nights as fire tender. The role involved waking once or twice during the night, adding wood, ensuring the fire remained safe, then returning to bed. This system distributed the burden of interrupted sleep across multiple people, instead of exhausting one person completely. You are awake now, 2 hours after lying down. Your internal clock woke you. After 15 years of frontier living, your body knows when the fire needs attention. You do not feel fully alert, but you are conscious enough to function. You slide off the mattress carefully, trying not to disturb your husband. The corn husks rustle anyway. Your husband stirs but does not wake. You stand in your stockinged feet on the packed earth floor. The floor is cold. The earth beneath the cabin retains coolness, even when the air above it warms. During summer, this coolness is pleasant. During winter, it is miserable. You will eventually convince your husband to install a wooden floor over the packed earth. That improvement will come next summer, after the planting is done and before harvest begins. For now, the earth floor is what you have. You move to the fireplace. The 3 logs your husband placed have burned down considerably. 1 log is almost consumed, reduced to a glowing mass of coals with only a small section of solid wood remaining. The other 2 logs burn more slowly. They still have structure and shape, though their surfaces glow orange where the fire has eaten into the wood. You select 2 new logs from the stack beside the hearth. The logs are hickory, dense and heavy. Hickory burns hot and long. You position one log at an angle across the existing coals. The second log goes parallel to the first, leaving a gap of about 4 inches between them. This arrangement allows air to feed the fire while the logs support each other's combustion. The new logs catch within seconds. The coals beneath them are still hot enough to ignite dry wood immediately. Small flames appear along the underside of the logs where they contact the coals. The flames grow, spreading up and around the wood. Within 2 minutes, both logs are burning steadily. You watch the fire for another minute to ensure it is stable. Frontier fire management is not casual. A log that rolls out of the fireplace onto the floor can ignite the entire cabin in minutes. The gap between the hearthstone and the nearest wooden wall is exactly 2 feet. That gap represents a safety margin, but it is not foolproof. You have heard stories from other frontier families about fires that started in the night. Some families lost everything. Some families lost people. Satisfied that the fire is secure, you return to bed. The mattress receives you with its familiar rustling. Your husband has rolled toward the centre during your absence. You fit yourself against his back. His body heat is noticeable. You draw your knees up slightly, conserving your own warmth. Sleep returns gradually, in layers. 3 hours later, you wake again. The cabin is colder than before. You can feel it in your nose and fingertips. The air you breathe tastes cold. You rise and repeat the fire-tending process. 2 more logs, position them correctly, watch until they catch. Return to bed. This cycle is not restful. It is necessary. Your husband wakes at dawn to tend the fire for the 3rd time. You hear him moving in the dark, adding wood, adjusting the logs. He does not return to bed. Instead, he begins his day. This is how frontier mornings start. Someone tends the fire, which provides enough light to see, which allows work to begin. Rest and wakefulness blur into each other without clear boundaries. But the fire presents other problems beyond simple maintenance. The smoke, for instance. The chimney draws smoke upward effectively when properly maintained and when wind conditions are favourable. However, chimneys are not perfect systems. Smoke sometimes lingers in the cabin despite the chimney's best efforts. This happens most often on days when atmospheric pressure is low or when wind blows from certain directions. The smoke layer typically collects near the ceiling, creating a hazy zone that stings your eyes and irritates your throat. The smoke smell permeates everything. Your clothes smell like smoke. Your hair smells like smoke. The blankets, the curtains, the food, the children. Everything carries the scent of wood smoke constantly. You no longer notice it yourself. Your nose adapted years ago, but visitors to the cabin smell it immediately. They comment on it politely, mentioning how distinctive the scent is, how it reminds them of their own cabins. This is frontier courtesy. Everyone's cabin smells like smoke. No one admits it is unpleasant. The smoke contains particles that settle on surfaces. The walls nearest the fireplace develop a black coating of soot. You scrub this coating periodically using water and sand, but it returns within weeks. The ceiling beams are completely blackened. You stopped trying to clean them. The effort is wasted. The soot also affects the children's lungs. Everyone coughs more in winter when the cabin is sealed tight and the fire burns constantly. The coughing is normal. Frontier children grow up coughing. The fire also produces heat extremes that make restful sleep nearly impossible. The side of your body facing the fire becomes warm, sometimes uncomfortably so. The side facing away from the fire stays cold. You rotate during the night like meat on a spit, trying to distribute warmth evenly. This rotation wakes you repeatedly. Deep sleep, the kind that leaves you truly rested, happens rarely. Your daughters in the trundle bed face a different challenge. The trundle sits low to the ground, which places them in the coldest layer of air in the cabin. Cold air sinks. The floor-level zone where the trundle sits might be 15 degrees cooler than the air at standing height. The girls compensate by sharing body heat and using extra blankets, but they still spend nights shivering. Come morning, They are stiff and cold and reluctant to emerge from their cocoon of blankets. The boys in the loft experience the opposite problem. Heat rises and collects under the roof. During winter nights, the loft becomes the warmest sleeping area in the cabin. During summer nights it becomes uninhabitable. The boys have been known to sleep on the floor during August, abandoning the loft entirely in favour of cooler air below. This creates crowding and inconvenience, but it is better than heat exhaustion. The fire also creates a drying effect. The air inside the cabin becomes extremely dry during winter. This dry air cracks your lips and dries your nasal passages. You wake with your mouth feeling like sand and your throat raw. The children develop nosebleeds from the dry air. You treat this by keeping a pot of water near the fire to add moisture to the air through evaporation. This helps slightly, not enough to call it a solution, but enough to be worth doing. Fire maintenance also requires getting up during the coldest part of the night and functioning semi-coherently. This is harder than it sounds. Your body at 3 a.m. wants nothing more than to remain horizontal and unconscious. Forcing yourself upright requires willpower. Walking across a cold floor in darkness requires careful foot placement to avoid splinters or dropped objects. Adding logs to the fire requires enough alertness to do it safely. You've performed this routine thousands of times. It never becomes easy. It only becomes familiar. The wood consumption rate creates its own stress. 4 cords of wood seems like plenty when you stack it in August. By February you watch the pile shrink and calculate whether it will last until spring. Some winters require strict rationing. You let the fire burn lower than is comfortable. You add logs less frequently. The cabin stays colder, but the wood pile lasts. Other winters are mild enough that you have wood left over in March. Those years feel like prosperity. The relationship between fire and sleep becomes a form of ongoing negotiation. You need fire to stay warm enough to sleep. The fire requires maintenance that interrupts sleep. The maintenance must happen whether you feel rested or not. The cycle continues every night from October through April. By spring you are exhausted. By summer you recover. By autumn, you face the cycle again. The historical record contains limited discussion of frontier sleep patterns because the people living this life did not think it was remarkable. The diary of Margaret Dwight, travelling from Connecticut to Ohio in 1810, mentions briefly that frontier families seemed perpetually tired, but never complained about it. She noted this as a curiosity but did not investigate further. The French traveller Alexis de Tocqueville, visiting America in 1831, observed that frontier women appeared older than their actual years. He attributed this to hard work. He was correct, but he missed that interrupted sleep accelerated the aging process significantly. The fire equation has no solution. You cannot maintain perfect warmth without perfect vigilance. Perfect vigilance is incompatible with sleep, so you compromise. You sleep imperfectly. You wake cold or too warm. You tend the fire in darkness. You return to bed and try again. This is frontier life. This is how sleep works when survival depends on fire, and tomorrow night you will do it again. The arrangement of human bodies in a 16 by 20 foot space follows rules that are both practical and complex. 6 people occupy this cabin. Each person requires sleeping space. The available space is limited. The solution involves careful positioning, negotiated boundaries, and acceptance of conditions that no one would choose voluntarily. You lie in the rope bed with your husband. The bed measures 5 feet wide and 6 feet long. This provides adequate space for 2 adults if both parties remain relatively still during the night. However, humans do not remain still while sleeping. They shift positions, roll over, adjust their arms and legs, and generally move in ways they are not conscious of. This movement creates contact. Your shoulder touches your husband's back. Your knee brushes against his calf. His elbow finds your ribs. These contacts are not intimate in any meaningful sense. They are simply the inevitable result of 2 people sharing insufficient space. Your daughters sleep in the trundle bed 2 feet away from your own bed. You can hear their breathing. On particularly quiet nights, you can hear them whisper to each other before sleep. The trundle provides less space than the rope bed. It measures 4 feet wide and 5 feet long. two growing girls fit in this space only by sleeping in close contact. They have developed an arrangement where they face opposite directions, which allows more efficient use of the available space. The younger girl takes the side near the wall. The older girl sleeps on the outside, closer to the main bed. This arrangement has created an intimacy between the sisters that would not exist in more spacious circumstances. They know each other's sleep habits completely. The older girl snores lightly when she sleeps on her back. The younger girl grinds her teeth. Both girls wake when the other wakes. This shared awareness creates a bond, but it also creates tension. Neither girl has experienced true privacy or solitude. They do not know what it feels like to sleep alone in a quiet space. They have nothing to compare their current situation to except each other. Above you, the boys occupy the loft. Their sleeping platform measures 6 feet by 8 feet, which provides more space per person than the trundle, but comes with the hazard of potential falling. The boys have learned to sleep in the centre of the platform, away from the unguarded edges. They also sleep in opposite orientation. The older boy's head is near the front of the loft. The younger boy's head is near the back. This arrangement keeps their faces apart, which both boys prefer. Teenage boys emit odours. Sleeping face to face amplifies these odours. Sleeping head to foot reduces the problem to tolerability. The boys also contend with the sloped ceiling. The loft platform sits 4 feet below the peak of the roof. This means there is approximately 4 feet of headroom in the centre of the loft, sloping down to 2 feet at the edges. The boys cannot stand upright in this space. They move in a perpetual crouch. Getting dressed in the loft requires lying down or sitting. The boys have adapted to this constraint, but adaptation is not the same as comfort. The sleeping arrangement in this cabin is determined by age, gender, and temperature management. The adults get the rope bed because they purchased and built everything in the cabin. This is not discussed, it is understood. The daughters share the trundle because girls are expected to share space without complaint. The boys get the loft because heat rises, and boys are considered hardy enough to tolerate temperature extremes. None of these arrangements is ideal. All of them are better than sleeping on the floor. Sleeping on the floor is the worst option in the cabin. The floor is cold, hard, and cannot be adequately cushioned. Guests who visit sometimes sleep on the floor near the fire, wrapped in their own blankets. They do this because refusing hospitality is rude, and because a floor near a fire is better than sleeping outside. But floor sleeping is universally recognised as unpleasant. Children who misbehave are sometimes assigned floor sleeping as punishment. This threat usually achieves the desired corrective effect. The proximity of 6 people in this space also creates acoustic intimacy. You hear everything everyone does during the night. Your husband's snoring, your daughter's whispered conversations, your son's shifting position in the loft, coughing, throat clearing, the rustle of blankets, the creak of the rope bed, the scratch of someone dealing with an itch. All of these sounds occur in darkness, amplified by the silence of the night and the lack of any sound insulation in the cabin walls. This acoustic intimacy eliminates privacy completely. Every bodily function is audible to everyone else. People attempt discretion, but discretion has limits when 6 people occupy a single room. The family chamber pot sits in the corner near the door. Using it during the night requires getting up, walking across the cabin in darkness, completing the necessary function while other people are potentially awake and listening, then returning to bed. This is mortifying for adolescent children. It is simply reality for adults. The chamber pot itself is a functional ceramic vessel with a handle and a lid. The lid is important because it contains odours, mostly. The pot must be emptied every morning, which is a task assigned to whoever is nearest when your husband decides the pot needs emptying. Usually this job falls to the older boy. He carries the pot outside, dumps the contents in the designated area behind the cabin, rinses the pot with water from the well, and returns it to its corner. This daily task is unremarkable. Everyone uses the pot, everyone knows it must be emptied. Discussing it is unnecessary. The sleeping geography also involves bedding ownership and allocation. Your family owns 6 blankets total. 2 belong to the rope bed, 2 belong to the trundle, 2 belong to the loft. During extreme cold, blankets get redistributed based on need. The girls, who sleep in the coldest zone, sometimes receive a third blanket borrowed from the loft. The boys, who sleep in the warmest zone, sometimes surrender a blanket without complaint. This redistribution happens through unspoken agreement. Your husband makes the decision based on observed need. No one argues. The blankets themselves are heavy wool, woven by your own hands on a loom that sits in the corner during winter and gets moved outside during summer. Each blanket took approximately 40 hours to produce, from raw fleece to finished fabric. The blankets are scratchy when new and soften slightly with use, though they never become truly soft. The lanolin in the wool gives them a distinct smell that some people find pleasant and others find animal-like. The blankets are warm, which is the only quality that matters. Under the blankets, everyone sleeps in their daytime clothes, plus additional layers if needed. The girls add flannel underskirts during winter. The boys add extra shirts. You and your husband add whatever is available. Nightclothes are a luxury item that frontier families rarely own. Changing into specialised sleeping garments requires owning those garments and having time to change. Most families own 2 complete sets of clothing per person. 1 set for wearing, 1 set for washing. Adding a third set specifically for sleeping is not economically feasible. The sleeping positions also follow patterns that develop over time. You sleep on your right side, facing the fire. Your husband sleeps on his left side, facing away from the fire. This arrangement emerged naturally during the first weeks in the cabin and has continued for 15 years. Your younger daughter sleeps curled in a ball. Your older daughter sleeps on her stomach with one arm under her pillow. The older boy sleeps sprawled in whatever position he falls into. The younger boy sleeps rigidly on his back, as if at attention. These positions are not chosen consciously. They are simply how each person's body arranges itself during unconsciousness. The rope bed has another characteristic worth mentioning. The ropes stretch over time and begin to sag. When the sag becomes pronounced, the sleeping surface takes on a hammock-like quality. This causes both sleepers to roll toward the centre of the bed, which increases body contact whether desired or not. The solution is to tighten the ropes, which your husband does by threading a wooden rod through the grid and using it as a lever to create tension. This tightening restores the flat sleeping surface temporarily, but the ropes will stretch again within weeks. The cycle repeats indefinitely. The girl's trundle has no rope suspension. It uses a solid platform made from boards laid across the frame. This surface does not give at all. It is firm to the point of hardness. The mattress on top provides minimal cushioning. The girls wake with sore hips and shoulders. They never mention this because there is no alternative and complaining achieves nothing. They simply accept that sleep involves discomfort. The loft platform is similarly hard. The boys sleep directly on split logs covered by a thin mattress. The logs have been smoothed somewhat, but they retain their fundamental hardness. The boys are young enough that their bodies tolerate this better than adult bodies would. They complain occasionally, but not seriously. They understand that the loft is their designated space, and that no amount of complaining will change the construction of the floor. Personal space in this cabin is measured in inches, not feet. Each person has a defined sleeping area that is theirs by agreement, but not by any physical barrier. You do not cross into your daughter's space. They do not cross into yours. The boys do not invade each other's territory in the loft beyond what is necessary. These boundaries are maintained through mutual respect and the understanding that violating them would create conflict in a space where conflict has nowhere to go. Privacy in any meaningful sense does not exist. The concept of personal privacy is incompatible with frontier single-room living. Every person is aware of every other person at all times. This awareness becomes background knowledge, like knowing the fire is burning or that the sun will rise. You do not think about it consciously. You simply live within the constraints it creates. The historical context for this arrangement comes from multiple sources. The letters of Caroline Kirkland, a frontier settler in Michigan during the 1830s, describes similar sleeping situations in her own cabin. She mentions that frontier families considered shared sleeping space normal and necessary. She also notes that frontier children grew up without any concept of private space. which sometimes caused problems when these children later moved to more settled areas and had to learn privacy norms. The photographer Solomon Butcher documented homesteader life in Nebraska during the 1880s. His photographs show cabin interiors with sleeping arrangements identical to what you experience now. One photograph shows a family of 8 in a cabin this size. Everyone sleeps in the same room. The older children sleep on platforms similar to your loft. The younger children sleep in beds similar to your trundle. The parents occupy the only real bed in the structure. This pattern repeats across hundreds of documented frontier households. The sleeping geography of frontier life is not romantic. It is not cosy in the way that modern people imagine historical simplicity might have been cosy. It is crowded, noisy, smelly, cold in some places and hot in others, lacking privacy and relentlessly intimate in ways that erode personal boundaries completely. But it is better than sleeping outside, and on the frontier that makes it acceptable. The night outside your cabin performs a concert that begins at dusk and continues until dawn. This concert has no intermission. It has no conductor. It has an enormous cast of performers who never coordinate with each other and never stop performing. You lie in your bed and listen to this concert whether you want to or not. The first sounds begin as daylight fades. Birds settle into their roosting positions with a series of calls and adjustments. Crows caw to each other from the trees beyond the clearing. A mockingbird runs through its repertoire one final time before darkness makes singing pointless. Sparrows chirp briefly, then fall silent. The transition from day sounds to night sounds takes approximately 30 minutes. During this transition, you hear both daytime species ending their activities and nighttime species beginning theirs. Owls are among the first night performers to announce themselves. The great horned owl that lives somewhere in the oak grove to the north calls out with its distinctive deep hooting. The sound carries clearly across the half-mile distance between the oak grove and your cabin. 5 hoots in a rhythmic pattern, then silence, then 5 more hoots. The owl calls intermittently throughout the night. Sometimes you hear a response from another owl farther away. The 2 birds call back and forth, establishing territories or communicating information you cannot interpret. The sound is not frightening exactly. It is simply present, large and resonant and constant. Smaller owls add their own contributions. Screech owls live closer to the cabin, probably in the dead tree near the creek. Their call is not a screech despite the name. It is a descending whinny, almost like a horse might make if the horse were the size of a robin. This call is eerie in a way that the great horned owl's call is not. The whinny has a quality that sounds almost like laughter. Your younger daughter does not like the screech owls. She has mentioned this several times. You tell her the owls are harmless. This is true, but not particularly comforting. Insects provide continuous background sound during warm months. Crickets chirp in synchronized waves. Katydids add their raspy calls. Cicadas left over from summer buzz in short bursts. The insect chorus creates a wall of sound that is almost soothing because of its consistency. You can tune it out. Your brain learns to categorize it as background. The challenge comes when the insect sounds stop suddenly. This sudden silence means something large has moved through the area. All the insects sense the presence and pause their calls. This absence of sound is more alarming than any sound could be. You lie in bed during these silences, listening intently, trying to determine what caused the insects to stop. Usually they resume after a minute or 2. Sometimes the silence lasts longer. Coyotes howl from various distances. The nearest pack lives somewhere beyond the East Field. You hear them clearly on cold nights when sound carries farther. They begin with yips and barks that build into full howling. The pack joins together in this howling, creating a chorus that rises and falls. The sound conveys wildness in its purest form. Coyotes are not dangerous to adult humans, but they will take chickens and small livestock. Your husband shoots them when he can. The coyotes continue howling regardless. They seem unlimited in number. For every one killed, 2 more appear. Wolves are a more serious concern. Wolves live farther out in the deeper wilderness, but they sometimes travel closer to settled areas when hunting. Wolf howls are deeper and louder than coyote howls. They carry for miles. When you hear wolves, you hear them from a distance that makes immediate danger unlikely. But the sound still triggers an ancestral response. Your body knows that wolves are predators. Your body does not care that the wolves are probably far away. Your heart rate increases. Your breathing becomes shallow. You lie very still and listen until the howling stops. The livestock in the small barn beside the cabin add their own sounds. The cow shifts position and bumps against the stall walls. You hear this clearly through the cabin wall because the barn shares a wall with the cabin. This design allows you to monitor the livestock without going outside. The cow's movements are random throughout the night. Sometimes she is restless. Other times she stands motionless for hours. You cannot predict which mood she will be in. The chickens in their coop cluck softly when something disturbs them. Usually the disturbance is a rat or a weasel trying to access the coop. The chicken's soft alarm clucks tell you that the predator is present, but has not yet breached the defences. This is good. If the clucking became loud squawking, you would have to get up and investigate. Soft clucking means the situation is under control. Wind creates a symphony of its own. Wind through the trees produces different sounds depending on the season and the type of tree. Pine trees hiss. Deciduous trees rustle and clatter. During autumn, when leaves are loose but still attached, the wind shakes them in waves that sound like distant rain. During winter, when the branches are bare, the wind makes the trees creak and groan. These are old sounds. Trees moved by wind have sounded this way for as long as trees have existed. The sounds should be comforting in their ancientness. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they sound like something moving through the forest with purpose. The cabin itself makes sounds. Wood contracts as the night air cools. The contraction produces pops and cracks that are sharp and sudden. The roof timbers snap. The wall logs click. The floor beams shift. Each sound is distinct and identifiable once you learn the cabin's acoustic signature. New settlers find these sounds alarming. You have lived here long enough that you know which sounds are structural settling and which sounds indicate a problem. The sharp crack from the northwest corner is normal. The slower creaking from the roof line near the chimney requires investigation in the morning. Rain on the roof is surprisingly loud. The cabin has no ceiling. The interior of the roof is visible from inside. Rain hits the wood shingles directly above your head with a pattering that builds to a roar during heavy storms. Individual raindrops are distinguishable during light rain. During downpours, the drops merge into continuous sound. Sleep during heavy rain is difficult not because of fear, but because of volume. The sound is simply too loud to allow the brain to fully disengage. Thunder during storms is more than sound, it is concussion. The cabin sits in a clearing with limited protection from electrical storms. Lightning strikes nearby with some regularity. The thunder that follows lightning is physical. You feel it in your chest and in the bed frame. The boom is so loud it temporarily deafens. The girls whimper during close lightning. You do not blame them. You are frightened too. You simply do not show it. Adults cannot show fear in front of children. This is an unwritten rule. So you lie still and wait for the storm to pass and hope that no lightning hits the cabin or the barn or the trees close enough to send burning branches onto the roof. Hail sounds like someone throwing gravel at the cabin. Small hail creates a rattling sound. Large hail thuds. Hailstorms are brief but intense. They damage crops and kill chickens if the birds are caught in the open. You have learned to move the chickens into covered areas when you see the particular type of cloud that produces hail. The clouds are dark green at the base and tower upward into bright white. These clouds mean trouble. They appear most often in late spring. Mice live in the cabin walls. You hear them at night scurrying through the spaces between the logs. They are searching for food and warmth. They chew on things. You hear the gnawing sound of mouse teeth on wood or fabric or stored food. You have accepted that eliminating mice completely is impossible. You manage their population by setting traps and keeping food in sealed containers. But mice are intelligent and persistent. They find ways around your defences. The sound of mice in the walls is constant background noise. You tune it out most nights. Some nights you cannot. Larger animals occasionally investigate the cabin. Raccoons check the area around the door where scraps sometimes fall during meal preparation. You hear them pawing at things and knocking over the empty bucket. Possums move more quietly but still make small sounds as they investigate. Deer walk past the cabin regularly. Their hooves make soft thuds on the packed earth. You can track their movement by sound alone. They approach from the woods, circle the cabin at a distance, then move on toward the creek. They are looking for water and grazing. They pose no threat. Their presence is actually comforting. Deer are prey animals. They sense predators. If deer are walking calmly past your cabin, no predators are in the immediate area. Bears are a different matter. Bears occasionally wander through during late autumn, when they are preparing for hibernation. A bear investigating the area around a cabin makes substantial noise. They are large and not particularly careful about where they step. You hear branches breaking and heavy footfalls. Bears will tear apart anything they think might contain food. A poorly secured chicken coop is extremely attractive to a bear. A root cellar with a weak door is an invitation. Your husband built the root cellar with heavy planks and a strong latch specifically to resist bears. The latch has held so far. You hear bears perhaps twice a season. Each time you lie completely still and pray they will move on without causing damage. Usually they do. One year a bear destroyed the chicken coop and killed half the flock. That year was difficult. Mountain lions exist in the deeper wilderness. You have never seen one near the cabin. You have heard them. The sound a mountain lion makes is unlike any other animal. It is a scream, not a roar, a scream that sounds disturbingly human. The first time you heard it, you thought someone was being murdered. You started to rise from bed to investigate. Your husband stopped you. He knew what the sound was. He told you to stay still and stay quiet. The mountain lion screamed 3 more times that night, each time from a different location. The sound came from perhaps half a mile away. This distance was far enough to be safe, but close enough to be terrifying. You have heard mountain lions on perhaps 5 or 6 nights over 15 years. Each time, you do not sleep for the rest of that night. The human sounds from inside the cabin are their own category. Your husband snores in a regular rhythm. The sound is deep and constant. You have learned to sleep through it. Your daughters whisper sometimes before sleep. Their voices are soft but audible. They discuss things that 12-year-old and 9-year-old girls discuss. Friends, chores, hopes. Your sons in the loft also talk occasionally. Their conversations are briefer and less frequent. They speak about work, about the livestock, about plans for the next day. Both pairs of children stop talking once they realise you are listening. This is their private time. You respect it by pretending not to hear. Someone gets up to use the chamber pot at least once every night. Usually multiple people. The sequence is always the same. The rustle of blankets, the soft sound of feet on the floor, the quiet removal of the pot lid, the necessary function, the replacement of the lid, the return to bed. Everyone pretends to be asleep during these excursions. This pretense maintains a fiction of privacy that no one believes but everyone supports. Morning begins not with light, but with sound. The rooster crows at the first hint of dawn. The rooster lives in the chicken coop, but his voice carries clearly into the cabin. The crow is loud and insistent. It is designed to wake the household. It succeeds. The rooster continues crowing at intervals until someone gets up and begins the day. This is the final sound in the night concert. It signals the transition back to daylight and the end of listening to darkness. The naturalist John James Audubon travelled through frontier regions during the 1820s and documented bird sounds extensively. His journals mention that frontier families learned to identify dozens of species by call alone. This knowledge was practical, not academic. Certain bird calls indicated the presence of predators. Other calls signalled weather changes. The ability to interpret bird sounds provided useful information about the immediate environment. The night sounds of frontier life are not peaceful. They are not the gentle ambience that modern people imagine when they think of rural living. They are loud, constant, alarming and relentless. They prevent deep sleep. They trigger anxiety. They remind you that the walls of your cabin are thin. and that wilderness begins just beyond those walls, and that wilderness contains things that can harm you. But the sounds are also proof that you are alive in a place where life teems in abundance, and sometimes, on very quiet nights when the wind is still, and the owls are distant and the insects have not yet emerged for the season, you hear nothing at all. Those nights are the ones that disturb you most, because silence on the frontier usually means something is very wrong. The division of nighttime labour in frontier households follows patterns that maximise survival, while distributing exhaustion as equitably as possible. No one sleeps through the night uninterrupted except during illness or injury. Everyone contributes to the nighttime maintenance that keeps the household safe and functional. Your primary responsibility is fire management. You wake at predictable intervals, assess the fire's status, and add wood as needed. This task falls to you because you are the lightest sleeper in the family and because you have developed the most reliable internal clock. Your husband could do this work, but his daytime labour is more physically demanding than yours. Allowing him longer periods of uninterrupted sleep means he can work more effectively during daylight hours. This is not gender ideology. This is practical resource allocation. Your husband's nighttime responsibility is security. He sleeps with his rifle within arm's reach. The rifle leans against the wall beside the bed, loaded but not cocked. If something threatens the cabin during the night, responding is his role. This has happened 3 times in 15 years. Once when bears attacked the chicken coop, once when strangers approached the cabin after dark and refused to identify themselves when challenged, once when a pack of dogs gone feral tried to break into the barn. Each time your husband was awake and armed within seconds. The rifle's presence is reassuring even when no threat materialises. The older boy's responsibility is monitoring the livestock. He wakes once during the night and goes to the barn to check that the cow has water and the chickens are secure. This task teaches him vigilance and responsibility. It also ensures that livestock problems are caught early before they become serious. A cow that has gone down in her stall needs immediate help or she may not be able to stand again. Chickens panicking in their coop signal a predator. The boy learns to read these signs and respond appropriately. The older girl's responsibility is managing her younger sister. If the younger girl wakes frightened or sick, the older girl handles it without waking you unless the situation is serious. This arrangement allows you to maintain your role as primary fire tender without being interrupted for minor childhood disturbances. It also teaches the older girl caretaking skills that she will need when she has her own household. The younger children have no formal nighttime responsibilities yet. They sleep as soundly as children that age can sleep, which means they wake periodically, but go back to sleep without intervention. In a few years, the younger boy will begin taking turns monitoring livestock. The younger girl will learn to tend the fire. For now, they are allowed to be children. These responsibilities create a household where someone is always partially conscious. Full unconsciousness is dangerous. Fire can escape containment. Predators can attack livestock. Weather can change suddenly. Illness can strike without warning. Someone must always be ready to respond. This distributed vigilance means that true rest is rare. You sleep but lightly. You dream, but remain aware of the cabin around you. Your mind never fully releases its grip on consciousness. The night work extends beyond maintenance to include actual labour when necessary. Calving happens at night with frustrating frequency. A cow going into labour makes specific sounds. Your husband recognises these sounds immediately. He wakes, dresses, lights a lantern, and goes to the barn. You usually follow to provide assistance. Calving can be quick and uneventful. It can also be complicated and life-threatening. A calf presenting wrong needs to be repositioned manually. A cow unable to deliver after prolonged labour may need the calf pulled with ropes. These interventions require 2 people. They also require staying awake for however many hours the process takes. You have assisted with 14 calvings during your time in this cabin. 3 calves died despite intervention. 2 cows died. These losses are economically significant. A cow represents months of feed and years of breeding investment. A calf represents future milk production or sale value. Losing either means the family's resources are reduced. You do not mourn these losses sentimentally. You mourn them practically. Dead livestock means less food and less income. Illness in the household also triggers nighttime responsibilities that supersede normal schedules. A child with a high fever requires constant monitoring. The fever must be brought down using cool water compresses. The child must be encouraged to drink water to prevent dangerous dehydration. The child must be watched to ensure the fever does not cause seizures. This monitoring continues through the night until the fever breaks, or until you determine the child needs the doctor. The nearest doctor is 40 miles away. Deciding whether an illness warrants a 40-mile trip is a calculation you make based on incomplete information and experience that comes from watching children be sick many times. Your younger daughter once had scarlet fever. The fever rose to a level that caused delirium. She hallucinated and thrashed in her sleep. You sat beside the trundle bed for 3 full nights, keeping her cool, forcing water between her lips, and praying she would survive. She did survive, but the experience taught you that frontier childhood is precarious. Children die from illnesses that modern medicine treats easily. You know this intellectually. You experienced it emotionally during those 3 nights. Weather events also create nighttime work. A sudden windstorm that tears shingles from the roof requires immediate repair. You cannot wait until morning because rain following wind would pour into the cabin. You and your husband climb onto the roof in darkness, using lanterns for light, and nail temporary patches over the damaged areas. This work is dangerous. Falling from a roof at night could result in serious injury. Not repairing the roof could result in more serious damage. You choose the lesser risk. A flash flood from upstream sends water rushing past the cabin once every few years. The water comes fast and high, threatening to undermine the foundation and flood the cellar. You and the older children work through the night digging drainage channels and building temporary berms to redirect the water. You're wet, cold, exhausted and ankle-deep in mud. By morning, the danger has passed. You sleep for a few hours, then begin your regular day's work. The night work also includes planning and decision-making. You and your husband sometimes use the quiet night hours to discuss household matters that require privacy. Financial decisions, discipline for the children, plans for the coming season. These conversations happen in whispers after the children are asleep. They are serious conversations about serious matters. The darkness makes them easier somehow. Problems discussed in darkness seem slightly more manageable than problems discussed in daylight. You do not understand why this is true. You only know that it is. The mental load of nighttime responsibilities is as exhausting as the physical labour. You lie in bed and track multiple systems simultaneously. Is the fire burning safely? Are the children breathing normally? Is that sound outside normal or threatening? Should you wake your husband or handle it yourself? This constant assessment prevents deep sleep. Your brain remains in a state of heightened alertness even when your body is horizontal and still. The historical record contains surprisingly detailed documentation of nighttime frontier work. The diary of Martha Ballard, a Maine midwife who kept daily records from 1785 to 1812, mentions nighttime responsibilities in nearly every entry. She describes being called out at night for births dozens of times. She mentions tending sick family members through the night. She notes fire maintenance, livestock care, and weather emergencies. Her diary makes clear that frontier nights were working hours, not resting hours. The letters of Narcissa Whitman, a missionary in Oregon Territory during the 1830s, describe similar patterns. She writes about being awakened multiple times each night for various responsibilities. She mentions the cumulative exhaustion this creates. She also mentions that frontier families considered this normal and did not complain about it because everyone experienced the same thing. The nighttime responsibility system works because everyone participates, and because refusing to participate is not an option. The consequences of neglected responsibilities are immediate and severe. An untended fire goes out, which means a cold cabin and cold family. Unchecked livestock fall ill or get attacked. Ignored weather damages the structure. The system enforces itself through natural consequences, but the system also grinds people down over time. The cumulative effect of interrupted sleep year after year takes a physical toll. You are 38 years old. You look 50. Your husband is 42. He moves like a man 20 years older. The children are perpetually tired, though their youth allows them to function despite exhaustion. Everyone in frontier households operates at a deficit. This deficit is normal. No one expects to feel fully rested. That is simply not how frontier life works. The midnight responsibilities are the price of survival. You cannot survive frontier life without constant vigilance. Vigilance requires wakefulness. Wakefulness requires sacrificing sleep. You make this sacrifice every night because the alternative is death or destruction. The trade seems obvious when stated plainly, but living the trade night after night, year after year, is harder than any external description can capture. And tomorrow night, when darkness comes again, you will wake at the appointed times and perform the appointed tasks and return to your bed and wait for the next appointed time. This is the rhythm of frontier life. This is why you would not sleep a single hour in this cabin. The period between 4 in the morning and full sunrise occupies a territory that is neither night nor day. This transitional time contains its own unique miseries that mark the end of whatever rest you manage to capture. The rooster begins his announcements at the first hint of dawn. The first hint of dawn arrives approximately 90 minutes before actual sunrise. The rooster does not wait for convenient lighting. He announces dawn when he detects it, which is well before any human considers the night to be over. His crowing is loud and persistent. Each crow is a declaration that his day has begun, and therefore everyone's day should begin. You cannot reason with a rooster. You can only endure him. The cabin at 4 in the morning is cold. Whatever warmth the fire maintained during the middle of the night has dissipated. The logs in the fireplace have burned down to coals that glow red but produce minimal heat. The air temperature inside the cabin has dropped to perhaps 5 degrees above the outdoor temperature. This is cold enough to make your breath visible, cold enough to make getting out of bed feel like a punishment. Your husband rises first. This is his pattern, and has been for 15 years. He sits up in the bed, the blankets falling away from his torso. The cold air hits his body immediately. He pauses for a moment, gathering himself for the transition from horizontal to vertical. Then he swings his legs off the bed and stands. He walks directly to the fireplace without bothering with boots. His feet on the packed earth floor make soft sounds. He kneels at the hearth and begins rebuilding the fire. The fire rebuilding process at dawn is different from nighttime fire maintenance. Dawn fires need to burn hot and fast. They need to heat the cabin quickly and provide enough heat for cooking. Your husband adds kindling to the coals first. The kindling catches within seconds, producing small flames. Then he adds split wood. Then he adds larger logs. Within 5 minutes the fire is burning steadily and heat begins radiating into the cabin. You remain in bed during this process. You're awake, but you're conserving body heat under the blankets. Rising too early means being cold for longer. Staying in bed a few extra minutes means using your husband's fire-building time to remain warm. This is efficient. When the fire is burning well, you get up. The transition from under blankets to standing is still unpleasant, but less unpleasant than it would have been 10 minutes earlier. You dress in the same clothes you slept in because you never undressed. You add an extra shawl. The shawl is wool and heavy. It helps. You walk to the fireplace and stand close to the flames, absorbing heat. Your hands are cold. You hold them near the fire until they stop aching. This takes several minutes. The children begin stirring. The girls in the trundle wake when they hear movement in the cabin. They remain in the trundle with the blankets pulled up to their chins. They know that getting up means being cold. They delay as long as possible. The boys in the loft are slower to wake. Heat rises and the loft retains warmth longer than the lower level. The boys often sleep through the initial morning activity, waking only when explicitly called. You begin preparing breakfast while the cabin continues to wake around you. Breakfast is substantial because everyone will be working outdoors within the hour and outdoor work requires fuel. You make cornmeal mush in a pot hung over the fire. The cornmeal simmers in water with a pinch of salt. You stir it occasionally to prevent sticking. The mush thickens as it cooks. After 20 minutes it is ready. You also fry salt pork in a skillet. The pork renders fat that you use to fry eggs. 4 eggs for 6 people means careful division. The children get smaller portions. You and your husband get slightly larger portions, because you will be doing the hardest physical work. The girls emerge from the trundle reluctantly. They wrap blankets around their shoulders and shuffle to the fire. They stand beside you, absorbing heat. Their faces are puffy with sleep and creased from pillow wrinkles. They do not speak. Morning conversation is minimal. Everyone is too tired and too cold for unnecessary words. The boys climb down from the loft eventually. Your husband calls up to them when breakfast is nearly ready. They descend the ladder carefully, moving slowly because they are not fully awake. The older boy's hair sticks up in multiple directions. The younger boy has sleep crusted in the corners of his eyes. They join the cluster at the fireplace. You serve breakfast at the table. Everyone sits in the same spots they occupied during dinner. The food is hot and filling. People eat steadily without much conversation. The cornmeal mush is bland but warm. The salt pork is salty and fatty. The eggs are rich and satisfying. Combined, the meal provides enough energy to begin work. After breakfast, the division of morning labour begins. Your husband and the older boy go outside to tend the livestock. The cow must be milked. The chickens must be fed and watered. The eggs must be collected. The barn must be checked for any problems that developed overnight. This work takes approximately an hour. They do it every morning regardless of weather. You and the girls clean the breakfast dishes and begin preparing the cabin for the day. The beds must be made. The floor must be swept. The chamber pot must be emptied. The water bucket must be filled. The fire must be maintained at a level appropriate for daytime. The girls perform these tasks with practiced efficiency. They have been doing this work for years. They know the routine. The younger boy has morning chores that keep him near the cabin. He splits kindling for the day's fire. He brings in firewood from the woodpile. He checks the chicken coop for any damage or signs of predator attempts. These tasks are age-appropriate. They teach him responsibility without exposing him to dangerous work. The morning work happens in dim light that gradually brightens as the sun rises. The transition from darkness to dawn is gradual. The sky shifts from black to dark blue to pale blue to pink to orange to yellow. The colours are beautiful when you have time to notice them. Usually you do not have time. You're too busy working to watch the sunrise. By the time the sun is actually above the horizon and providing real light, you have been awake and working for 2 hours. This is standard. Frontier mornings begin in darkness and continue through dawn without pause. The idea of sleeping until full daylight is foreign. Work begins before light and continues as long as light lasts. The cumulative effect of these early starts compounds over time. You went to bed around 8 in the evening. You woke multiple times during the night to tend the fire. You rose finally at 4 in the morning. This means you obtained perhaps 6 hours of interrupted sleep. 6 hours is not enough. You need 8 or 9 hours to feel fully rested. You never get 8 or 9 hours. You operate on a permanent sleep deficit that never fully resolves. Your husband shows the effects of this deficit physically. His movements are slower than they would be with adequate rest. His patience is shorter. His face carries permanent dark circles under his eyes. He's 42 but looks 60. The work ages him. The lack of sleep accelerates the aging. The children show different effects. They are tired, but they are young enough that their bodies tolerate exhaustion better. They complain less than adults would. They simply accept that life involves being tired. They have no comparison. They do not know what it feels like to wake naturally after a full night of rest. Exhaustion is their baseline. You see the effects in yourself when you look in the small mirror above the washing basin. Your face has lines that were not there 5 years ago. Your eyes look hollow. Your skin has a greyness that comes from perpetual exhaustion. You're 38. You look older. Much older. The false dawn period is perhaps the cruelest time in the frontier daily cycle. You have survived the night. You have maintained the fire, monitored the household, and kept everyone safe. Your reward for this vigilance is not rest. Your reward is immediate return to labour. There is no recovery period. There is no gentle transition. You go from interrupted sleep to full work without pause. The historical accounts of frontier life rarely mention this aspect of daily routine because it was so universal as to be unremarkable. Everyone experienced it. No one thought it was worth documenting. The anthropologist Margaret Mead studied traditional societies and noted that pre-industrial cultures typically operated on what she called interrupted sleep patterns. People slept in segments with periods of wakefulness in between. Full uninterrupted sleep is a modern luxury enabled by electric light and secure housing. Frontier families lived in the older pattern. They slept when they could and woke when necessary. The medical consequences of chronic sleep deprivation include impaired judgment, reduced immune function, increased injury risk and shortened lifespan. Frontier families experienced all of these consequences. They made poor decisions from exhaustion. They became ill more frequently. They injured themselves doing routine tasks because their reflexes were slowed. They died younger than their urban counterparts. But there was no alternative. The work had to be done. The work required waking early. Waking early required sacrificing sleep. The system locked everyone into perpetual exhaustion. Complaining about it changed nothing. You simply did the work and accepted the cost. The false dawn passes eventually. The sun rises fully. The day officially begins. You have been working for 3 hours already. You will work for 12 more hours. Then darkness will come. You will eat dinner. You will lie down in your bed. You will tend the fire through the night. The cycle will repeat. This is frontier life. This is why you would not sleep a single hour in this cabin. Adaptation to impossible circumstances is a human specialty. Frontier families did not thrive because they found comfortable solutions to the sleep problem. They survived because they developed tolerance for perpetual discomfort and created routines that made exhaustion manageable rather than fatal. Your family's adaptation strategy centers on lowered expectations. You do not expect to feel rested. You do not expect to sleep through the night. You do not expect personal space or privacy or quiet. These expectations would create disappointment. Instead, you expect exactly what you get, which is interrupted sleep in crowded conditions with constant responsibilities. When your actual experience matches your expectations, you do not experience disappointment. You experience normalcy. The children's adaptation is more profound because they have never known anything different. Your daughters do not dream of private bedrooms. They cannot imagine what a private bedroom would feel like. Their reference point is the trundle bed they share. Similarly, your sons accept the loft as their sleeping space without questioning whether better options exist. This lack of comparison protects them from dissatisfaction. They do not long for what they have never experienced. Your husband adapted through a form of mental compartmentalization. He separates sleep from rest. Sleep for him is a brief unconscious state that happens in intervals between work periods. Rest is something different. Rest is sitting in the evening after work is done. Rest is Sunday afternoons when no urgent tasks demand attention. He does not expect sleep to provide rest. He obtains rest through other means. This mental distinction allows him to function effectively despite poor sleep. You adapted through developing an ability to fall asleep quickly and wake quickly. You can transition from full consciousness to light sleep in under 2 minutes. You can wake from sleep to full alertness in seconds. These skills developed through necessity. When you have only brief windows for sleep, you cannot afford to spend 30 minutes falling asleep. When danger requires instant response, you cannot afford to wake slowly. Your nervous system learned to switch states rapidly. This is efficient, but it is also exhausting. Your body never fully relaxes. You're always partially alert. The family has also developed strategies for managing the worst effects of sleep deprivation. When someone is particularly exhausted, the others compensate by taking on additional work. This happens without formal discussion. Your husband sees that you're unusually tired and takes over fire maintenance for a night. You see that the older boy is struggling and assign his chores to the younger boy for a day. The older girl covers for her younger sister when the younger girl is sick. These informal support systems prevent any one person from becoming completely debilitated. The seasonal variation in sleep quality creates a rhythm that makes the worst periods more tolerable. Winter sleep is terrible because of the cold and fire maintenance and darkness. Summer sleep is terrible because of heat and insect and long working hours, but spring and fall offer slightly better conditions. The temperatures are moderate, the daylight hours are balanced, the workload is heavy but not overwhelming. These seasonal improvements provide brief recovery periods that allow the family to rebuild strength before the next difficult season arrives. The community support system also plays a role. Frontier families help each other during crises in ways that include allowing people to rest. When your family had scarlet fever 2 years ago, your neighbour came and took the younger children to her cabin for a week. This allowed you and your husband to focus on nursing the sick daughter without also managing the healthy children. The sick daughter recovered. The healthy children returned. No payment exchanged hands. This is how frontier communities function. Today you receive help. Tomorrow you provide help to someone else. The acceptance of child mortality creates a dark adaptation. Frontier families know that some children will not survive to adulthood. Disease, accident and deprivation claim lives with regularity. You have birthed 6 children. 5 survive. The one who died was your 3rd child, a son who lived only 4 months before succumbing to what the doctor called failure to thrive. You mourned this loss, but you also accepted it as part of frontier life. This acceptance is not callous. It is protective. If you allowed yourself to believe that every child should survive, the reality of frontier life would destroy you emotionally. Instead, you appreciate the children who live and carry the grief for the child who died without letting that grief prevent you from functioning. The physical adaptations are also significant. Your body has learned to function on inadequate sleep through mechanisms you do not understand but can observe. You can work a full day after only 4 hours of broken sleep. Your husband can split wood and plough fields running on similar rest. The children can learn and play and complete chores despite being chronally exhausted. These abilities are not supernatural. They are simply the result of bodies adapting to sustained stress. The adaptation has costs. Those costs accrue as shortened lifespan and increased illness. But the adaptation allows survival in the present, which takes precedence over concerns about the future. The mental adaptations are perhaps the most important. You have learned to find satisfaction in survival rather than comfort. You do not measure a good day by whether you felt rested or happy. You measure a good day by whether everyone in the family is alive and uninjured at the end of it. This recalibrated definition of success makes most days good days. You survived today. That is sufficient. Your husband finds satisfaction in completed work rather than in rest. He judges his day by how much he accomplished, not by how he feels. This framework allows him to feel successful even when exhausted. The fence got repaired. The field got ploughed. The roof got patched. These are victories. The fact that he is tired is irrelevant. The children find satisfaction in small pleasures that modern children would not notice. A piece of maple sugar candy shared 4 ways is a celebration. An afternoon spent playing near the creek is a luxury. A story told by firelight is entertainment. These small pleasures provide enough positive experience to balance the hardship. The family has also developed rituals that create meaning beyond survival. Sunday is a rest day, observed even when work is pressing. You attend the small church 3 miles away when weather permits. The church service provides community contact and spiritual reinforcement. The walk to church and back is long, but it creates a sense of rhythm. Sunday is different from other days. This difference matters psychologically. Evening meals are another ritual. Despite exhaustion, the family sits together every evening and eats as a unit. This meal is more than nutrition. It is connection. It is a daily confirmation that the family is intact and functioning. The ritual of gathering and eating together creates stability in a life that is otherwise dominated by unpredictability and hardship. Bedtime itself has become ritualized. The fire is built up. The beds are arranged. Everyone washes. Everyone lies down at approximately the same time. This routine creates predictability. Predictability creates a sense of control. Control, even if it is mostly illusory, makes the hardship more tolerable. The long-term sustainability of this life pattern is questionable. Frontier families typically live this way for 10 to 20 years before either moving to more settled areas or achieving enough prosperity to improve their conditions. Your family is 15 years into this pattern. The cabin has improved somewhat. The livestock have increased. The cleared land has expanded. Each small improvement makes life slightly less difficult. Eventually, these incremental improvements might accumulate into something that could be called comfortable. That day has not arrived yet. But the trajectory is positive. The historical record provides context for this adaptation process. The survival rate for frontier families was surprisingly high, considering the hardships they faced. Most families did not fail. They did not give up. They didn't perish from exposure or starvation. They survived through exactly the kind of adaptation you have developed. They lowered their expectations, created support systems, found meaning in small victories, and simply continued functioning despite exhaustion. The psychologist Abraham Maslow developed a hierarchy of needs that places physiological requirements like sleep at the foundation. According to his theory, higher needs like belonging and self-actualization cannot be pursued until basic needs are met. Frontier families disprove this hierarchy. They pursued belonging, meaning, and even self-actualization, while their basic sleep needs remained chronically unmet. They did this by redefining what constituted adequate sleep. If adequate sleep is defined as enough to function, then 6 hours of interrupted rest is adequate. The body eventually accepts this definition. The ultimate adaptation is accepting that life will always be hard, and that this hardness is not a temporary condition, to be endured until things get better. This is how things are. This is how things will continue to be. Once you accept this fully, the hardship becomes less overwhelming. You stop waiting for conditions to improve. You stop comparing your current situation to an imagined comfortable alternative. You simply live in the reality that exists. This acceptance is not defeat. It is liberation from false hope. False hope creates disappointment. Disappointment saps energy. Energy is too valuable to waste on disappointment. So you release the hope for easy sleep and comfortable nights and uninterrupted rest. You accept that frontier life means perpetual exhaustion. And paradoxically, this acceptance makes the exhaustion more bearable. Tonight you will lie down in your rope bed beside your husband. Your daughters will settle into the trundle. Your sons will climb to the loft. The fire will burn. The wilderness will perform its nightly concert. You will wake to tend the fire. You will wake again. You will rise before dawn and begin work. And tomorrow night, you will do it all again. This is frontier life. This is adaptation. This is endurance. This is why you would not sleep a single hour in this cabin. But also, paradoxically, this is how frontier families did sleep. Night after night, year after year, until the frontier became settled and the hardship gradually diminished. They survived not because the sleep was adequate, but because they learned to survive without adequate sleep. They endured not because the conditions were tolerable, but because they developed tolerance for intolerable conditions. They succeeded not because frontier life was manageable, but because they became people capable of managing the unmanageable. And every night, in cabins across the frontier, families just like yours lay down in circumstances just as difficult, and somehow, impossibly, survived until morning. Well, my tired potatoes, we have spent this hour inside a frontier cabin where sleep was a battle fought every single night against cold, noise, crowding, responsibility, and the simple fact that survival required constant vigilance. If you found yourself lying in that rope bed tonight, you would understand very quickly why frontier families age faster, worked harder, and carried exhaustion as their permanent companion. If you enjoyed this journey into some boring history, the algorithm would genuinely appreciate spreading it. More stories wait in the archive, covering equally peculiar corners of the past where daily life looked nothing like the simplified versions we imagine. Rest well tonight in your temperature-controlled room with your actual mattress and your blessed lack of coyote howls. Until next time, sleep warm. Of clothing you owned, held the belief that the human body was merely a suggestion. Welcome to Victorian fashion, where comfort became obsolete and common sense took a long hiatus. Picture this. It's 1850, and you're a well-to-do lady preparing for your day. But first, you need to put on approximately 17 different garments, each one more bewildering than the last. Your morning routine doesn't start with coffee, it starts with an engineering degree and the patience of a saint. The Victorians had this peculiar relationship with the human form. They believed that nature had created significant design flaws, and they were determined to rectify these flaws using materials such as whalebone, steel, and unwavering determination. It was like they looked at the human body and said, "You know what this individual needs? More geometric shapes and less ability to breathe." But here's the thing that makes Victorian fashion so fascinatingly absurd. None of these changes happened overnight. It wasn't like someone woke up one morning in 1837 and declared, "From now on, women's waist shall be the circumference of a coffee mug." No, the outcome was a gradual slide into sartorial madness that took decades to perfect. The truly surprising aspect is that people at the time believed they were acting completely rationally. They had elaborate justifications for every ridiculous element. Tight corsets? Needless to say, they were beneficial for posture, and the skirts so wide that they can't fit through doorways. Undoubtedly, they are essential for maintaining modesty. Do sleeves need their own unique zip code? Simply fashionable, darling. You have to admire the dedication, really. These weren't people who half committed to anything. When Victorians decided to complicate fashion, they went all in like they were trying to win an Olympic medal in most impractical clothing design. They approached fashion the way modern people approach extreme sports, with enthusiasm that bordered on the reckless. Men were not exempt from this madness, although their version was more subtly ridiculous. While women were being transformed into human geometric shapes, men were busy perfecting the art of looking like very serious penguins. They wore top hats that accentuated their height, coats with useless tails, and enough starch in their collars to construct a miniature boat. The fascinating thing is how this all started with genuine intentions. The early Victorians weren't trying to create a fashion nightmare. They were responding to real social and economic changes. The Industrial Revolution had created new wealth, new social classes, and new anxieties about respectability. Fashion became a language, a way to communicate your place in this rapidly changing world. But somewhere along the way, that language became increasingly complex, like a secret code that only the initiated could understand. What started as dress nicely to show you're respectable evolved into transform yourself into a walking architectural marvel or risk social extinction. The irony is delicious when you contemplate it. Here was an era obsessed with moral virtue and proper behaviour, yet they created clothing that made simple human activities like sitting, walking, or breathing into minor athletic achievements. It was as if they believed that suffering for beauty was not just acceptable, but actually virtuous. As we drift into this story together, imagine the rustling of silk, the creaking of whalebone, and the gentle chaos of an era when getting dressed was an adventure, and staying dressed was an endurance test. The Victorians may have been many things, but boring wasn't one of them. Let's talk about the corset, shall we? If Victorian fashion were a movie, the corset would be the villain everyone loves to hate. Simultaneously fascinating and horrifying, like a beautifully crafted instrument of torture that someone decided to wear to afternoon tea. You've probably heard the stories about women fainting left and right, their organs rearranged like furniture in a studio apartment. However, the truth about corset wearing was not as dramatic as the legends portray. It's like that friend who tells fish stories. The basic facts are there, but they've grown considerably in the telling. Let's first tackle the issue of the 18-inch waist in the parlour. Do you notice the remarkably small waists in fashion plates and photos? Many of them were about as real as a unicorn wearing a tutu. Victorian photographers and illustrators were just as fond of creative editing as modern Instagram users. They'd pinch in waists, enhance curves, and generally present an idealised version that was as achievable as becoming a professional mermaid. But that doesn't mean corsets were just gentle, supportive garments either. These were indeed serious business. A well-made Victorian corset was like wearing an architectural support system, designed by someone who'd never actually met a human spine. They were marvels of engineering, really. Dozens of pieces of whalebone or steel, carefully shaped and sewn into what was essentially a wearable cage. The thing is, most women didn't tight-lace to the extreme degrees you might imagine. Your average Victorian lady laced her corset snugly indeed, but not to the extent that she required smelling salts each time she ascended a staircase. The fainting epidemic was more about the combination of tight lacing, heavy clothing, overheated rooms, and the Victorian lady's delicate constitution, which was often more performed than genuine. Think of it this way. If women were really fainting en masse from their undergarments, the Victorian era would have been remarkably unproductive. Yet somehow, these same corseted women managed to run households, raise children, engage in social causes, and even work in factories. They weren't delicate flowers. They were surprisingly hardy individuals who happened to dress like they were preparing for battle with their bodies. The corset also served purposes beyond the aesthetic. In an era before bras were invented, it provided necessary support for women's busts. It also helped distribute the weight of those massive skirts we'll talk about shortly. Imagine carrying a small tent around your waist all day. You'd want some structural support too. But here's where the corset story gets really interesting. It became a symbol of women's oppression and liberation simultaneously. Critics argued that tight lacing represented society's control over women's bodies, forcing them into unnatural shapes to please male ideals of beauty. Supporters countered that the corset gave women an hourglass figure that emphasised their femininity and power. The medical establishment, never one to miss an opportunity to have opinions about women's bodies, weighed in with dire warnings about the dangers of tight lacing. Doctors wrote lengthy treatises about corset liver and corset lung, conditions that sound like they were invented by someone who'd never actually examined a corseted woman, but had profound feelings about fashion. Meanwhile, the women actually wearing these garments had more nuanced views. Many found their corsets comfortable and supportive when properly fitted. Others endured silent suffering for the sake of fashion. Some rebelled entirely and joined the dress reform movement, which sounds much more exciting than it actually was. Imagine a group of very earnest women campaigning for the right to wear clothing that didn't require an engineering degree to put on. The corset industry itself was fascinating. A complex network of manufacturers, from high-end corsetiers who created custom pieces that fit like a second skin, to mass-market producers who churned out ready-made versions for the growing middle class. Getting a corset properly fitted was like visiting a very specialised architect who worked exclusively in human modification. As you settle deeper into your comfortable, uncorseted evening, remember that for Victorian women, this daily ritual of lacing and unlacing was simply part of life. They adapted to their constraints with remarkable ingenuity, developing techniques for movement, breathing, and even dancing while wearing what was essentially a fabric-covered cage. The human capacity for adaptation is truly remarkable, even when adapting to something utterly ridiculous. Let's pause here while you adjust your position on the couch, something Victorian women couldn't do quite so easily. If corsets were the foundation of Victorian fashion madness, then skirts were the magnificent, impractical superstructure built on top. We're talking about garments that required their own transportation planning and had a carbon footprint larger than some small countries. Picture yourself getting ready for a simple trip to the market in 1860. First, you'd need to consider your skirt's diameter, typically anywhere from 6 to 12 feet across. That's not a typo. We're talking about wearing a fabric tent that could house a small family. You couldn't just walk out the door. You had to strategize your exit like you were launching a space mission. The evolution of the Victorian skirt can be compared to a person gradually losing their sense of reality, albeit in a methodical manner. It started reasonably enough in the 1840s. Full skirts, yes, but nothing that required architectural consultation. Then something happened. Maybe it was competition, maybe it was boredom, or maybe someone made a bet about how wide they could make women's silhouettes before physics intervened. By the 1850s, the crinoline had become ubiquitous and irreversible. The crinoline was essentially a cage you wore under your skirt, hoops of steel or whalebone that created a bell-shaped foundation. It was like wearing a personal tent frame, except the tent was made of silk and you were expected to waltz in it. The logistics of crinoline life were staggering. Doorways became navigation challenges. Sitting required careful calculation and preferably a chair without arms. Getting into a carriage was like solving a three-dimensional puzzle while wearing a small building. Victorian women developed skills that would have made NASA engineers weep with admiration, and yet they made it look effortless. Photos from the era show women gliding around in these massive skirts as if they were perfectly natural. However, a complex science underlay the management of crinolines. Women learned to compress their skirts by pressing down on the hoops, to navigate stairs by lifting the front of their skirts just so, and to sit by effortlessly collapsing their crinolines. The really magnificent part was how the fashion industry supported this madness. Crinoline manufacturers competed on engineering principles. Some crinolines had collapsible sections for sitting, others featured graduated hoops that created the perfect bell shape. The advertisements read like technical manuals for personal transportation devices. But crinolines had their dangers, and not just the obvious ones like getting stuck in doorways or accidentally sweeping objects off tables. Fire was a genuine hazard. All that fabric, often treated with flammable starches and dyes, combined with open flames for lighting and heating. Victorian newspapers are full of tragic stories of women whose skirts caught fire, and the width of their crinolines made it difficult to extinguish the flames quickly. Then there were the weather-related challenges. Wind turned a crinoline into a sail, which sounds poetic until you realise it meant women could be literally blown off course during their daily walks. Rain was particularly problematic. Imagine trying to dry a tent that you'd been wearing all day. The social implications were equally complex. A wide crinoline was a status symbol, proof that you could afford not just the garment itself, but the lifestyle that accommodated it. If you could wear a 6-foot-wide skirt, you didn't need to work, cook, clean, or engage in any practical activity. It was conspicuous consumption in its most literal form. You were conspicuously consuming space. But here's what makes the crinoline era so endearing in retrospect. Victorian women took these absurd constraints and somehow made them work. They developed elaborate etiquettes for crinoline navigation, techniques for managing their skirts in various social situations, and even sports modified for women wearing personal tents. Croquet became popular partly because it was one of the few activities where a crinoline wasn't a complete impediment. Dancing required choreography that accounted for each partner's circumference. Even something as simple as walking with a friend became an exercise in spatial coordination. The crinoline reached its peak absurdity in the 1860s, when skirts achieved their maximum circumference. It was as if Victorian fashion had been steadily expanding like a balloon, and everyone was waiting to see who would be brave enough to suggest that maybe, just maybe, this was getting a bit ridiculous. Little did they know, the next chapter would involve bustles, because apparently making skirts impossibly wide wasn't quite enough. The Victorians were just getting warmed up. Just when you think the Victorians couldn't possibly make clothing more complicated, along came the bustle era to prove that human ingenuity in the service of impracticality knows no bounds. If the crinoline was like wearing a bell, the bustle was like strapping a small shelf to your posterior and pretending your posture was perfectly normal. The transition from crinoline to bustle in the 1870s wasn't gradual. It was like watching a balloon deflate and then reinflate in a completely different shape. One day women were navigating doorways sideways because of their width, and the next they were backing into rooms because their skirts projected 3 feet behind them. It was as if Victorian fashion designers had gotten bored with horizontal challenges and decided to explore vertical possibilities. The bustle itself was a marvel of engineering that would have made bridge builders jealous. Early bustles were essentially wire cages designed to create a shelf-like projection at the back of the skirt. Later versions became increasingly elaborate. Some had springs, others featured adjustable frameworks, and the most advanced models included collapsible sections for sitting. Imagine attempting to sit down while wearing a bustle. It wasn't just a matter of bending at the waist, it required a carefully choreographed sequence of movements. You'd approach the chair from the side, collapse your bustle by pressing down on it, lower yourself carefully while managing several layers of skirt, and then somehow arrange all that fabric so you didn't look like you were being swallowed by your clothing. The logistics of bustle life were even more complex than crinoline management. At least with a crinoline, you knew you needed extra space in all directions. You never know what's going on behind you when there's a bustle. Victorian women developed a kind of spatial awareness that modern people can't imagine. They could sense exactly how much room their rear projection required and navigate accordingly. Doorways remained challenging, but in new ways. Instead of squeezing through sideways, bustled women had to judge angles carefully. If your approach was too steep, your skirt might snag on the doorframe. If the approach was too shallow, you wouldn't be able to pass. It was like parking a car, except the car was attached to your body and made of silk. The bustle also created intriguing social dynamics. Conversations became exercises in geometry. How close could you stand to someone when you were both wearing rear projections? Dancing required new techniques, and something as simple as walking arm in arm with a friend became a coordination challenge worthy of synchronized swimmers. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the bustle era was how it demonstrated Victorian society's ability to adapt to absolutely anything. Furniture makers began designing chairs that accommodated bustles. Architecture started accounting for the extra space women required. Social customs evolved to handle the new spatial requirements of female fashion. The fashion plates of the era show women looking perfectly composed in their bustled gowns, but the reality behind the scenes was a constant comedy of spatial miscalculations. Victorian literature is full of subtle references to the challenges of bustled life. Women getting stuck in carriages, skirts caught indoors, and the general chaos of trying to live normally while wearing architectural elements. Yet somehow, Victorian women made it work. They developed techniques for bustle maintenance, strategies for navigation, and even created new forms of social interaction that accommodated their enhanced silhouettes. The human ability to normalise the absurd is truly impressive. The bustle went through several iterations during its reign. The first bustle era featured relatively modest projections. Consider it to be training wheels for posterior architecture. The early 1880s brought a brief respite when skirts became more streamlined, likely bringing a sense of relief to everyone. But Victorian fashion wasn't done yet. The second bustle era, beginning in the mid-1880s, brought projections that defied not just comfort but basic physics. These weren't just bustles. They were engineering marvels that created silhouettes so extreme they looked like costume designs for a play about furniture. The final bustle designs were so elaborate they came with their instruction manuals. Some featured multiple tiers, others had adjustable angles, and the most advanced models included patented mechanisms for collapse and expansion. It was as if Victorian women were wearing transformer robots, except instead of turning into cars, they turned into chairs. As we move through this fashion timeline, remember that each of these trends lasted for years. This wasn't a brief moment of collective madness. Entire generations of women lived their daily lives in these contraptions, adapting with remarkable grace to constraints that seem impossible from our modern perspective. If you thought Victorian fashion was done surprising us after corsets, crinolines and bustles, you clearly underestimated their commitment to making every part of the human body an engineering challenge. Enter the 1890s sleeve, also known as the leg of mutton sleeve, though that name doesn't quite capture the full absurdity of wearing what amounted to small hot air balloons attached to your shoulders. Early Victorian sleeves were snug, practical affairs that allowed for actual arm movement. However, as the century progressed, sleeves began to expand, as if they were competing with skirts for the title of most impractical garment component. By the 1890s, sleeves had achieved such monumental proportions that women needed to turn sideways to fit through doorways, not because of their skirts this time, but because their shoulders had effectively doubled in width. These garments were not merely sleeves, they resembled fabric architecture with arms hidden inside them. The construction of a proper leg of mutton sleeve was an engineering marvel that required more planning than most modern home renovations. The sleeve had to be supported from within using various frameworks, wire, whalebone, or even cotton padding arranged in precise configurations to maintain the proper shape. Getting dressed involved not just putting on clothing, but assembling a complex structural system. Imagine trying to eat dinner while wearing sleeves that extended well beyond your actual arm span. Victorian women developed eating techniques that would have impressed contortionists. They learned to approach their plates at specific angles, to cut food using carefully calculated arm movements, and to drink tea without completely obscuring their faces behind walls of fabric. The practical challenges were endless. Embracing someone required strategic planning. Getting into a carriage meant compressing your sleeves like accordions. Even something as simple as reaching for an object on a shelf became an exercise in spatial mathematics. Victorian women lived in a world where their clothing had a larger footprint than their actual bodies. But the sleeves weren't just large, they were elaborately decorated. Puffed, pleated, gathered, and trimmed with every conceivable ornament, they were like wearing two small ballrooms complete with their interior design schemes. Some sleeves featured multiple tiers of fabric, creating layered architectural effects that would have made wedding cake decorators weep with envy. The maintenance requirements were staggering. These sleeves needed to be pressed into shape regularly, their internal structures adjusted and repaired, and their elaborate decorations kept pristine. Victorian women employed armies of servants, or spent hours themselves maintaining their sleeve architecture. It was like owning a very high-maintenance pet that you wore to social events. Then there were the seasonal challenges. Summer sleeves in heavy fabrics created portable saunas around women's arms. Winter meant adding even more layers to already monumental constructions. Rain posed a significant challenge. imagine attempting to dry 2 fabric pavilions fastened to your shoulders. The social implications of extreme sleeves were fascinating. They were clear indicators of leisure class status. If you could wear sleeves that made practical work impossible, you obviously didn't need to engage in any. They were an extreme form of conspicuous consumption, demonstrating that one could afford to be completely impractical. But Victorian fashion wasn't finished with extremities yet. Hats during this era became increasingly elaborate, often featuring entire gardens of artificial flowers, preserved birds, and decorative elements that would have been impressive on a parade float. These weren't hats. They were portable ecosystems that happened to sit on people's heads. The millinery arts reached new heights of complexity during the Victorian era. Hat construction involved multiple specialists. One person might create the basic structure, another would handle the flowers, and a third would add the birds and ornamental elements. Some Victorian hats required their own structural engineering consultations. Gloves, too, became exercises in extremity enhancement. Victorian gloves were often so long they disappeared entirely under those enormous sleeves, creating the impression that women's arms simply ended in fabric somewhere around the elbow. The longest gloves extended past the elbow, requiring complex systems of buttons and hooks for removal. Even shoes joined the extremity enhancement project. Victorian boots often featured dozens of tiny buttons or an elaborate lacing system that required special tools to fasten. Getting dressed from head to toe could take hours, and often required assistance from servants or family members. The cumulative effect of all these extremity enhancements was that Victorian women became walking demonstrations of their society's relationship with practicality, which was to say they'd broken up entirely and weren't on speaking terms. Now settle in for this part of our story, because we're about to explore how Victorian fashion became more complex than quantum physics, but with more rules about appropriate necklines. Behind all this sartorial madness was a scientific approach to respectability that would have impressed laboratory researchers. The Victorians didn't just randomly decide to make clothing complicated, they developed elaborate systems of social communication through fabric, creating a language so complex that anthropologists are still trying to decode it. The Victorian dress code wasn't just about looking nice, it was about broadcasting your moral character, social status, economic situation, marital availability, and probably your opinion on the weather, all through carefully calculated costume choices. It was like wearing a social media profile, except instead of posting updates, you changed your outfit. Morning dress, afternoon dress, evening dress, calling dress, walking dress, travelling dress. Victorian women needed different costumes for different hours of the day and different social activities. It was as if they were actors in an incredibly elaborate play where the costumes changed every few hours, and forgetting your lines meant social death. The specificity of the rules was astounding. There were appropriate colours for widows at different stages of mourning, precise neckline depths for various social occasions, and exact sleeve lengths that communicated whether you were available for courtship or properly chaperoned. Getting it wrong wasn't just a fashion faux pas, it was a social catastrophe that could affect your family's reputation for generations. Take mourning dress, for example. Victorian society had developed mourning into a complex ritual that lasted for years, and involved costume changes more elaborate than a Broadway production. Full mourning required completely black clothing with no ornamentation for the first year. Then came half mourning, which allowed for touches of white, grey, or purple. The gradations were so specific that there were etiquette books devoted entirely to appropriate mourning attire. The fabric choices alone were a science. Certain materials were appropriate for certain seasons, social classes, and life stages. Silk was appropriate for formal occasions, cotton for everyday wear, wool for winter, and linen for summer. But not just any type of silk, cotton, wool, or linen. There were dozens of varieties of each, and choosing the wrong type could broadcast ignorance of social codes more effectively than wearing a sign. Colour symbolism reached levels of complexity that would have challenged medieval scholars. White symbolises purity and youth, but this symbolism is limited to unmarried women, specific fabrics, and specific seasons. Black signifies respectability and authority, yet its significance varies based on factors such as age, marital status, and the particular shade of black. Purple was mourning, but also royalty, but also dangerous if worn by the wrong person at the wrong time. The trimming and decoration systems were equally elaborate. Ribbons, lace, embroidery, buttons, and bows weren't just decorative elements. They were parts of a complex communication system. The amount of ornamentation appropriate for your age, social status, and the occasion required calculations more complex than filing tax returns. Even undergarments were part of this social communication system. The right corset, chemise, drawers, and petticoats weren't just about creating the proper silhouette. They were about demonstrating that you understood and could afford to participate in the full complexity of Victorian fashion culture. The economic implications were staggering. A proper Victorian lady's wardrobe required a fortune not just to acquire, but to maintain. The cleaning, pressing, mending, and updating needed to keep pace with fashion changes meant that clothing consumed a significant portion of middle and upper-class household budgets. Dressmakers became crucial figures in Victorian society, not just as craftspeople, but as cultural interpreters. A competent dressmaker didn't just sew, she guided her clients through the complex social codes embedded in fashion choices. She was part counsellor, part artist, part social strategist, and part structural engineer. The seasonal transitions were particularly complex. Spring cleaning wasn't just about houses, it was about wardrobes. Summer and winter wardrobes were stored separately, with elaborate systems for preservation, moth prevention, and maintaining the shapes of complex garments during storage. Fashion magazines became essential reading, not for inspiration but for survival. They provided the constantly updated information necessary to navigate the changing rules of appropriate dress. Reading Godey's Lady's Book or Peterson's magazine wasn't leisure. It was continuing education in the science of social acceptability. The really remarkable thing is how Victorian women managed to internalise all these rules while making their complex fashion choices appear effortless and natural. Behind every graceful Victorian lady gliding through a social gathering was someone who had mastered a system of cultural communication more complex than most modern professional training programs. By the 1890s, something crazy was happening in the world of Victorian fashion. People were beginning to realise that clothing should allow for basic human functions like breathing, sitting, and moving one's arms. Although it took several decades for this revolutionary concept to gain traction, women's freedom to move was a significant catalyst for change. The dress reform movement had been percolating throughout the Victorian era, led by brave souls who dared to suggest that perhaps women's clothing shouldn't require engineering degrees to operate. These fashion rebels proposed radical ideas like skirts that didn't require their own zip codes and sleeves that acknowledged the existence of human arms. Dr. Gustav Jaeger introduced the world to woolen undergarments that prioritised health over silhouette manipulation. The rational dress movement promoted clothing that allowed for actual physical activity. As casual clothing that valued comfort over structural soundness, tea gowns gained popularity. It was like watching civilization slowly remember that humans had bodies underneath all that architectural clothing. The bicycle craze of the 1890s delivered a particularly effective blow to impractical fashion. You simply cannot ride a bicycle while wearing a bustle, and Victorian women were not about to give up this exciting new form of transportation just to maintain their rear projections. Cycling costumes featured a revolutionary concept, divided skirts that allowed women to actually move their legs independently. Sports in general began to influence fashion in ways that prioritised function over form. Tennis required clothing that allowed arm movement. Golf needed skirts that didn't interfere with swing mechanics. Even croquet, that most Victorian of games, worked better when players could actually see their feet and move without strategic planning. The influence of artistic movements cannot be understated. The aesthetic movement promoted artistic dress that prioritised beauty and comfort over rigid social signalling. Pre-Raphaelite artists painted women in flowing gowns that actually followed the lines of the human body, rather than imposing geometric shapes upon it. It was as if artists were reminding society what people actually looked like under all that structural engineering. World War I would ultimately bring an end to the excesses of Victorian fashion, but by 1900 the seeds of change had already begun to emerge. Women were entering the workforce in increasing numbers, pursuing higher education, and engaging in social causes that required practical clothing. You can't effectively advocate for social change while wearing a garment that requires two people and a manual to put on. The corset began its long, slow retreat from maximum tightness. The S-curve silhouette of the early 1900s, while still involving serious foundation garments, allowed for a somewhat more natural waist placement. Skirts began to narrow, sleeves returned to more reasonable proportions, and hats stopped requiring their own postal codes. Fashion magazines began featuring articles about healthful dress and rational clothing choices. Doctors, who had warned for decades about the dangers of tight lacing, were finally receiving attention. Social pressure for impossible silhouettes was beginning to give way to the medical establishment's concerns about corset liver and compressed organs. Perhaps most importantly, women themselves were beginning to question why their clothing should be more complex than their educations. The new woman of the 1890s and early 1900s wanted clothing that matched her expanded role in society. Practical enough for work, comfortable enough for an active lifestyle, and sensible enough to allow for the full range of human activities. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Many Victorian fashion elements persisted well into the 20th century, and some never entirely disappeared. But by 1910, the era of truly extreme fashion construction was winding down. Women were beginning to dress like human beings rather than walking demonstrations of their family's economic status and their tolerance for physical discomfort. Looking back at Victorian fashion from our comfortable modern perspective, it's easy to laugh at the absurdity of it all. But there's something admirable about the sheer human adaptability it represented. Victorian women took clothing that seems impossible to live in and somehow built entire lives around it. They developed skills, techniques, and social systems that allowed them to function despite wearing architectural elements. The Victorian fashion era teaches us something important about human nature. We can adapt to almost anything, but that doesn't mean we should have to. Admitting that something widely accepted is actually ridiculous and needs change can often be the most revolutionary act. As you settle in for a comfortable night's sleep in your practical, breathable pyjamas, spare a thought for those Victorian women who managed to build rich, complex lives while wearing clothing that defied both physics and common sense. They may not have been comfortable, but they were certainly never boring, and with that, we conclude one of history's most intricate attempts to overly complicate daily life through fashion. Sweet dreams, and be grateful for elastic waistbands. You are now seeing the birth of an industry that now makes hundreds of billions of dollars every year as you picture these old scenes. But more than that, you're seeing a behaviour that is uniquely human and goes beyond culture, geography, and time. The desire to change how we look, to show who we are through colour and pattern, and to take part in the ancient ritual of enhancement. These urges connect you directly to the cave dwellers who mixed ochre by firelight. When you next open a lipstick or eyeshadow palette, you're doing something that people have been doing since the beginning of time. The tools are better, the colours are more varied, and the techniques are more advanced, but the basic drive is still the same. You're changing yourself for a short time, just like people have done since we first looked at our reflection in still water and thought about how we might look different. As you get more comfortable in your blanket, let your mind drift down the Nile River to ancient Egypt, where the art of cosmetics reached heights that would not be reached for thousands of years. Imagine yourself walking through the busy streets of Thebes on a warm morning in 1350 BCE, when the famous boy king Tutankhamun was in charge. The sun is already rising toward its harsh noon position, but the city is still busy. The first thing you notice about the Egyptians you meet is their eyes. Everyone, from men to women to children to nobles to servants, wears dramatic eye makeup that makes their eyes look bigger, more intense, and almost supernatural in some way. The effect is amazing, as if you're in a room full of people who have borrowed the eyes of gods. This wasn't an accident. The Egyptians thought that the eyes were not only the windows to the soul but or butt lips, also to the divine world. The intricate eye makeup had practical, spiritual and aesthetic uses that were so closely linked that an ancient Egyptian would have thought it was strange to try to separate them. Kohl was the most famous part of Egyptian eye makeup. It was a dark substance that was put around the eyes in dramatic lines that went beyond the natural shape of the eyes. But kohl wasn't just one thing. It was made from a mix of things, each with its own uses and properties. Galena, a lead sulfide mineral that made a deep, shiny black, was the most common. Egyptians ground this mineral into a fine powder and then mixed it with animal fat, vegetable oil, or even honey to make a smooth paste. Making kohl was almost like a religious ceremony. Families would have special grinding palettes that were often made of slate and shaped like fish, birds, or other important symbols. People took good care of the grinding stones and passed them down through the years like valuable heirlooms. The sound of stone scraping against stone to make kohl would have been as common in Egyptian homes as the sound of coffee brewing is in ours. But Egyptians didn't only use black. They made a whole range of eye makeup colours, each with its own meaning and way of getting ready. Malachite, a green copper carbonate mineral, was ground into a fine powder to make bright green eyeshadow. Green wasn't just pretty, it was also a symbol of rebirth and fertility. which made it very popular with women who wanted to have children, or who were grieving the death of a loved one. Putting on Egyptian eye makeup was an art that needed skill, patience, and steady hands. Most wealthy families had special makeup applicators made of wood, ivory, or metal. These tools were often beautifully carved and decorated, making putting on makeup every day feel like a special event. The richest Egyptians might have their own makeup artists, who were skilled servants who could make the complicated designs that showed someone was from the upper class. Imagine a rich Egyptian woman starting her daily makeup routine. She sits on a low stool in front of a polished metal mirror. Around her are a lot of cosmetic containers made of alabaster, wood, and precious metals. Her makeup artist starts by washing her face with a mixture of animal fats and natron, a naturally occurring salt that acted as soap. The cleaning process is gentle but thorough, getting the skin ready for the day's makeup. The eye makeup is the most complicated and important part, so it goes first. The artist uses a thin reed or bronze applicator to draw precise lines of kohl around the woman's eyes. The lines go past the outer corners to make an almond shape that makes her features look even more beautiful. If the lines aren't perfectly straight, it will be clear right away that the work is bad. Next, the eyeshadow. The artist carefully puts green malachite powder on the woman's eyelids with a different applicator, blending it smoothly from the lash line to the brow bone. The green colour catches the light when she blinks, giving her eyes a soft glow that makes them look like they're on fire. But Egyptian makeup wasn't just for the eyes. Both men and women used a lot of other beauty products that anyone who is into beauty today would know about. They put red ochre and fat together to make rouge, which they put on their lips and cheeks. They used henna to colour their hair, nails, and sometimes even their palms and feet. The patterns they made showed their social status and personal taste. People all over the ancient world knew about Egyptian perfumes. They made complicated scents by soaking flowers, herbs, and spices in oils and fats. Some of the most valuable ingredients were rose, jasmine, frankincense, and myrrh. People who were rich would put these expensive oils on their bodies every day, and the smells would stay with them like invisible auras of luxury. The boxes that Egyptian cosmetics came in were often works of art on their own. Rich Egyptians kept their makeup in fancy boxes and jars made of valuable materials and decorated with religious symbols. These containers weren't just useful, they were also a sign of the owner's wealth and taste. Some cosmetic containers that were found in tombs are so beautiful that they are now on display in museums as examples of ancient craftsmanship. Egyptian cosmetics have a lot of religious meaning. Different gods and goddesses were linked to certain colours and patterns. The green eyeshadow was a tribute to Hathor, the goddess of beauty and love. People thought that black coal could protect them from the evil eye and call on Ra, the sun god. Putting on makeup was even seen as a way to worship the gods every day by making oneself beautiful. Modern science has shown that Egyptian cosmetics also had useful effects. Coal contains lead, which is poisonous in large amounts but actually killed bacteria and stopped eye infections. The oils and fats in cosmetics protected skin from the harsh sun and wind in the desert. Many of the ingredients had antimicrobial properties that helped keep both the cosmetics and the skin of the people who used them safe. Back then, it was amazing how beauty became available to everyone in ancient Egypt. Rich people could buy more expensive makeup and hire professionals to put it on, but even servants and workers wore basic eye makeup. People didn't think of this as vanity. They thought it was necessary for health, spiritual protection, and being accepted by others. Some of the makeup techniques used in ancient Egypt weren't found again until modern times. They knew how to make makeup that wouldn't wash off, pigments that would last a long time, and even early versions of what we might call foundation and concealer. Their knowledge of colour theory, preservation, and application techniques formed the basis for cosmetic practices that are still used today. As you think about these old beauty rituals, you're seeing a civilization that knew a lot about how looks and identity are connected. Makeup was more than just decoration for Egyptians. It was a way to change their appearance, protect themselves, and show their devotion all at once. We can see the beginning of cosmetics as both art and business in their painted eyes and coloured lips. These products set standards for beauty that would last for thousands of years. As you travel through the ancient world, let your mind take you from the Nile River to the sun-drenched hills of Greece, around 450 BCE, when Athens was at its best. The Aegean Sea's salty breeze and olive blossoms make the air smell good. In this land that gave us democracy and philosophy, you'll find a very different idea of beauty, one that values natural perfection over dramatic change. On a nice morning, if you walk through the Agora of Athens, you'll notice something about the people around you that stands out. The Greeks look almost plain next to the Egyptians, who painted their bodies in very dramatic ways. but if you look closer, you'll see that this simple look hides a complex and carefully crafted style that still affects standards of beauty today. The Greek ideas of beauty were very philosophical. They believed in the idea of kalos, which meant both physical beauty and moral goodness. A person had to find a balance between their looks and their inner goodness to be truly beautiful. This meant that cosmetics weren't just about looking good. They were also about becoming good, making the outside look perfect to show how valuable you are on the inside. The Greeks liked what they called marble skin, which was pale, smooth, and perfect, like the stone their sculptors used to make their works of art. It took a lot of work and some not-so-good methods to get this look. Rich Greek women would use mixtures of white lead and chalk on their skin to make it lighter. They knew that having pale skin meant you could relax and not have to work, since the sun's rays darkened the skin of workers and slaves. But making marble skin was more complicated than just putting on white makeup. Greek women had long, complicated beauty routines that started long before they touched their faces. They would bathe in milk, honey, and olive oil, which were all good for the skin and made it look slightly glowing. The milk's natural acids gently exfoliated the skin, the honey moisturized it and killed bacteria, and the olive oil formed a protective barrier that made the skin feel soft and smooth. Imagine a rich Athenian woman named Aspasia starting her beauty routine in the morning. She begins by taking a bath that smells like rose petals and scented oils. Her slaves have set the water to the right temperature and added herbs that are known to make skin softer. She takes her time soaking, letting the oils soak into her skin while the warm water opens her pores. After her bath, Aspasia goes to her private room to get her makeup. Greek makeup tools were simple but elegant. They included bronze mirrors that were polished to a mirror-like shine, small spoons for measuring powder, and fine brushes made from animal hair. The cosmetics were kept in beautiful pottery jars that were often painted with scenes from mythology or everyday life. The base of Greek makeup was literally foundation. It was a white base made from a lead carbonate that gave the skin the pale look they wanted. Aspasia's slave uses a damp cloth to carefully apply this to the skin until it looks smooth and porcelain-like. It takes skill to do this right. If you use too much makeup, it looks obvious and fake, and if you use too little, it doesn't work. Greek women didn't just want pale skin. They wanted their skin to look healthy and glowing under the white base. They did this by putting a light red colour on their cheeks with red ochre or crushed mulberries. The goal wasn't the bright colour that would become popular later. Instead, it was a soft flush that made people look healthy and full of life. The eyes were given careful but not too much attention. Greek women learned how to use kohl from their Egyptian neighbours, but they did it in a much more subtle way. Greek eye makeup didn't use the dramatic extensions that were popular in Egypt. Instead, it followed the natural shape of the eyes, darkening the lashes and defining the eyes without making the face look too busy. They might put a little colour on the eyelids, usually a soft grey or brown, but the goal is always to make them look better, not different. Greek lip makeup was very interesting. They liked what they called wine-dark lips, which was inspired by a famous phrase from Homer about the sea. This dark purple-red colour came from mixing red ochre, crushed berries, and sometimes even ground insects that made red dye. The application was very careful. Greek women used small brushes to paint their lips into perfect shapes, usually smaller than their natural lip line, to get the look they wanted of delicate, refined features. But there was a strange contradiction in Greek beauty culture. Women were supposed to look naturally beautiful, but getting this natural look took a lot of work with fake makeup. The pale skin that made them look naturally refined was actually from toxic lead makeup. The rosy glow that showed good health was painted on. The lips were carefully shaped with brushes and pigments to make them look perfect. Interestingly, Greek men were not completely free from using cosmetics. Athletes would oil their bodies before a competition for both practical and aesthetic reasons. Some men used cosmetics that weren't too obvious to cover up scars or blemishes. It was also thought that any man who moved in high-class social circles needed to wear perfume. There were big changes in the way people used cosmetics when they moved from Greece to Rome. As you keep going on your mental journey, picture yourself in Rome around the year 50 CE, when Emperor Claudius was in charge. People from all over the empire come to the city to do business. Egyptian merchants sell exotic pigments, Germanic slaves with pale skin that Roman women like, and Spanish traders sell precious metals for cosmetic containers. In a lot of ways, Roman beauty culture was Greek beauty culture on steroids. The Greeks liked things to be subtle and not too much, while the Romans liked things to be over the top and dramatic. The Greeks wanted to look naturally perfect, but the Romans openly praised fake improvements. The Romans were very open about how fake their cosmetics were, and they weren't afraid to try new things. Roman women took the Greek love of pale skin to the next level. To get skin that was almost see-through, they used even more dangerous mixtures with white lead, mercury and arsenic. The health effects were terrible. Many wealthy Roman women suffered from what we now know as heavy metal poisoning, which caused hair loss, skin damage and neurological problems. But the style was so strong that they kept using these harmful products, even though they knew they were bad for their health. The Roman version was very different from the Greek version, which was much more subtle. Roman women didn't just put bright red on their cheeks, they sometimes put it all over their faces. They made bright red pigments that caught the light and let people know they were there from across the room by using cinnabar, mercury sulfide. The goal wasn't to look healthy, it was to look rich, powerful and stylish. The Romans also had very dramatic eye makeup. They used kohl even more than the Egyptians did, which made their eyes look dark and smoky, as if they were smouldering with intensity. Roman women also started using coloured eyeshadows, in colours that would have shocked their Greek predecessors. They used bright blues made from ground lapis lazuli, vivid greens made from malachite, and even gold leaf for special occasions. The colour of Roman lips was just as bright. They liked bright reds made from crushed insects, red ochre and cinnabar. Some Roman women even used a red dye made from a certain kind of seaweed that made a colour that looked almost fluorescent and glowed in the light of a lamp. The application was very precise and dramatic. The lips were painted into exaggerated shapes that made them look fake. Roman perfumes became famous all over the ancient world. They brought in strange things from all over their empire, like frankincense from Arabia, spices from India, and flowers from Egypt. Roman perfumers came up with complicated ways to mix scents that made perfumes with many layers of scent that changed over the course of the day. Rich Romans might change their perfumes several times a day, using different scents for different activities and social situations. The tools and containers that Romans used for cosmetics became more and more fancy and expensive. Rich Roman women had makeup collections that included dozens of specialised tools made of precious metals and decorated with jewels. Their makeup boxes were often works of art, with detailed carvings, inlaid gems and mechanical parts that would have impressed engineers today. Ornatrices were Roman beauty salons where skilled slaves worked to put on makeup. These experts came up with methods that wouldn't be used again for hundreds of years. They knew how to make cosmetics that wouldn't smudge in the heat, how to mix colours for different skin tones, and how to use makeup to make different facial features look different. As you picture these Roman beauty rituals, you're seeing the beginning of cosmetics as a way to show off your wealth. For Romans, wearing a lot of makeup wasn't just about looking good, it was also about showing off their wealth, status and sophistication. You looked more successful the more fake and expensive you looked. This way of thinking about makeup as a status symbol would change the way people think about beauty for hundreds of years. As you relax and learn about the history of beauty, let your mind travel along the Silk Road, the famous network of trade routes that connected the East and the West. Picture yourself as a merchant's friend in the Tang dynasty, around 700 CE, as you make your way to the beautiful city of Chang'an, which is now Xi'an. You've been travelling through deserts and mountains for months. The first thing that stands out about Chinese beauty culture is how refined and subtle it is. The Romans liked bold drama, and the Egyptians liked spiritual symbols. The Chinese, on the other hand, developed an aesthetic philosophy based on harmony, balance, and making natural beauty even more beautiful. Their ideas about makeup were heavily influenced by traditional Chinese medicine, philosophy, and the idea of qi, which is the life force that flows through all things. Imagine yourself in the morning fog of a Tang dynasty palace garden, where the ladies of the court are starting to get ready for their beauty. The ritual begins before dawn, not with putting on makeup, but with paying close attention to health and inner balance. According to Chinese cosmetic philosophy, true beauty came from within. Healthy organs, balanced energy, and spiritual harmony naturally made people look beautiful on the outside, and cosmetics could only make that beauty better. The Chinese were great chemists who came up with cosmetic ingredients and methods that were hundreds of years ahead of those used in the West. They learned how to make pigments that last a long time from minerals, came up with ways to keep cosmetics fresh for months, and figured out how nutrition affects skin health in ways that wouldn't be scientifically proven until modern times. Fen, a type of Chinese face powder, was made from rice flour, ground pearls, and sometimes lead carbonate, depending on the time and social class. The rice flour gave the skin a soft cover while letting it breathe, and the ground pearls added a subtle shine that made the skin look like porcelain. People thought that putting on fen was an art that took years of practice to get good at. A court lady puts on her makeup every day with the same care as a master calligrapher. She starts by washing her face with rice water, which is a method that modern beauty fans have recently rediscovered for its anti-aging effects. The rice water cleanses the skin and gently exfoliates and moisturizes it. Next is the base. She uses a silk cloth that has been dampened with rose water to apply the rice powder foundation in thin, even layers. She builds up coverage slowly until her skin is as smooth as a pearl. It takes time and careful attention to detail to do the process. The goal isn't to hide her natural beauty, it's to make it perfect so that the art can come to life on it. Chinese eyebrow fashion was very advanced. Eyebrow shapes changed a lot over the years. They went from thin crescents to bold straight lines to delicate curves that followed complicated geometric rules. Women would completely pluck their natural eyebrows and then use special brushes and pigments made from charcoal, plant dyes, or even crushed butterfly wings to draw them back on. The red lips were probably the most famous part of Chinese makeup, but putting them on was much more complicated than just painting them red. Chinese women used a method called Dian Chun, which meant putting red pigment only in the middle of their lips and leaving the edges their natural colour. This made a small, bow-shaped mouth that was thought to be the most feminine and elegant. People used safflower petals, cinnabar, or a red paste made from crushed rose petals and honey to colour their lips. But the most sought-after lip colour came from a very clever source. Women would press special paper that had been treated with red pigment against their lips to transfer the colour. This early type of lipstick paper was easy to carry, lasted a long time, and made the colour just right. They also came up with nail art techniques that wouldn't be seen in Western culture for hundreds of years. They made complicated designs on their nails with henna, ground flowers, and mineral pigments. Colours and patterns showed things like social status, marital status, and even political beliefs. The length and decoration of fingernails turned into a complicated visual language that people who knew how to read it could understand. In Chinese culture, perfume served more purposes than just smelling good. People thought that different scents could heal, change their mood, and even bring them good luck. Chinese perfumers made scents from incense that were worn in special pendants or sachets instead of being put directly on the skin. These portable perfumes let the wearer change their scent during the day based on what they were doing and who they were with. As you continue your mental journey east, you find yourself in Japan during the Heian period, 794 to 1185 CE, where you see one of the most unique and complex beauty cultures in history. During this time, Japanese court life came up with aesthetic practices that were so intricate and advanced that they changed Japanese beauty standards for more than 1,000 years. The makeup of Heian Japan was known for its sharp, dramatic contrasts and precise geometric patterns. The most noticeable thing was the pure white face powder made from rice flour, which made the skin look almost like a mask and made the makeup look even more fake. This wasn't meant to look natural, it was meant to look otherworldly, turning the person wearing it into something that looked like a work of art. Imagine a Heian court lady getting ready for a night at the imperial palace. She starts putting on her makeup in the middle of the afternoon, and she needs help from skilled servants who have been trained for years in the exact methods needed. The first step is to put on oshiroi, which is the white face powder that will be the base for everything else. To make a smooth paste, mix the white powder with water, and then use special brushes to apply it in thin layers. The coverage has to be completely even, and go beyond the natural hairline to make a smooth, white oval that hides the natural shape of the face. The effect is striking and a little strange. The woman's face becomes a blank canvas for art. Next are the eyebrows. In the Heian style, they were completely removed and redrawn as small oval shapes high on the forehead. People used charcoal or ink to paint these fake eyebrows, called hikimayu, in places that had nothing to do with where eyebrows naturally grow. These painted eyebrows had to be placed and shaped according to strict fashion rules that changed slightly over time. By today's standards, the eyes themselves don't get much attention. Heian women didn't use dramatic makeup to draw attention to their eyes. Instead, they often painted thin red lines along the inner corners of their eyes to make a subtle but noticeable accent. The goal was to make a soft, slightly sad face that was thought to be the most beautiful thing about women. But the most unique thing about Heian makeup was ohaguro, which is the practice of blackening the teeth. They did this by mixing iron filings and vinegar, which made the teeth a deep black colour. Far from being considered unattractive, blackened teeth were a mark of beauty, maturity, and high social status. Blackened teeth were a sign of refined femininity, and only married women and court ladies of a certain age would do it. The lips in high-end makeup were painted with red pigment made from safflower petals in the shape of a small bow, but these weren't painted over the natural lip line. Instead, white powder was put on the natural sole lips, butt, and a small red shape was painted in the middle of the mouth. The end result was a tiny, perfect red accent that looked more like a flower petal than a mouth. During this time, Japanese incense culture was very advanced. Court ladies would use special boxes to burn different types of incense to make their clothes smell good. The scents would stay on silk robes for days. Different combinations of incense were linked to different seasons, feelings, and even themes in literature. A woman's scent became a part of who she was and how she expressed herself artistically. The tools that Japanese women used to do their makeup were works of art in their own right. The best animal hairs were used to make brushes, and the handles were made of bamboo and had beautiful designs on them. People made mirrors out of polished bronze, and the backs of many of them had beautiful art scenes on them. The containers for cosmetics were made from expensive materials and were meant to be as pretty as the cosmetics inside. When you move south to India, you come across another unique cosmetic tradition, tsul, but at combined lips. Spiritual meaning with beautiful looks. Indian beauty practices have been around for more than 5,000 years and are closely linked to Ayurvedic medicine, religion, and social customs. Indian cosmetics were known for their bright colours and natural ingredients that could be used for more than one thing. Turmeric, for instance, was used as a golden face powder that made the skin look beautiful and had antiseptic and anti-inflammatory properties. Sandalwood paste made a cool, fragrant base for makeup and kept the skin safe from the harsh Indian sun. Coal was the most famous part of Indian makeup, but Indian coal was different from Egyptian coal. Good Kombines kajal, jute or surma, also known as Indian coal, was made from soot from lamps, ghee, clarified butter, and a mix of medicinal herbs. Families often made the dish at home, using recipes that had been passed down through the years. Interestingly, Greek men were not completely free from using cosmetics. Athletes would oil their bodies before a competition for both practical and aesthetic reasons. Some men used cosmetics that weren't too obvious to cover up scars or blemishes. Henna was a big part of Indian beauty culture. It was used to make beautiful designs on hands and feet for special occasions. Putting on henna was a social event where women got together to help each other make intricate designs while telling stories and getting to know each other better. Henna art was a great way to celebrate certain events and times of year because it only lasts for a short time. Betel leaves made Indian lip colour by making a natural red stain when chewed. This practice had many benefits. It freshened breath, helped with digestion, and made lips the right shade of red. The colour's brightness showed how recently the betel had been chewed, making a natural timeline of beauty that changed throughout the day. As you think about these different Asian beauty traditions, you're seeing cultures that understood something deep about how inner and outer beauty are connected, as well as how personal expression and cultural identity are connected. Each tradition came up with advanced methods and ideas about beauty that affected not only looks, but also health, spirituality, and social relationships. These old Asian beauty rituals were the start of modern beauty traditions that still shape the way people around the world use cosmetics. Their focus on natural ingredients, exact application methods, and the connection between beauty, health, and spirituality gives us timeless advice that is still useful today. As you get more comfortable under your blanket, think about the interesting social divisions that have always been a part of the world of beauty and cosmetics. Makeup has been both a bridge and a wall between social classes throughout history. It has made invisible lines that separate the rich from the poor, the noble from the common, and the sophisticated from the simple. Imagine being an observer who can magically move between social classes and see how the same basic human desire for beauty shows itself in very different ways depending on where you are in the social hierarchy. This story about two worlds, one of luxury and one of everyday needs, tells us as much about people and how society works as it does about cosmetics. Imagine what a normal morning was like in Florence in the 15th century, when the Renaissance was at its height. The daughter of a wealthy merchant family starts her long beauty routine in a beautiful palazzo that looks out over the Arno River. Her room is full of strange and beautiful things, like mirrors framed in silver, cosmetic containers made from carved ivory, and pigments that come from all over the world. She starts her morning routine before dawn, not because she has to get up early for work, but because it takes hours of careful planning to look perfect. She begins with a bath in water that smells like roses, and is heated to the perfect temperature by servants who have been awake since midnight getting ready for this moment. The bath itself is a luxury, a big wooden tub lined with linen and placed so that the morning light comes through the silk curtains. After she bathes, she starts the long process of getting her trendy pale skin. The white makeup she uses has Ceres in it, which is a lead-based cosmetic that costs more than most families make in a month. You need skill and expensive tools to do the application. These tools include brushes made from rare animal hairs, mixing palettes made from precious materials, and a lot of other specialised tools that cost a lot of money to buy. A modern beauty lover would have been amazed by the number of cosmetics she had. She has a lot of different pigments, and each one is kept in its own special container. She got them through trade networks that go all over the world. Her makeup collection is like a museum of the world's wealth, with ultramarine blue from Afghanistan, cinnabar red from Spain, and gold leaf from Africa. But the most expensive part of her beauty routine isn't the makeup, it's the time it takes. She can spend 3 hours every morning getting ready because she doesn't have to work, take care of kids, cook or clean the house. Her beauty routine is a luxury that shows off her social status just as well as any title or crown. Now let's look at a different neighbourhood in the same city, where the wife of a wool worker starts her own morning routine. She gets up before the sun rises, not to look good, but to stay alive. She has to feed the kids, finish her work, and take care of the house with resources that have to last a long time. If you can call it a beauty routine, it happens in the minutes between more important things. She might splash cold water on her face from a shared well, run her fingers through her hair to make it look nice, and maybe put on some homemade rouge made from crushed berries or red clay that she found near the city walls. There is a big difference between the cosmetic materials. The merchant's daughter uses lead powder from another country, while the worker's wife might use chalk dust or flour mixed with animal fat to make her face look whiter. The rich woman puts valuable cinnabar on her lips, while the working woman uses the juice from red berries or the colour that comes from biting her lips over and over again. But this is where the story gets interesting. Both women are doing the same basic thing that all people do. Both are using the resources they have to look better, show who they are, and fit in with the beauty standards of their community. The difference is not in the desire itself, but in the ways to make it happen. The cosmetics that working women use may not be as fancy, but they are often more useful and sometimes healthier than the more expensive ones. Her berry-based blush won't hurt her skin like cosmetics that contain lead. Her face powder made of flour and fat is less refined, but it lets her skin breathe. Her simple preparations are made fresh and used right away, so they don't have the problems that expensive cosmetics do when they are stored for a long time. The social dynamics of cosmetic use have created some really interesting contradictions over the years. In many cultures, only rich people were allowed to wear the most dramatic and fake makeup. Working people were expected to look more natural. But getting that natural look often took just as much skill and work as making fake beauty look good. Think about ancient Rome, where a senator's wife might spend the whole morning putting on layers of white lead makeup, red cinnabar rouge and fancy eye paints. At the same time, she would criticise working women for using simple rouge or darkening their lashes with soot. People thought that the wealthy woman's fake look was elegant and proper, but looks but then a lower-class woman tried to make herself look better. It was often seen as vain or pretentious. This double standard existed in part because makeup was a way for people to show off their social status. The expensive makeup and complicated application methods showed that the person wearing it had the money to buy luxury items and the time to use them right. A woman who showed up at dawn with perfectly applied makeup was saying that she had servants to wake her up, get her makeup ready, and help her with the complicated process of putting it on. Beauty tools also showed how wealthy someone was. Rich women had mirrors made of polished silver or bronze that were often decorated with detailed engravings and put in expensive frames. They made their makeup brushes out of animal hairs from faraway places and gave them handles made of ivory, gold, or rare woods. Their makeup containers were works of art in their own right, meant to show off their wealth and taste. Women who worked used much simpler tools. Their mirrors could be pieces of polished metal, or even a bowl of clear water. They often made their brushes out of things they had on hand, like frayed twigs, scraps of cloth, or even their own fingers. Their makeup containers were useful because they could hold both makeup and food or other things when they weren't needed. Archaeological evidence indicates that, notwithstanding these material disparities, working women frequently exhibited greater innovation in their cosmetic techniques compared to their affluent counterparts. Because they had to try out different materials, which led to discoveries about natural cosmetics that rich people, who could afford expensive imported ingredients, might never have made. In medieval Europe, the cosmetic divide became even bigger when religious leaders linked makeup to moral decay. The church taught that God made people perfectly, and trying to make God's creation better could be a sin. This religious view made things complicated for society because rich women kept using fancy makeup in private, while pretending in public that their beauty was completely natural. This religious restriction had an interesting effect on how cosmetics were made. Women learned how to make makeup that looked natural but made them look much better. They learned how to subtly lighten their skin, make their lips look naturally red, and darken their lashes in ways that looked like natural gifts rather than fake improvements. The growth of trade guilds in medieval cities gave working-class women more chances to get involved in the world of cosmetics. As part of their professional training, women who worked as perfumers, ointment makers, or cosmetic preparers could get better ingredients and learn more advanced methods. These women often acted as links between high-end and low-end beauty practices by finding ways to use expensive methods with cheap materials. Royal courts have always been places where new cosmetics were tested out. With unlimited resources and a lot of competition, people were always trying new things. Court ladies would compete to look the best and most fashionable, which caused makeup techniques and beauty standards to change quickly. The beauty routines that started in royal courts would eventually spread throughout society, but they would often be simpler and more useful. The French court of Versailles during the reign of Louis XIV is a great example of how elite cosmetic culture could get very complicated. Court ladies would spend hours each day putting on layers of white paint, rouge, and fancy decorations. For example, they would cut small patches from silk or velvet and put them on their faces in patterns that showed how they felt, what political party they belonged to, or whether they were available for romance. These court fashions were so fancy and costly that they kept anyone who wasn't very rich from fully participating. One pot of the best white face paint could cost as much as a servant's yearly pay. Because it took so long to do it right, only women with a lot of servants could get the full effect. But even the servants at Versailles made their own beauty products, making simpler versions of the latest fashions using things they could afford or get through their jobs. Kitchen maids used lard and flour to make their faces look like the white paint used by the rich. Laundresses made colourful makeup out of the leftover dyes from washing clothes. Seamstresses made their own beauty patches out of scraps of fabric. During times of social unrest, the difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics became even more clear. For instance, during the French Revolution, the elaborate makeup styles that were popular with the upper class became not only unfashionable, but also dangerous. Women who went out in public with the white face paint and rouge of the old regime could have been seen as enemies of the revolution. This made beauty practices more democratic because former aristocrats had to learn how to make simple, natural-looking makeup. At the same time, working women had more freedom to try out makeup techniques that were only available to the upper classes. The revolution literally changed the way French women looked, setting new standards that valued natural beauty and simplicity. The imperial court in ancient China came up with very complicated beauty practices that took years of training to learn how to do right. Court ladies would try to make their skin look perfect, their eyebrows look perfect, and their lips look beautiful. The imperial palace came up with these methods, which were kept secret by palace servants for generations and never shared with anyone outside the palace. But Chinese beauty culture also had a long history of everyday beauty practices that were open to everyone. Women in the village came up with their own ways to use local materials, like rice water for cleaning, flower petals for colour, and different plant extracts for skin care. These folk practices were often more useful and sometimes worked better than the fancy ones used in court. It wasn't just about money that elite and everyday cosmetics were different. It was also about risk. Wealthy women could try dangerous things like mercury, lead and arsenic, because they could get medical help when these things made them sick. Working women, who couldn't afford such medical care, had to find safer ways to use cosmetics that used natural ingredients and had fewer harmful side effects. This safety gap had long-term effects on the development of cosmetics. Working women who couldn't afford dangerous alternatives were the first to find and improve many of the best and safest cosmetic ingredients. Their useful new ideas eventually changed the way rich women used cosmetics, as they began to see the benefits of safer, more natural ways to look good. The tools and methods used to put on makeup also showed social divisions in interesting ways. Rich women could buy special tools for every part of putting on makeup. For example, they had different brushes for different types of paint, precise tools for making perfect shapes, and complicated storage systems for keeping their makeup collections in order. Women who worked came up with tools and methods that worked best for many different tasks. You could use one brush to put on both lip colour and blush. You could use a small mirror for both personal grooming and work that requires a lot of detail, like needlework. These useful new tools were often better than more specialised elite tools, so people from all walks of life started using them. As you think about these historical differences between elite and everyday beauty practices, you see more than just differences in how people use cosmetics. You see how human creativity adapts to new situations, how necessity leads to new ideas, and how the basic desire for beauty crosses social boundaries even when the ways to get it are very different. As you continue your peaceful journey through the night, let your mind wander to one of the most interesting parts of cosmetic history: the secret meanings, spiritual significance, and hidden messages that makeup has carried throughout human history. Cosmetics have been more than just decoration. They have been a complex language that could say anything from religious devotion to political allegiance, from being married to being protected by magic. Picture yourself as a skilled anthropologist who can read these pictures as you walk through a busy market in ancient Babylon around 600 BCE. The faces around you tell stories that go far beyond just making you look better. People who know what they're looking at can read the meaning of each painted eye, rouged cheek, and carefully applied lip colour like pages from an illuminated manuscript. The woman with the blue-green eyeshadow isn't just following fashion. She's showing her love for Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility. The exact shade of blue, which is made by mixing ground lapis lazuli with the right amount of malachite, shows not only her religion but also her hope for a successful pregnancy. The way she applied the colour, like wings that go a little past the outer corners of her eyes, shows that she recently made a big offering at Ishtar's temple. The old man has kohl-rimmed eyes and a well-groomed beard that has been dyed with henna. He's advertising his job as a scribe and his status as a learned man. The way he does his eye makeup with thin lines that go up to his temples shows that he knows how to read and write in sacred writing systems. He specialises in religious texts rather than business letters, as shown by the reddish tint in his beard, which he got by carefully applying henna mixed with certain scented oils. Even the kids in the market have messages about beauty. The little girl with red ochre spots on her cheeks isn't wearing makeup to look pretty. Those spots show that she comes from a family of metal workers, which is a hereditary profession shown by this specific facial marking. His mother put a line of coal around his eyes to protect him from the evil eye, as part of her daily prayers for his safety. This complicated system of cosmetic communication was used by almost all ancient cultures, but the meanings of the cosmetics were very different from one culture to another. The one thing that stayed the same was that people could use their faces as a canvas to share complicated information about who they are, what they believe, their status, and their plans. In ancient Egypt, cosmetics had a lot to do with religious ideas about the afterlife and the journey of the soul. The unique eye makeup that both men and women wore wasn't just for looks, it was also a way to protect their spirits. The black coal stood for the rich soil of the Nile Delta, which stood for new life and rebirth. The green eyeshadow made from malachite linked the person who wore it to the god Horus, and the promise of being reborn. Imagine an Egyptian priestess getting ready for a religious ceremony at the Temple of Hathor. Her makeup routine is as planned out as the ritual itself. She starts by putting down a base of white chalk mixed with natron. This makes a clean canvas that stands for spiritual cleansing. She then carefully paints the religious symbols that represent her role, such as golden highlights that stand for the sun god Ra, blue accents that connect her to the night sky and the goddess Nut, and red elements that stand for life force and divine power. Every stroke of the brush has meaning. The way she draws her eye makeup in wing-like shapes is like the protective wings of the goddess Isis. The exact geometric shapes she makes on her forehead and cheeks are not just for decoration. They are sacred symbols that show her rank in the temple hierarchy and her specific ritual duties. The perfumes she wears are just as important. The frankincense oil she puts on her wrists connects her to divine communication, because its smoke carries prayers to the gods. The myrrh she puts on her throat is a sign of protection against evil and the preservation of holy speech. The jasmine oil she uses in her hair stands for feminine divine power and the drawing in of good spiritual forces. In ancient India, the language of cosmetics was just as complicated and important. The tilaka, which are coloured marks on the forehead, were a complex way to identify someone. A knowledgeable person could tell their religious sect, where they came from, their social caste, and even their current spiritual state. Picture meeting a merchant from southern India in a market in the north. The red and white vertical lines on his forehead show that he is a follower of Vishnu. and the specific pattern shows that he is from a certain area and is a merchant. The small dot of sandalwood paste on his forehead means that he's going through a period of ritual purification, probably to get ready for an important business deal or religious festival. The women in his family would send even more complicated beauty messages. When a married woman puts red sindoor powder in her hair, it tells everyone she meets that she is married. The colour and width of the application may also show if she is newly married, has kids, or is pregnant. The henna on her hands could tell the story of her wedding, her family history, and her hopes for the future. In ancient China, the use of cosmetics had a lot to do with Taoist philosophy and the idea of balance between opposing forces. The pale white face powder stood for yin, which is the feminine, accepting, and peaceful principle. The red lip and cheek colour stood for yang, which is the masculine, active, and dynamic principle. People thought that achieving perfect cosmetic balance meant bringing these forces into harmony, which would improve not only beauty but also spiritual and physical health. Some of the makeup used in Chinese courts during the Tang dynasty was meant to make political statements. The way someone paints their eyebrows could show which court factions they are loyal to. The placement and colour of decorative elements on the face may indicate support for particular policies or political ideologies. The choice of perfume could even be political, since different scents were linked to different parts of the empire and their cultural values. European medieval cosmetics had their own complicated symbolic meanings, but these were often hidden by religious rules about how to use them. When the church told women not to wear makeup because it was vain, they came up with subtle cosmetic codes that let them share important information while still looking like they were naturally beautiful. A pale complexion, which could be achieved by using white powders carefully and staying out of the sun, showed that someone was of noble birth and had a lot of free time. Slightly rosy cheeks, which could be made by pinching or lightly applying rouge, made people look young and healthy. People who were rich could afford to eat well and keep their teeth clean, which showed good nutrition and careful hygiene. But medieval cosmetics also sent more specific messages. Some perfumes could mean that a person is ready to get married or is already in a relationship. The way the hair is styled, often with oils and subtle colouring, could show where the person is from or who their family is. The cleanliness and care of fingernails even had social meaning, showing whether someone worked with their hands or lived a life of leisure. As court culture created complex systems of visual communication during the Renaissance, the meaning of cosmetics became more complex. The famous white lead makeup that rich women wore didn't just show that they were fashionable, it also showed that they could afford expensive and dangerous cosmetics, that they had the time to spend hours putting it on, and that they were willing to put their health at risk for beauty. The use of beauty patches, which are small pieces of silk or velvet put on the face, turned into a complicated way to talk to each other. A patch on the cheek could mean that the person is political, while a patch on the corner of the mouth could mean that the person is flirting. A patch on the forehead might mean that someone is smart or has learned something, while a patch near the eye might mean that something is mysterious or interesting. Beauty patches in different colours had different meanings. Black patches were common and not very strong, but coloured patches could send a clear message. Red patches could mean anger or passion, blue could mean sadness or deep feelings, and white could mean innocence or mourning. The scents used during this time also had deep symbolic meanings. Different smells were linked to different good qualities, feelings, and social messages. A woman might wear floral scents to show that she's feminine and gentle, spicy scents to show that she is passionate and sophisticated, or herbal scents to show that she knows how to heal and do household chores. In many African cultures, using cosmetics had deep spiritual and social meaning that linked people to their ancestors, their community, and the world around them. Certain patterns of face painting could show what clan someone belongs to, how old they are, whether they are married, and what their spiritual role is in the community. Putting on traditional African makeup was often a group activity that brought people closer together and passed down cultural knowledge. Older women would teach younger women not only how to apply makeup, but also what different colours and patterns meant. There were stories, songs, and traditional wisdom that linked beauty practices to bigger cultural values and beliefs in this education. Different colours of pigments had different spiritual meanings. White clay could stand for spirits of ancestors and a link to the divine. Red ochre might stand for life force, fertility, and a link to the earth. Black charcoal could stand for mystery, power, and protection from bad things. The geometric patterns made with these pigments weren't just random designs. They were meaningful symbols that told stories about who the wearer was, what they had been through, and where they fit into the community. A young woman's coming-of-age ceremony might include putting on certain patterns that showed she was no longer a child. A new mother, on the other hand, might wear different patterns to show that she makeup is now a mother. In ancient Persia, cosmetics were closely linked to Zoroastrian religious beliefs about the fight between light and dark in the universe. People thought that putting on makeup was a way to join the fight against darkness and ugliness by joining the forces of light and beauty. Persian men and women both wore heavy eye makeup that was thought to help them see truth and beauty in the world better. The specific patterns and colours used in this eye makeup could show how spiritually advanced the person is, what role they play in religious ceremonies, and how committed they are to Zoroastrian principles. People in Persian culture thought that the perfumes they used could bring in good spiritual forces and keep out bad ones. People were told to use different scents for different spiritual purposes, like meditation and prayer, protection while travelling, and bringing love and harmony into relationships. As you think about these deep traditions of cosmetic symbolism and meaning, you can see how amazing it is that people can turn the simple act of putting colour on their face into a complex way to communicate, identify themselves, and express their spirituality. These old traditions show us that makeup has always been about more than just how you look. It's also been a way to be a part of the most important parts of human culture and community. As you relax more deeply into your comfortable position, let your mind gently explore how these old beauty practices still affect and shape our modern world in ways that are both obvious and surprising. Makeup's story doesn't end with the fall of empires or the rise of new ones. Instead, it flows like an underground river, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, but always there, bringing the knowledge and new ideas of our ancestors into our lives today. Think about your own morning routine for a moment. When you wash your face with a gentle cleanser, you're taking part in a ritual that goes back to ancient Egyptian priests who used natron and oils to clean themselves before going to see their gods. When you put on foundation to make your skin tone even, you're following a method that Chinese court ladies used to get porcelain-perfect skin by mixing rice powder with precious oils. When you look in the mirror while putting on makeup, you are doing something that people have been doing for hundreds of years. Even though your mirror is made of silvered glass instead of polished bronze or obsidian, and your makeup comes from labs instead of being ground by hand from minerals and plants, the basic experience is still the same. You're changing who you are and getting ready to face the world. You're taking part in the ancient dance between identity and appearance. Even though modern cosmetic science is very advanced, it keeps finding the wisdom that was already there in ancient beauty practices. People first noticed that retinoids could help with aging in oils from fish liver that were high in vitamin A. Egyptian women used sour milk and fruit acids to smooth their skin, so they knew that alpha-hydroxy acids could do the same. Ancient cultures used honey and plant mucilages to keep their skin soft and supple, which is similar to how hyaluronic acid works. Think about how the colours people liked in the past still affect the styles of makeup today. The red lips that were popular in ancient Rome and China are still a classic look that never really goes out of style. The dramatic eye makeup that ancient Egyptians invented comes back into style all the time, from the mod looks of the 1960s to the bold graphic styles of modern makeup artists. The idea that makeup can change a person's appearance has been around for a long time and is still driving new cosmetic products today. Like shamans in the past used face paint to talk to spirits, makeup artists today help people explore different parts of who they are. The traditions of face painting that started as religious rituals have had an impact on everything from Halloween makeup to special effects in movies and TV shows. Ancient colour symbolism is still present in small ways in modern culture. Red has been linked to power and passion since prehistoric times, when it was used in ochre paintings. This still affects how we see red lipstick and clothing. The link between white and purity, which was developed by ancient cultures from Egypt to China, is still important in bridal makeup and formal aesthetics. The social dynamics of ancient cosmetic culture are very similar to those of modern beauty practices. The difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics that existed in ancient civilizations is the same as the difference between high-end and drugstore beauty brands today. The same psychological drives that made ancient court ladies compete with each other by wearing elaborate makeup still drive modern beauty influencers and their fans. Modern cosmetic scientists are figuring out how to use old makeup techniques that took hundreds of years to develop and perfect. Using modern chemistry and manufacturing methods, we are recreating the long-lasting formulas that ancient cultures came up with through trial and error. Water-resistant eye makeup, which was first used by ancient cultures for both practical and spiritual reasons, is now a common part of modern cosmetics. The idea that cosmetics were medicine in ancient times still affects how beauty products are made today. The practice of using makeup to protect and heal skin which goes back to ancient Egypt and traditional Asia, is what drives modern research into cosmeceuticals, which are products that mix cosmetics and medicine. This old wisdom is still true today. Sunscreen and foundation, anti-aging ingredients in concealer, and lip products that heal. Many modern sustainable beauty movements look to the past for ideas, bringing back old ingredients and methods that were lost when cosmetics became industrialized. Brands that focus on natural ingredients, traditional methods of making things, and having as little of an impact on the environment as possible are basically going back to the ideas that guided the development of cosmetics for thousands of years before the modern chemical industry. The ritualistic elements of ancient makeup applications still have psychological benefits that modern users instinctively grasp. The meditative quality of carefully putting on makeup, the feeling of changing and getting ready, and the connection to cultural traditions are all still important parts of the cosmetic experience today, just like they were for ancient practitioners. Old packaging and tools for applying makeup still have an effect on how cosmetics are made today. The beautiful containers that ancient cultures made to hold valuable cosmetics inspire modern packaging that focuses on luxury and craftsmanship. Brushes, sponges, and precise applicators are still used in the same way they were thousands of years ago. This shows that some new ideas are so good that they last through time. The age-old practice of passing down cosmetic recipes from one generation to the next is still going strong today. Even though people today don't grind their own pigments or mix their own formulas, they still share beauty knowledge through social media, beauty communities, and family traditions. This is how knowledge has always been passed down. There are strong echoes of ancient perfume traditions in modern times. Modern perfume makers are still influenced by the layering techniques that ancient Persian and Arab perfumers came up with. Using incense and aromatherapy to improve mood and spiritual practice is a direct link to ancient customs. Even modern perfume ads often use old ideas about how smell affects feelings, memories, and identity. The gender-fluid approach to cosmetics that was common in many ancient cultures is making a comeback in modern beauty culture. The old idea that makeup could make anyone look better, no matter what gender they were, fits with modern movements toward beauty standards that include everyone and non-binary ways to express yourself with cosmetics. The use of makeup for ceremonies and special events has not changed much since ancient times. Many of the makeup traditions for weddings come from old beauty practices for brides. Makeup for theatre and performance is still very much like the face painting that was done in ancient rituals. Even the makeup we wear every day for special occasions follows patterns set by ancient cultures for marking important events and changes. Using makeup to show social and professional roles is an old practice that has changed but is still used today. Professional makeup standards in many fields, from business to entertainment, carry on the old practice of using looks to show competence and status. The power look in today's business world comes directly from the old practice of using makeup to show that you are in charge and capable. Beauty standards from the past still affect modern makeup goals, but in different ways. The desire for perfect skin that people have had for a long time is what drives the development of modern foundations and concealers. The ancient focus on a bright, healthy-looking skin tone inspires today's highlighter and skincare makeup hybrid products. Ancient ways of making lips look better have an effect on everything from lip-plumping, isis-plumping products to cosmetic surgery. People still think of makeup as a way to express their culture, just like they did in ancient times. Traditional cosmetic practices from different cultures still work well with modern ones, making beautiful landscapes that honour both the past and the future. Henna art, traditional face painting, and cultural ceremonial makeup are still important and have an impact on mainstream beauty trends. Old ways of thinking about beauty that were based on seasons and cycles still have an effect on how people use cosmetics today. The old custom of changing your makeup and skincare routines based on the seasons, the moon, and different stages of life is similar to modern trends that emphasize more natural and responsive beauty practices. Seasonal color palettes, which are often based on old ideas about how light and the environment affect how people look, are still very important in modern makeup marketing and choice. The old idea that beauty is something that people do together is still around today. Beauty parties, friends putting on makeup together, and groups getting ready for special events are all ways that the social side of beauty culture has stayed alive for thousands of years. Beauty communities on social media take this old practice into the digital world, making new versions of the old ways of sharing knowledge and helping each other that were common in ancient beauty culture. As you fall asleep, think about how your makeup routine in the morning will connect you to the vast river of human experience. When you put that first colour on your face, you'll be doing something that connects you to cave painters, Egyptian priests, Chinese court ladies, Roman matrons, and many more who knew that the face is the first canvas for art, identity, and change. Even though your makeup may be made in modern factories instead of being ground by hand from sacred minerals, the impulse is still the same: to show the world your best self, to take part in your culture's beauty traditions, and to enjoy the little daily magic of transformation that makeup brings. In this way, you take part in one of the oldest and most enduring art forms every morning. You become part of a story that started in caves long before people lived in them, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the never-ending interesting link between who we are and how we choose to look to plumping at the world. The ancient history of cosmetics isn't really history at all. It's the present, lived out every day in millions of mirrors around the world, as timeless and real as the human face itself. While you relax even more in the evening, let your mind drift to the workshops and labs where ancient cosmetic makers worked their magic. These long-forgotten alchemists worked hundreds of years before modern chemistry. They came up with formulation methods that are so advanced that modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how they got such amazing results. Imagine yourself in the workshop of a cosmetic maker from ancient Egypt, maybe in the busy city of Memphis around 1200 BCE. The room smells like frankincense, and the earthy smell of minerals being ground. Clay pots sit on wooden shelves, each one holding carefully chosen ingredients that took months or even years to prepare. The master cosmetic maker starts her day before dawn, not because she's in a hurry, but because the cool morning air is best for some of the preparations before the desert heat affects the delicate chemical processes she's in charge of. She treats her work with the respect of a priest and the accuracy of a mathematician. She knows that the difference between a cosmetic that makes you look better and one that hurts your skin can be as small as a grain of sand. Watch as she makes kohl using a method that has been passed down through her family for generations. She starts with galena, a lead sulfide mineral that gives kohl its unique deep black colour. But she doesn't just grind the mineral and mix it with oil. Instead, she follows a complicated process that scientists today are just starting to figure out. First, she heats the galena in a special furnace, and she knows how to control the temperature with a level of knowledge about metallurgy that wouldn't be out of place in a modern lab. The heat changes the mineral's crystal structure, which makes it safer to use around the eyes and improves its colour. She adds small amounts of other minerals while heating the metal, like a pinch of antimony here and a trace of silver there. This makes an alloy that is stronger than the sum of its parts. After that, the grinding process takes hours of careful work. She makes a powder from the treated mineral that is so fine it feels like silk between her fingers by using a palette made of carefully chosen stone. The consistency has to be just right. If it's too coarse, the kohl will scratch the delicate skin around the eyes, and if it's too fine, it won't stay on or cover well. The mixing of the final formula is where science and art really come together. She mixes the powdered mineral with a carefully balanced blend of animal fats, plant oils, and fragrant resins. The fats help the pigment stick to the skin and make it easier to apply. The oils keep the mixture from drying out too quickly, and the resins act as natural preservatives and add a light scent. But the right amounts are very important, and they change with the season, the use, and even the moon phase. Summer versions have more oils to keep the kohl from drying out in the heat, and winter versions have more fats to protect it from cold winds. Kohl made for everyday use is different from kohl made for religious ceremonies or special events. The ancient Egyptians knew something that modern cosmetic science has rediscovered. How ingredients are put together is often more important than the ingredients themselves. They came up with ways to make stable emulsions, control particle size, and get consistent colour that are just as good as what modern manufacturing methods can do. They knew a lot more than just kohl. Egyptian makeup artists made lip colours that brought out the natural tones of different skin types instead of hiding them, as well as eyeshadows that wouldn't smudge even when you sweat and rouge that stayed bright for hours in the desert heat. They were able to get these results without using any of today's preservatives, stabilizers, or colourfast atlafast technologies. Ancient Chinese cosmetics were just as advanced, but they were based on different ideas from traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist philosophy. Chinese cosmetic makers thought of their work as a way to heal people. They made products that not only made people look better, but also made them healthier and happier. Think about going to a Chinese cosmetic workshop in the Tang dynasty, around 750 CE. The master craftsman starts his work by meditating and doing purification rituals. He knows that how he feels will affect the quality of what he makes. He thinks that cosmetics made with good intentions and care will pass those qualities on to the people who use them. Modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how to make Chinese face powder. The craftsman starts with rice that has been carefully chosen for its type, how it grows, and when it is harvested. Different kinds of rice make powders with different qualities. Some give better coverage, others make the surface smoother, and still others give the most natural-looking finish. First, the rice is washed in spring water that temple priests have blessed. Then, it is dried in a certain way that keeps the humidity and temperature just right. Stone mills that have been used for generations are used to grind the grains. Their surfaces are smooth from all the batches of powder and are flavoured with the oils and essences of past preparations. But the real sophistication is in the additives that change plain rice flour into makeup powder. The craftsman carefully adds the right amount of ground pearls, which give the powder the shine that made Chinese complexion powder famous all over Asia. To make the pearls into the finest powder possible, they must be prepared using secret methods that keep their light-reflecting properties. Other ingredients are powdered jade, which is thought to have healing properties, ground seashells, which are thought to have minerals in them, and small amounts of precious metals, which give the colour a subtle effect. Each addition is made using complicated formulas that take into account how the ingredients will work together, the user's desired skin tone, and even astrological factors that determine the best times to mix cosmetics. Ancient Indian cosmetic preparation combined Ayurvedic medicine with advanced chemistry to make products that were good for both health and beauty. Indian cosmetic companies were some of the first to realise that healthy skin is the key to true beauty. They made products that improved the look of the skin while also treating underlying skin problems. Modern eye doctors agree that the methods used to make kajal, the unique Indian eye makeup, were very advanced for their time. Indian cosmetic companies knew that things used around the eyes had to be both pretty and good for your health. They had to be able to make your eyes healthier instead of just looking good. To make kajal the old-fashioned way, you first have to choose the right oils and wicks very carefully. People choose castor oil, sesame oil and ghee not only because they burn well but flow well, but also because they are good for you. The wicks are made from cotton that was grown without chemical fertilizers and processed in a way that keeps the fiber's natural properties. The burning happens in special lamps that control the temperature and heavy and airflow to make the cleanest soot possible. The craftsman watches over the flames all night, making sure the wicks are in the right place and that the soot is of good quality. Different stages of the burning process make soot with different properties. Early soot is finer and better for everyday use, while later soot has more dramatic colour and lasts longer. At the same time, she would criticise working women for using simple rouge or darkening their lashes with soot. Cosmetic makers in ancient Persia made complex perfumes that stayed stable for years and could be layered to make new, more complex scents. Their knowledge of how to extract, preserve and mix essential oils had an impact on perfume making all over the Islamic world, and it eventually made its way to Europe through trade and conquest. The Persians made perfume by finding a balance between sweet and bitter, light and heavy, and warming and cooling. Persian perfumers thought that a fragrance that was perfectly balanced could change the wearer's mood, health, and spiritual state, so making perfume was a form of therapeutic art. Ancient Roman cosmetics were made on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. Roman workshops made cosmetics for use all over the empire. They came up with standard recipes and ways of making them that made sure the quality was the same no matter where you were. Roman cosmetic makers were some of the first to realise how important it was to check the quality of their products and make sure that each batch was the same. They came up with ways to test that rouge would keep its colour, that face powder would cover evenly, and that perfumes would smell the same no matter where they were made, whether in Rome or far-off provinces. The Romans had a very advanced way of keeping cosmetics fresh. They knew that cosmetics had to stay stable during long sea trips to faraway markets, even when the temperature and humidity changed, and the physical stresses of travel occurred. They learned how to use natural antimicrobials and airtight packaging to keep their products fresh for months or even years. As you picture these old cosmetic workshops, you can see the beginning of an industry that combined art, science and business in ways that are still used by modern cosmetic companies. These ancient formulators set the stage for figuring out how ingredients work together, how to get the same results every time, and how to make products that make people look better while also keeping them safe and healthy. Their methods, which have been improved over hundreds of years of trial and error and passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen, are a treasure trove of information that modern cosmetic science is still discovering and rediscovering. In a lot of cases, these old formulators got results that modern companies have a hard time getting with modern technology and synthetic ingredients. Their makeup containers were useful because they could hold both makeup and food or other things when they weren't needed. Imagine yourself in the private rooms of a rich Roman woman named Livia, where the first light of dawn comes through silk curtains. As her personal slaves get ready for the day's transformation ritual, the room is already buzzing with quiet activity. This isn't just putting on makeup, it's a carefully planned ceremony that will take several hours and involve a lot of people, each of whom is an expert in a different part of the process of making someone look better. Sophia, a Greek woman who was chosen for her artistic skills, is Livia's main cosmetic slave. She starts by looking at her mistress's skin in the morning light. People in ancient Rome knew that makeup had to be put on in a way that worked with each person's unique features, skin tone, and the needs of the day. Sophia runs her experienced fingers gently over Livia's face, looking for changes in the texture of her skin, new blemishes that need to be covered, or areas that need extra care. The first step in getting ready is to wash, but not with a quick splash of water like people do now. A warm mixture of milk, honey and ground almonds is used to gently clean Livia's face. The milk has mild acids that get rid of dead skin cells. The honey is a natural antiseptic and moisturiser, and the almonds gently rub the skin to make it smoother. Sophia uses her hands to apply this mixture in circles, which she has learned how to do perfectly over the years. The massage part of the cleansing is almost as important as the cleansing itself. The gentle pressure gets blood flowing to the skin, giving it a natural glow that will be the base for the day's makeup. After cleaning, it's time to put on the base, and this is where ancient Roman techniques show how advanced they were. The white lead mixture that will give Livia a trendy pale complexion isn't just painted on her skin, it's built up in thin, almost clear layers that give her skin depth and shine while still looking natural. Sophia starts with the lightest possible application, using a wet sea sponge to apply the mixture in soft, overlapping strokes. She starts in the middle of the face and works her way out, making sure to blend each part before moving on to the next. The process needs perfect timing. Each layer needs to set for a little while before the next one goes on, but not so long that it becomes hard to blend. It takes a lot of skill to do this. Sophia has to decide how opaque each layer is, how the mixture will look on Livia's skin tone, and how the final result will look in different types of light during the day. If you put on too much makeup, it will look like a mask and not real. If you don't use enough, it won't look like the porcelain that Roman fashion calls for. While the base is being built, another slave gets the rouge ready to put colour back into Livia's cheeks, which have become pale. It's not as easy as just opening a container and putting on colour. The rouge needs to be mixed fresh every day to get the best colour and consistency. The slave uses oils and waxes to grind cinnabar on a small palette, adding tiny amounts of other colours to make the exact colour that Livia's skin needs for the day's activities. Putting on rouge requires a different set of skills. Sophia uses a brush made of fine animal hair to apply the colour in exact patterns that make Livia's natural bone structure look better. Ancient Roman makeup artists knew how to use colour and shading to make it look like you had higher cheekbones, a more refined nose, and a more perfect oval face shape. These are techniques that modern makeup artists would recognise. Putting on eye makeup is probably the hardest part of the whole ritual. Roman women liked dramatic eye effects that needed a lot of different products and very careful application. Sophia starts by darkening Livia's lashes with a mix of oils and soot, using a small brush to cover each lash. The method is similar to how people put on mascara today, but it takes a lot more skill because the product doesn't have the synthetic polymers that make modern mascara easier to put on. Next, the eyeshadow is put on in layers to give it depth and dimension. Sophia uses different colours on different parts of the eyelid. For example, she uses a lighter shade near the inner corner to make the eyes look bigger and brighter, a medium shade across the main lid area, and a darker shade in the crease to make the eyes look deeper set. The last step in putting on eye makeup is to put kohl around the eye itself. You need the steadiest hand and the most accurate technique for this because any mistakes will be obvious right away and hard to fix. Sophia uses a thin bronze rod to apply the kohl in smooth, even lines that follow the natural shape of Livia's eyes and go a little past the outer corners to make the dramatic look that Roman fashion likes. Livia stays almost still the whole time, which is something that rich Roman women learned as kids. People thought that being able to sit still for hours while makeup was put on was a sign of refinement and self-control. But this isn't just free time. Livia uses these hours to think, plan her day, and sometimes even dictate letters to scribes while she changes. The last part of putting on makeup is painting the lips with a red pigment made from crushed insects and plant dyes. Sophia uses a small brush to make the perfect shape for her lips. She often paints outside or inside the natural lip line to get the proportions that Roman beauty standards call for. But the ritual doesn't end when the makeup is done. People put the finishing touches on Livia's hair with scented oils while they painted her face. She has carefully arranged her clothes to go with her finished look. She even picks out her jewellery to go with the colours and style of her makeup. Now imagine yourself in ancient Japan, where the ritual for putting on makeup is even more complicated and full of meaning. Before midnight and until dawn, a Heian court lady's private quarters are transformed in one of history's most elaborate beauty rituals. The Japanese way of putting on makeup was based on the idea of layers, not just layers of makeup, but also layers of meaning, symbolism and artistic expression. Each part of the look was carefully chosen to go with the clothes, accessories, perfume, and even the weather and season of the day. The attendants of the court lady start the process by cleaning and conditioning her skin with a series of treatments that take several hours to finish. They gently scrub her skin with rice bran mixed with different flower waters, and then they put camellia oil on her skin to keep it moist and safe. It takes years of practice to master the art of putting on the white face powder that is a big part of Heian makeup. You should be able to see no brush marks or uneven areas when you apply the powder. The coverage must be full and opaque, changing the woman's natural colour into a surface that looks like porcelain and serves as a canvas for the artistic elements that will follow. To paint the fake eyebrows, which are small ovals on the forehead, you need the skill of a master calligrapher. The paint must be applied with smooth, confident strokes that show no hesitation or correction. Each eyebrow must be the same size, shape and position. The tiny red lips painted in the middle of the mouth, the most unique part of Heian makeup, and may be the hardest to do. The shape must be perfectly symmetrical and fit perfectly in the middle of the mouth. The colour has to be even and bright, and it has to be made with precious red pigments that are mixed fresh for each use. Applying makeup in ancient Chinese courts was just as complicated, but it was based on Confucian ideas of harmony and balance. The process started with meditation and purification rituals that got both the person applying and the person receiving ready for the change that was about to happen. Chinese makeup application focused on enhancing natural beauty rather than changing it. The goal was to make the look seem almost natural, but it actually took hours of skilled work to get there. This paradox, making something look natural with artificial means, took a lot of skill and knowledge of how different colours and techniques would work with each person's features. In ancient India, putting on makeup was often a group activity that made people feel closer to each other and made things look better. Women would get together to help each other get ready for festivals, weddings and other special events. They would share tips, stories and knowledge while making elaborate henna and makeup designs. When people used traditional Indian makeup, they put it on their whole body, not just their face. Henna designs on hands and feet could take a long time to finish, and needed the steady hand of a skilled artist. The complicated geometric and floral patterns weren't just for show. They told stories about the person's family, hopes, and important events in their life. Aromatherapy was often a part of ancient Middle Eastern makeup rituals. For example, certain perfumes and incenses were burned while putting on makeup to improve mood and create the desired mental state. People thought that the smells could change not only how the person looked, but also their personality and aura. As you picture these complicated application rituals, you see that people know that real beauty is more than just putting colour on the face. These old ways of doing things knew that the process of change was just as important as the end result. The time spent getting ready, the skill of the artisans who worked on it, and the purpose behind the change all played a role in the final effect. These rituals made places for meditation, socialising, art and personal growth that our fast-paced modern world often misses when it comes to beauty. These old ways of doing things remind us that beauty isn't just about how we look. It's also about taking the time to honour ourselves and our place in the larger human community. Picture one last scene before you go to sleep. You're looking into a mirror that can show you not only your own reflection, but also the voices of everyone who has ever looked into a mirror to get ready for the day. You can see the cave painter looking at their ochre-painted cheeks in a pool of still water on that silvered surface. You can see the Egyptian priestess looking at her coal-lined eyes in shiny bronze. The Chinese court lady is perfecting her porcelain skin. The Roman matron is fixing her rouge, and the Indian bride is admiring her henna-decorated hands. All of these people, who lived thousands of years apart and in very different places, share the same basic human desire: to show the world their best self, to take part in their culture's idea of beauty, and to enjoy the small daily miracle of change that makeup brings. Your own reflection is part of this never-ending parade, which connects you to everyone who has ever mixed pigment with oil, ground minerals into powder, or carefully applied colour to make their natural features look better. You carry on their wisdom, their new ideas, and their belief that beauty is one of the most lasting and important ways that people express themselves. Modern eyeliner is made from ancient Egyptian kohl that you can still find in your bathroom cabinet. Roman rouge is still used in modern blush. Modern foundation is based on Chinese face powder. Today's temporary tattoo art is based on Indian henna. The tools and ingredients may be different, but the basic art stays the same. When you look in the mirror tomorrow morning and start your own beauty routine, you'll be taking part in one of the oldest traditions in human history. You will be adding your own chapter to a story that began in caves long ago and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the magical change that happens when colour meets skin. You are part of this old, beautiful, never-ending story, so sleep well. Think about Egyptian palettes and Chinese brushes, Roman rouge and Indian henna, and all the people who have used makeup tools and all the faces that have been changed by the soft magic of light and pigment. The history of makeup goes back thousands of years, and every time you put it on, choose a colour or change your look, you are continuing that history. You are the newest artist in the longest-running art form in history. Tomorrow, you'll paint your masterpiece again. Have a good night's sleep, lovely dreamer. May your rest be as peaceful as the satisfaction of ancient cosmetic makers who, after hours of careful work, finally set down their brushes and admired their finished work in the soft glow of oil lamps and candles, knowing they had helped someone become the best version of themselves. As you think about these historical differences between elite and everyday beauty practices, you see more than just differences in how people use cosmetics. You see how human creativity adapts to new situations, how necessity leads to new ideas, and how the basic desire for beauty crosses social boundaries, even when the ways to get it are very different. As you continue your peaceful journey through the night, let your mind wander to one of the most interesting parts of cosmetic history: the secret meanings, spiritual significance, and hidden messages that makeup has carried throughout human history. Cosmetics have been more than just decoration. They have been a complex language that could say anything from religious devotion to political allegiance, from being married to being protected by magic. Picture yourself as a skilled anthropologist who can read these pictures as you walk through a busy market in ancient Babylon, around 600 BCE. The faces around you tell stories that go far beyond just making you look better. People who know what they are looking at can read the meaning of each painted eye, rouged cheek, and carefully applied lip colour like pages from an illuminated manuscript. The woman with the blue-green eyeshadow isn't just following fashion, she's showing her love for Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility. The exact shade of blue, which is made by mixing ground lapis lazuli with the right amount of malachite, shows not only her religion, but also her hope for a successful pregnancy. The way she applied the colour, like wings that go a little past the outer corners of her eyes, shows that she recently made a big offering at Ishtar's temple. The old man has kohl-rimmed eyes and a well-groomed beard that has been dyed with henna. He is advertising his job as a scribe and his status as a learned man. The way he does his eye makeup with thin lines that go up to his temples shows that he knows how to read and write in sacred writing systems. He specialises in religious texts rather than business letters, as shown by the reddish tint in his beard, which he got by carefully applying henna mixed with certain scented oils. Even the kids in the market have messages about beauty. The little girl with red ochre spots on her cheeks isn't wearing makeup to look pretty. Those spots show that she comes from a family of metal workers, which is a hereditary profession shown by this specific facial marking. His mother put a line of kohl around his eyes to protect him from the evil eye as part of her daily prayers for his safety. This complicated system of cosmetic communication was used by almost all ancient cultures, but the meanings of the cosmetics were very different from one culture to another. The one thing that stayed the same was that people could use their faces as a canvas to share complicated information about who they are, what they believe, their status, and their plans. In ancient Egypt, cosmetics had a lot to do with religious ideas about the afterlife and the journey of the soul. The unique eye makeup that both men and women wore wasn't just for looks, it was also a way to protect their spirits. The black kohl stood for the rich soil of the Nile Delta, which stood for new life and rebirth. The green eyeshadow made from malachite linked the person who wore it to the god Horus and the promise of being reborn. Imagine an Egyptian priestess getting ready for a religious ceremony at the Temple of Hathor. Her makeup routine is as planned out as the ritual itself. She starts by putting down a base of white chalk mixed with natron. This makes a clean canvas that stands for spiritual cleansing. She then carefully paints the religious symbols that represent her role, such as golden highlights that stand for the sun god Ra, blue accents that connect her to the night sky and the goddess Nut, and red elements that stand for life force and divine power. Every stroke of the brush has meaning. The way she draws her eye makeup in wing-like shapes is like the protective wings of the goddess Isis. The exact geometric shapes she makes on her forehead and cheeks are not just for decoration. They are sacred symbols that show her rank in the temple hierarchy and her specific ritual duties. The perfumes she wears are just as important. The frankincense oil she puts on her wrists connects her to divine communication because its smoke carries prayers to the gods. The myrrh she puts on her throat is a sign of protection against evil and the preservation of holy speech. The jasmine oil she uses in her hair stands for feminine divine power and the drawing in of good spiritual forces. In ancient India, the language of cosmetics was just as complicated and important. The tilaka, which are coloured marks on the forehead, were a complex way to identify someone. A knowledgeable person could tell their religious sect, where they came from, their social caste, and even their current spiritual state. Picture meeting a merchant from southern India in a market in the north. The red and white vertical lines on his forehead show that he is a follower of Vishnu, and the specific pattern shows that he is from a certain area and is a merchant. The small dot of sandalwood paste on his forehead means that he is going through a period of ritual purification, probably to get ready for an important business deal or religious festival. The women in his family would send even more complicated beauty messages. When a married woman puts red sindoor powder in her hair, it tells everyone she meets that she is married. The colour and width of the application may also show if she's newly married, has kids, or is pregnant. The henna on her hands could tell the story of her wedding, her family history, and her hopes for the future. In ancient China, the use of cosmetics had a lot to do with Taoist philosophy, and the idea of balance between opposing forces. The pale white face powder stood for yin, which is the feminine, accepting and peaceful principle. The red lip and cheek colour stood for yang, which is the masculine, active and dynamic principle. People thought that achieving perfect cosmetic balance meant bringing these forces into harmony, which would improve not only beauty but also spiritual and physical health. Some of the makeup used in Chinese courts during the Tang dynasty was meant to make political statements. The way someone paints their eyebrows could show which court factions they are loyal to. The placement and colour of decorative elements on the face may indicate support for particular policies or political ideologies. The choice of perfume could even be political, since different scents were linked to different parts of the empire and their cultural values. European medieval cosmetics had their own complicated symbolic meanings, but these were often hidden by religious rules about how to use them. When the church told women not to wear makeup because it was vain, they came up with subtle cosmetic codes that let them share important information while still looking like they were naturally beautiful. A pale complexion, which could be achieved by using white powders carefully and staying out of the sun, showed that someone was of noble birth and had a lot of free time. Slightly rosy cheeks, which could be made by pinching or lightly applying rouge, made people look young and healthy. People who were rich could afford to eat well and keep their teeth clean, which showed good nutrition and careful hygiene. But medieval cosmetics also sent more specific messages. Some perfumes could mean that a person is ready to get married or is already in a relationship. The way the hair is styled, often with oils and subtle colouring, could show where the person is from or who their family is. The cleanliness and care of fingernails even had social meaning, showing whether someone worked with their hands or lived a life of leisure. As court culture created complex systems of visual communication during the Renaissance, the meaning of cosmetics became more complex. The famous white lead makeup that rich women wore didn't just show that they were fashionable, it also showed that they could afford expensive and dangerous cosmetics, that they had the time to spend hours putting it on, and that they were willing to put their health at risk for beauty. The use of beauty patches, which are small pieces of silk or velvet put on the face, turned into a complicated way to talk to each other. A patch on the cheek could mean that the person is political, while a patch on the corner of the mouth could mean that the person is flirting. A patch on the forehead might mean that someone is smart or has learned something, while a patch near the eye might mean that something is mysterious or interesting. Beauty patches in different colours had different meanings. Black patches were common and not very strong, but coloured patches could send a clear message. Red patches could mean anger or passion, blue could mean sadness or deep feelings, and white could mean innocence or mourning. The scents used during this time also had deep symbolic meanings. Different smells were linked to different good qualities, feelings, and social messages. A woman might wear floral scents to show that she's feminine and gentle, spicy scents to show that she's passionate and sophisticated, or herbal scents to show that she knows how to heal and do household chores. In many African cultures, using cosmetics had deep spiritual and social meaning that linked people to their ancestors, their community, and the world around them. Certain patterns of face painting could show what clan someone belongs to, how old they are, whether they are married, and what their spiritual role is in the community. Putting on traditional African makeup was often a group activity that brought people closer together and passed down cultural knowledge. Older women would teach younger women not only how to apply makeup, but also what different colours and patterns meant. There were stories, songs, and traditional wisdom that link beauty practices to bigger cultural values and beliefs in this education. Different colours of pigments had different spiritual meanings. White clay could stand for spirits of ancestors and a link to the divine. Red ochre might stand for life force, fertility, and a link to the earth. Black charcoal could stand for mystery, power, and protection from bad things. The geometric patterns made with these pigments weren't just random designs. They were meaningful symbols that told stories about who the wearer was, what they had been through, and where they fit into the community. A young woman's coming-of-age ceremony might include putting on certain patterns that showed she was no longer a child. A new mother, on the other hand, might wear different patterns to show that she would make up for tis now a mother. In ancient Persia, cosmetics were closely linked to Zoroastrian religious beliefs about the fight between light and dark in the universe. People thought that putting on makeup was a way to join the fight against darkness and ugliness by joining the forces of light and beauty. Persian men and women both wore heavy eye makeup that was thought to help them see truth and beauty in the world better. The specific patterns and colours used in this eye makeup could show how spiritually advanced the person is, what role they play in religious ceremonies, and how committed they are to Zoroastrian principles. People in Persian culture thought that the perfumes they used could bring in good spiritual forces and keep out bad ones. People were told to use different scents for different spiritual purposes, like meditation and prayer, protection while travelling, and bringing love and harmony into relationships. As you think about these deep traditions of cosmetic symbolism and meaning, you can see how amazing it is that people can turn the simple act of putting colour on their face into a complex way to communicate, identify themselves, and express their spirituality. These old traditions show us that makeup has always been about more than just how you look. It's also been a way to be a part of the most important parts of human culture and community. As you relax more deeply into your comfortable position, let your mind gently explore how these old beauty practices still affect and shape our modern world in ways that are both obvious and surprising. Makeup's story doesn't end with the fall of empires or the rise of new ones. Instead, it flows like an underground river, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, but always there, bringing the knowledge and new ideas of our ancestors into our lives today. Think about your own morning routine for a moment. When you wash your face with a gentle cleanser, you're taking part in a ritual that goes back to ancient Egyptian priests who used natron and oils to clean themselves before going to see their gods. When you put on foundation to make your skin tone even, you're following a method that Chinese court ladies used to get porcelain perfect skin by mixing rice powder with precious oils. When you look in the mirror while putting on makeup, you're doing something that people have been doing for hundreds of years. Even though your mirror is made of silvered glass instead of polished bronze or obsidian, and your makeup comes from labs instead of being ground by hand from minerals and plants, the basic experience is still the same. You are changing who you are and getting ready to face the world. You're taking part in the ancient dance between identity and appearance. Even though modern cosmetic science is very advanced, it keeps finding the wisdom that was already there in ancient beauty practices. People first noticed that retinoids could help with aging in oils from fish liver that were high in vitamin A. Egyptian women used sour milk and fruit acids to smooth their skin, so they knew that alpha-hydroxy acids could do the same. Ancient cultures used honey and plant mucilages to keep their skin soft and supple, which is similar to how hyaluronic acid works. Think about how the colours people liked in the past still affect the styles of makeup today. The red lips that were popular in ancient Rome and China are still a classic look that never really goes out of style. The dramatic eye makeup that ancient Egyptians invented comes back into style all the time, from the mod looks of the 1960s to the bold graphic styles of modern makeup artists. The idea that makeup can change a person's appearance has been around for a long time, and is still driving new cosmetic products today. Like shamans in the past used face paint to talk to spirits, makeup artists today help people explore different parts of who they are. The traditions of face painting that started as religious rituals have had an impact on everything from Halloween makeup to special effects in movies and TV shows. Ancient colour symbolism is still present in small ways in modern culture. Red has been linked to power and passion since prehistoric times, when it was used in ochre paintings. This still affects how we see red lipstick and clothing. The link between white and purity, which was developed by ancient cultures from Egypt to China, is still important in bridal makeup and formal aesthetics. The social dynamics of ancient cosmetic culture are very similar to those of modern beauty practices. The difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics that existed in ancient civilizations is the same as the difference between high-end and drugstore beauty brands today. The same psychological drives that made ancient court ladies compete with each other by wearing elaborate makeup still drive modern beauty influencers and their fans. Modern cosmetic scientists are figuring out how to use old makeup techniques that took hundreds of years to develop and perfect. Using modern chemistry and manufacturing methods, we are recreating the long-lasting formulas that ancient cultures came up with through trial and error. Water-resistant eye makeup, which was first used by ancient cultures for both practical and spiritual reasons, is now a common part of modern cosmetics. The idea that cosmetics were medicine in ancient times still affects how beauty products are made today. The practice of using makeup to protect and heal skin, which goes back to ancient Egypt and traditional Asia, is what drives modern research into cosmeceuticals, which are products that mix cosmetics and medicine. This old wisdom is still true today. Sunscreen and foundation, anti-aging ingredients and concealer, and lip products that heal. Many modern sustainable beauty movements look to the past for ideas, bringing back old ingredients and methods that were lost when cosmetics became industrialized. Brands that focus on natural ingredients, traditional methods of making things, and having as little of an impact on the environment as possible are basically going back to the ideas that guided the development of cosmetics for thousands of years before the modern chemical industry. The ritualistic elements of ancient makeup applications still have psychological benefits that modern users instinctively grasp. The meditative quality of carefully putting on makeup, the feeling of changing and getting ready, and the connection to cultural traditions are all still important parts of the cosmetic experience today, just like they were for ancient practitioners. Old packaging and tools for applying makeup still have an effect on how cosmetics are made today. The beautiful containers that ancient cultures made to hold valuable cosmetics inspire modern packaging that focuses on luxury and craftsmanship. Brushes, sponges, and precise applicators are still used in the same way they were thousands of years ago. This shows that some new ideas are so good that they last through time. The age-old practice of passing down cosmetic recipes from one generation to the next is still going strong today. Even though people today don't grind their own pigments or mix their own formulas, they still share beauty knowledge through social media, beauty communities, and family traditions. This is how knowledge has always been passed down. There are strong echoes of ancient perfume traditions in modern times. Modern perfume makers are still influenced by the layering techniques that ancient Persian and Arab perfumers came up with. Using incense and aromatherapy to improve mood and spiritual practice is a direct link to ancient customs. Even modern perfume ads often use old ideas about how smell affects feelings, memories, and identity. The gender-fluid approach to cosmetics that was common in many ancient cultures is making a comeback in modern beauty culture. The old idea that makeup could make anyone look better, no matter what gender they were, fits with modern movements toward beauty standards that include everyone and non-binary ways to express yourself with cosmetics. The use of makeup for ceremonies and special events has not changed much since ancient times. Many of the makeup traditions for weddings come from old beauty practices for brides. Makeup for theatre and performance is still very much like the face painting that was done in ancient rituals. Even the makeup we wear every day for special occasions follows patterns set by ancient cultures for marking important events and changes. Using makeup to show social and professional roles is an old practice that has changed but is still used today. Professional makeup standards in many fields, from business to entertainment, carry on the old practice of using looks to show competence and status. The power look in today's business world comes directly from the old practice of using makeup to show that you are in charge and capable. Beauty standards from the past still affect modern makeup goals, but in different ways. The desire for perfect skin that people have had for a long time is what drives the development of modern foundations and concealers. The ancient focus on a bright, healthy-looking skin tone inspires today's highlighter and skincare makeup hybrid products. Ancient ways of making lips look better have an effect on everything from lip plumping, Isis plumping products, to cosmetic surgery. People still think of makeup as a way to express their culture, just like they did in ancient times. Traditional cosmetic practices from different cultures still work well with modern ones, making beautiful landscapes that honour both the past and the future. Henna art, traditional face painting, and cultural ceremonial makeup are still important, and have an impact on mainstream beauty trends. Old ways of thinking about beauty that were based on seasons and cycles still have an effect on how people use cosmetics today. The old custom of changing your makeup and skincare routines based on the seasons, the moon, and different stages of life is similar to modern trends that emphasize more natural and responsive beauty practices. Seasonal colour palettes, which are often based on old ideas about how light and the environment affect how people look, are still very important in modern makeup marketing and choice. The old idea that beauty is something that people do together is still around today. Beauty parties, friends putting on makeup together, and groups getting ready for special events are all ways that the social side of beauty culture has stayed alive for thousands of years. Beauty communities on social media take this old practice into the digital world, making new versions of the old ways of sharing knowledge and helping each other that were common in ancient beauty culture. As you fall asleep, think about how your makeup routine in the morning will connect you to the vast river of human experience. When you put that first colour on your face, you'll be doing something that connects you to cave painters, Egyptian priests, Chinese court ladies, Roman matrons, and many more who knew that the face is the first canvas for art, identity, and change. Even though your makeup may be made in modern factories instead of being ground by hand from sacred minerals, the impulse is still the same: to show the world your best self, to take part in your culture's beauty traditions, and to enjoy the little, daily magic of transformation that makeup brings. In this way, you take part in one of the oldest and most enduring art forms every morning. You become part of a story that started in caves long before people lived in them, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the never-ending interesting link between who we are and how we choose to look to plumping at the world. The ancient history of cosmetics isn't really history at all. It's the present, lived out every day in millions of mirrors around the world, as timeless and real as the human face itself. While you relax even more in the evening, let your mind drift to the workshops and labs where ancient cosmetic makers worked their magic. These long-forgotten alchemists worked hundreds of years before modern chemistry. They came up with formulation methods that are so advanced that modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how they got such amazing results. Imagine yourself in the workshop of a cosmetic maker from ancient Egypt, maybe in the busy city of Memphis around 1200 BCE. The room smells like frankincense and the earthy smell of minerals being ground. Clay pots sit on wooden shelves, each one holding carefully chosen ingredients that took months or even years to prepare. The master cosmetic maker starts her day before dawn, not because she's in a hurry, but because the cool morning air is best for some of the preparations before the desert heat affects the delicate chemical processes she's in charge of. She treats her work with the respect of a priest and the accuracy of a mathematician. She knows that the difference between a cosmetic that makes you look better and one that hurts your skin can be as small as a grain of sand. Watch as she makes kohl using a method that has been passed down through her family for generations. She starts with galena, a lead sulfide mineral that gives kohl its unique, deep black colour. But she doesn't just grind the mineral and mix it with oil. Instead, she follows a complicated process that scientists today are just starting to figure out. First, she heats the galena in a special furnace, and she knows how to control the temperature with a level of knowledge about metallurgy that wouldn't be out of place in a modern lab. The heat changes the mineral's crystal structure, which makes it safer to use around the eyes and improves its colour. She adds small amounts of other minerals while heating the metal, like a pinch of antimony here and a trace of silver there. This makes an alloy that is stronger than the sum of its parts. After that, the grinding process takes hours of careful work. She makes a powder from the treated mineral that's so fine it feels like silk between her fingers by using a palette made of carefully chosen stone. The consistency has to be just right. If it's too coarse, the kohl will scratch the delicate skin around the eyes, and if it's too fine, it won't stay on or cover well. The mixing of the final formula is where science and art really come together. She mixes the powdered mineral with a carefully balanced blend of animal fats, plant oils and fragrant resins. The fats help the pigment stick to the skin and make it easier to apply. The oils keep the mixture from drying out too quickly, and the resins act as natural preservatives and add a light scent. But the right amounts are very important, and they change with the season, the use, and even the moon phase. Summer versions have more oils to keep the kohl from drying out in the heat, and winter versions have more fats to protect it from cold winds. Kohl made for everyday use is different from kohl made for religious ceremonies or special events. The ancient Egyptians knew something that modern cosmetic science has rediscovered. How ingredients are put together is often more important than the ingredients themselves. They came up with ways to make stable emulsions, control particle size, and get consistent colour that are just as good as what modern manufacturing methods can do. They knew a lot more than just kohl. Egyptian makeup artists made lip colours that brought out the natural tones of different skin types instead of hiding them, as well as eyeshadows that wouldn't smudge even when you sweat and rouge that stayed bright for hours in the desert heat. They were able to get these results without using any of today's preservatives, stabilizers, or colourfast at colourfast technologies. Ancient Chinese cosmetics were just as advanced, but they were based on different ideas from traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist philosophy. Chinese cosmetic makers thought of their work as a way to heal people. They made products that not only made people look better, but also made them healthier and happier. Think about going to a Chinese cosmetic workshop in the Tang dynasty, around 750 CE. The master craftsman starts his work by meditating and doing purification rituals. He knows that how he feels will affect the quality of what he makes. He thinks that cosmetics made with good intentions and care will pass those qualities on to the people who use them. Modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how to make Chinese face powder. The craftsman starts with rice that has been carefully chosen for its type, how it grows, and when it's harvested. Different kinds of rice make powders with different qualities. Some give better coverage, others make the surface smoother, and still others give the most natural-looking finish. First, the rice is washed in spring water that temple priests have blessed. Then, it is dried in a certain way that keeps the humidity and temperature just right. Stone mills that have been used for generations are used to grind the grains. Their surfaces are smooth from all the batches of powder and are flavoured with the oils and essences of past preparations. But the real sophistication is in the additives that change plain rice flour into makeup powder. The craftsman carefully adds the right amount of ground pearls, which give the powder the shine that made Chinese complexion powder famous all over Asia. To make the pearls into the finest powder possible, they must be prepared using secret methods that keep their light reflecting properties. Other ingredients are powdered jade, which is thought to have healing properties, ground seashells, which are thought to have minerals in them, and small amounts of precious metals, which give the colour a subtle effect. Each addition is made using complicated formulas that take into account how the ingredients will work together, the user's desired skin tone, and even astrological factors that determine the best times to mix cosmetics. Ancient Indian cosmetic preparation combined Ayurvedic medicine with advanced chemistry to make products that were good for both health and beauty. Indian cosmetic companies were some of the first to realise that healthy skin is the key to true beauty. They made products that improved the look of the skin while also treating underlying skin problems. Modern eye doctors agree that the methods used to make kajal, the unique Indian eye makeup, were very advanced for their time. Indian cosmetic companies knew that things used around the eyes had to be both pretty and good for your health. They had to be able to make your eyes healthier instead of just looking good. To make kajal the old-fashioned way, you first have to choose the right oils and wicks very carefully. People choose castor oil, sesame oil, and ghee, not only because they burn well but flow well, but also because they are good for you. The wicks are made from cotton that was grown without chemical fertilizers and processed in a way that keeps the fiber's natural properties. The burning happens in special lamps that control the temperature and heavy air flow to make the cleanest soot possible. The craftsman watches over the flames all night, making sure the wicks are in the right place and that the soot is of good quality. Different stages of the burning process make soot with different properties. Early soot is finer and better for everyday use, while later soot has more dramatic colour and lasts longer. The soot is put on clean plates and then ground up with other medicinal ingredients. Almonds have oils that are good for the sensitive skin around the eyes. Rose petals smell good and have a mild astringent effect. Different herbs have antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory properties that help keep your eyes from getting infections and irritated. Cosmetic makers in ancient Persia made complex perfumes that stayed stable for years and could be layered to make new, more complex scents. Their knowledge of how to extract, preserve and mix essential oils had an impact on perfume making all over the Islamic world, and it eventually made its way to Europe through trade and conquest. The Persians made perfume by finding a balance between sweet and bitter, light and heavy, and warming and cooling. Persian perfumers thought that a fragrance that was perfectly balanced could change the wearer's mood, health, and spiritual state. So making perfume was a form of therapeutic art. Ancient Roman cosmetics were made on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. Roman workshops made cosmetics for use all over the empire. They came up with standard recipes and ways of making them that made sure the quality was the same no matter where you were. Roman cosmetic makers were some of the first to realise how important it was to check the quality of their products and make sure that each batch was the same. They came up with ways to test that rouge would keep its colour, that face powder would cover evenly, and that perfumes would smell the same no matter where they were made, whether in Rome or far-off provinces. The Romans had a very advanced way of keeping cosmetics fresh. They knew that cosmetics had to stay stable during long sea trips to faraway markets, even when the temperature and humidity changed, and the physical stresses of travel occurred. travel occurred. They learned how to use natural antimicrobials and airtight packaging to keep their products fresh for months or even years. As you picture these old cosmetic workshops, you can see the beginning of an industry that combined art, science, and business in ways that are still used by modern cosmetic companies. These ancient formulators set the stage for figuring out how ingredients work together, how to get the same results every time, and how to make products that make people look better, while also keeping them safe and healthy. Their methods, which have been improved over hundreds of years of trial and error and passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen, are a treasure trove of information that modern cosmetic science is still discovering and rediscovering. In a lot of cases, these old formulators got results that modern companies have a hard time getting with modern technology and synthetic ingredients. As you drift deeper into the peaceful embrace of the evening, let your mind take you to the most personal parts of ancient beauty culture. The daily routines of putting on makeup that made ordinary people look like their ideal selves. These weren't rushed routines that had to fit into busy modern lives. They were sacred ceremonies that honoured the link between inner beauty and outer expression. Imagine yourself in the private rooms of a rich Roman woman named Livia, where the first light of dawn comes through silk curtains. As her personal slaves get ready for the day's transformation ritual, the room is already buzzing with quiet activity. This isn't just putting on makeup. It's a carefully planned ceremony that will take several hours and involve a lot of people, each of whom is an expert in a different part of the process of making someone look better. Sophia, the Greek woman who was chosen for her artistic skills, is Livia's main cosmetic slave. She starts by looking at her mistress's skin in the morning light. People in ancient Rome knew that makeup had to be put on in a way that worked with each person's unique features, skin tone, and the needs of the day. Sophia runs her experienced fingers gently over Livia's face, looking for changes in the texture of her skin, new blemishes that need to be covered, or areas that need extra care. The first step in getting ready is to wash, but not with a quick splash of water like people do now. A warm mixture of milk, honey, and ground almonds is used to gently clean Livia's face. The milk has mild acids that get rid of dead skin cells. The honey is a natural antiseptic and moisturiser, and the almonds gently rub the skin to make it smoother. Sophia uses her hands to apply this mixture in circles, which she has learned how to do perfectly over the years. The massage part of the cleansing is almost as important as the cleansing itself. The gentle pressure gets blood flowing to the skin, giving it a natural glow that will be the base for the day's makeup. After cleaning, it's time to put on the base, and this is where ancient Roman techniques show how advanced they were. The white lead mixture that will give Livia a trendy pale complexion isn't just painted on her skin, it's built up in thin, almost clear layers that give her skin depth and shine while still looking natural. Sophia starts with the lightest possible application, using a wet sea sponge to apply the mixture in soft, overlapping strokes. She starts in the middle of the face and works her way out, making sure to blend each part before moving on to the next. The process needs perfect timing. Each layer needs to set for a little while before the next one goes on, but not so long that it becomes hard to blend. It takes a lot of skill to do this. Sophia has to decide how opaque each layer is, how the mixture will look on Livia's skin tone, and how the final result will look in different types of light during the day. If you put on too much makeup, it will look like a mask and not real. If you don't use enough, it won't look like the porcelain that Roman fashion calls for. While the base is being built, another slave gets the rouge ready to put colour back into Livia's cheeks, which have become pale. It's not as easy as just opening a container and putting on colour. The rouge needs to be mixed fresh every day to get the best colour and consistency. The slave uses oils and waxes to grind cinnabar on a small palette, adding tiny amounts of other colours to make the exact colour that Livia's skin needs for the day's activities. Putting on rouge requires a different set of skills. Sophia uses a brush made of fine animal hair to apply the colour in exact patterns that make Livia's natural bone structure look better. Ancient Roman makeup artists knew how to use colour and shading to make it look like you had higher cheekbones, a more refined nose, and a more perfect oval face shape. These are techniques that modern makeup artists would recognise. Putting on eye makeup is probably the hardest part of the whole ritual. Roman women liked dramatic eye effects that needed a lot of different products and very careful application. Sophia starts by darkening Livia's lashes with a mix of oils and soot, using a small brush to cover each lash. The method is similar to how people put on mascara today, but it takes a lot more skill because the product doesn't have the synthetic polymers that make modern mascara easier to put on. Next, the eyeshadow is put on in layers to give it depth and dimension. Sophia uses different colours on different parts of the eyelid. For example, she uses a lighter shade near the inner corner to make the eyes look bigger and brighter, a medium shade across the main lid area, and a darker shade in the crease to make the eyes look deeper set. The last step in putting on eye makeup is to put kohl around the eye itself. You need the steadiest hand and the most accurate technique for this, because any mistakes will be obvious right away and hard to fix. Sophia uses a thin bronze rod to apply the kohl in smooth, even lines that follow the natural shape of Livia's eyes, and go a little past the outer corners to make the dramatic look that Roman fashion likes. Livia stays almost still the whole time, which is something that rich Roman women learned as kids. People thought that being able to sit still for hours while makeup was put on was a sign of refinement and self-control. But this isn't just free time. Livia uses these hours to think, plan her day, and sometimes even dictate letters to scribes while she changes. The last part of putting on makeup is painting the lips with a red pigment made from crushed insects and plant dyes. Sophia uses a small brush to make the perfect shape for her lips. She often paints outside or inside the natural lip line to get the proportions that Roman beauty standards call for. But the ritual doesn't end when the makeup is done. People put the finishing touches on Livia's hair with scented oils while they painted her face. She has carefully arranged her clothes to go with her finished look. She even picks out her jewellery to go with the colours and style of her makeup. Now imagine yourself in ancient Japan, where the ritual for putting on makeup is even more complicated and full of meaning. Before midnight and until dawn, a Heian court lady's private quarters are transformed in one of history's most elaborate beauty rituals. The Japanese way of putting on makeup was based on the idea of layers, not just layers of makeup, but also layers of meaning, symbolism, and artistic expression. Each part of the look was carefully chosen to go with the clothes, accessories, perfume, and even the weather and season of the day. The attendants of the court lady start the process by cleaning and conditioning her skin with a series of treatments that take several hours to finish. They gently scrub her skin with rice bran mixed with different flower waters, and then they put camellia oil on her skin to keep it moist and safe. It takes years of practice to master the art of putting on the whiteface powder that is a big part of Heian makeup. You should be able to see no brush marks or uneven areas when you apply the powder. The coverage must be full and opaque, changing the woman's natural colour into a surface that looks like porcelain and serves as a canvas for the artistic elements that will follow. To paint the fake eyebrows, which are small ovals on the forehead, you need the skill of a master calligrapher. The paint must be applied with smooth, confident strokes that show no hesitation or correction. Each eyebrow must be the same size, shape, and position. The tiny red lips painted in the middle of the mouth are the most unique part of Heian makeup, and maybe the hardest to do. The shape must be perfectly symmetrical, and fit perfectly in the middle of the mouth. The colour has to be even and bright, and it has to be made with precious red pigments that are mixed fresh for each use. Applying makeup in ancient Chinese courts was just as complicated, but it was based on Confucian ideas of harmony and balance. The process started with meditation and purification rituals that got both the person applying and the person receiving ready for the change that was about to happen. Chinese makeup application focused on enhancing natural beauty rather than changing it. The goal was to make the look seem almost natural, but it actually took hours of skilled work to get there. This paradox, making something look natural with artificial means, took a lot of skill and knowledge of how different colours and techniques would work with each person's features. In ancient India, putting on makeup was often a group activity that made people feel closer to each other and made things look better. Women would get together to help each other get ready for festivals, weddings, and other special events. They would share tips, stories, and knowledge while making elaborate henna and makeup designs. When people use traditional Indian makeup, they put it on their whole body, not just their face. Henna designs on hands and feet could take a long time to finish and needed the steady hand of a skilled artist. The complicated geometric and floral patterns weren't just for show. They told stories about the person's family, hopes, and important events in their life. Aromatherapy was often a part of ancient Middle Eastern makeup rituals. For example, certain perfumes and incenses were burned while putting on makeup to improve mood and create the desired mental state. People thought that the smells could change not only how the person looked, but also their personality and aura. As you picture these complicated application rituals, you see that people know that real beauty is more than just putting colour on the face. These old ways of doing things knew that the process of change was just as important as the end result. The time spent getting ready, the skill of the artisans who worked on it, and the purpose behind the change all played a role in the final effect. These rituals made places for meditation, socialising, art and personal growth that our fast-paced modern world often misses when it comes to beauty. These old ways of doing things remind us that beauty isn't just about how we look. It's also about taking the time to honour ourselves and our place in the larger human community. Picture one last scene before you go to sleep. You're looking into a mirror that can show you not only your own reflection, but also the voices of everyone who has ever looked into a mirror to get ready for the day. You can see the cave painter looking at their ochre-painted cheeks in a pool of still water on that silvered surface. You can see the Egyptian priestess looking at her coal-lined eyes in shiny bronze. The Chinese court lady is perfecting her porcelain skin. The Roman matron is fixing her rouge, and the Indian bride is admiring her henna-decorated hands. All of these people, who lived thousands of years apart and in very different places, share the same basic human desire: to show the world their best self, to take part in their culture's idea of beauty, and to enjoy the small daily miracle of change that makeup brings. Your own reflection is part of this never-ending parade, which connects you to everyone who has ever mixed pigment with oil, ground minerals into powder, or carefully applied colour to make their natural features look better. You carry on their wisdom, their new ideas, and their belief that beauty is one of the most lasting and important ways that people express themselves. Modern eyeliner is made from ancient Egyptian coal that you can still find in your bathroom cabinet. Roman rouge is still used in modern blush. Modern foundation is based on Chinese face powder. Today's temporary tattoo art is based on Indian henna. The tools and ingredients may be different, but the basic art stays the same. When you look in the mirror tomorrow morning and start your own beauty routine, you'll be taking part in one of the oldest traditions in human history. You will be adding your own chapter to a story that began in caves long ago, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the magical change that happens when colour meets skin. You are part of this old, beautiful, never-ending story, so sleep well. Think about Egyptian palettes and Chinese brushes, Roman rouge and Indian henna, and all the people who have used makeup tools and all the faces that have been changed by the soft magic of light and pigment. The history of makeup goes back thousands of years, and every time you put it on, choose a colour or change your look, you are continuing that history. You're the newest artist in the longest running art form in history. Tomorrow you'll paint your masterpiece again. Have a good night's sleep, lovely dreamer. May your rest be as peaceful as the satisfaction of ancient cosmetic makers who, after hours of careful work, finally set down their brushes and admired their finished work in the soft glow of oil lamps and candles, knowing they had helped someone become the best version of themselves. Hello, my tired dumplings. Welcome back. In December 1968, 3 humans left Earth's gravitational embrace for the first time in history and pointed themselves at the moon with nothing but faith in some calculations and a spacecraft built by the lowest bidder. You're about to discover why that audacious journey matters more than you might think, especially now that we are planning to do it all over again with Artemis. The forgotten story of Apollo 8 is not just about getting somewhere first, but about the moment when humanity looked back at itself from the darkness and saw something it had never seen before. You need to understand something about 1968 before we talk about rockets and moon orbits. This was not a good year for anyone who hoped the world might hold together. This was the year when the fabric of American society seemed to be tearing apart at the seams, when optimism felt naive and despair felt reasonable. The Vietnam War had turned into a grinding nightmare that played out on television every night. Families sat down to dinner and watched young men die in rice paddies halfway around the world. The Tet Offensive in January had shattered any illusions that the war was being won. Body counts scrolled across the screen like stock market numbers. The draft notices kept arriving in mailboxes across suburban America. College students burned their draft cards and marched in the streets. The war divided families, split communities, and made everyone question what America stood for. Martin Luther King Jr. had been assassinated in April on a motel balcony in Memphis. The man who preached nonviolence had been cut down by a bullet, and cities erupted in flames. Robert Kennedy had been shot in June just after winning the California primary, murdered in a hotel kitchen by another lone gunman with a cheap pistol. 2 leaders who represented hope for change were gone, and what replaced them was anger and confusion, and a sense that maybe peaceful change was impossible after all. Cities were burning. Riots tore through Newark and Detroit and Los Angeles and Washington. Students were occupying buildings and clashing with police. In Paris, they pulled up cobblestones and threw them at riot squads. In Prague, they faced down Soviet tanks with nothing but words and hope. In Mexico City, the government massacred students just days before the Olympics. The whole world seemed to be convulsing with rage and fear. The Soviet Union had just rolled tanks into Czechoslovakia to crush something they called the Prague Spring. For a few months, it had looked like communism might reform itself. might allow a little freedom and democracy. Then the tanks came, and the dream died under their treads. The Cold War was still frozen solid. The threat of nuclear annihilation still hung over everything like a sword suspended by a fraying thread. Every evening, Walter Cronkite delivered the news with the expression of a man watching a train wreck in slow motion. He was the most trusted voice in America, and even he looked tired. The optimism of the early 1960s, the new frontier spirit, the belief that America could do anything, all of it seemed to have drained away. What was left was exhaustion and division and a nagging sense that the country was coming apart. NASA was supposed to be America's redemption story. The agency was supposed to prove that technology and determination could accomplish anything. President Kennedy had promised to land a man on the moon before 1970, and NASA was supposed to deliver on that promise. Space was supposed to be the arena where America won, where ingenuity triumphed over Soviet power, where the future looked bright instead of dark. Instead, NASA was behind schedule and struggling. The Apollo program had already killed 3 astronauts in a launch pad fire the previous year. Gus Grissom, Ed White and Roger Chaffee had burned to death inside their capsule during a routine test because someone had designed a hatch that opened inward and could not be opened quickly. They had died screaming for help while technicians fumbled with the door. The investigation revealed sloppy workmanship, design flaws, and a culture of cutting corners to meet deadlines. The fire had been a wake-up call, but it also showed how dangerous this whole enterprise really was. The Saturn V rocket was barely proven. It had flown twice, both times unmanned, and both times it had worked, but not perfectly. The thing was 30 stories tall and contained enough explosive power to level a small city. It had to work flawlessly to send humans to the moon. One engine failure, one fuel leak, one stuck valve, and the rocket would either explode on the pad or break apart in flight. The engineers were confident, but confidence is not the same as certainty. The lunar module was not ready. This was the spacecraft that would actually land on the moon, and it was still being built. The design kept changing, the weight kept growing, the systems kept failing tests. There was no way it would be ready in time for a moon landing in 1969. The whole schedule was falling apart. Then someone at NASA had an idea so risky it made the engineers go pale. George Low, the manager of the Apollo spacecraft program office, suggested they skip ahead and send a crew to orbit the moon in December. Never mind that nobody had ever left Earth orbit before. Never mind that the navigation would require calculations done with slide rules and paper. Never mind that if anything went wrong, the astronauts would die in the cold vacuum of space with no hope of rescue. It was a beautiful, terrible idea, and after days of intense debate, NASA decided to do it anyway. The reasoning was partly strategic. Intelligence suggested the Soviets were planning their own circumlunar flight, maybe as early as late 1968. If they succeeded, they would score a major propaganda victory in the space race. America needed to get there first, but there was more to it than just beating the Russians. NASA needed to test the command and service module in deep space before attempting a landing. They needed to practice lunar orbit operations. They needed to scout landing sites from close up. Sending Apollo 8 to the moon would accomplish all of these goals at once. The plan would use the Apollo 8 spacecraft, which was supposed to stay safely in Earth orbit for testing. Instead, they would load it with 3 astronauts and fire them at the moon on a trajectory that demanded split-second precision. One wrong calculation, one failed engine burn, and the crew would either miss the moon entirely or slam into its surface at thousands of miles per hour. There was no margin for error and no backup plan. If the main engine failed, they would coast past the moon and into deep space until their oxygen ran out. If the navigation was off by even a fraction of a degree, they would come in too steep and burn up during re-entry, or too shallow and skip off the atmosphere like a stone on water, heading out into space forever. You have probably never heard of Frank Borman, Jim Lovell and Bill Anders unless you are a space history enthusiast. These 3 men were not the flashy test pilots who usually grabbed headlines. They were serious professionals who approached spaceflight like engineers solving a problem. Borman was a serious, no-nonsense Air Force officer who treated every mission like a military operation. He had flown on Gemini 7 with Lovell, spending 2 weeks in a capsule the size of a phone booth to prove humans could survive long-duration spaceflight. He was tough, disciplined, and completely focused on mission success. Lovell was calm and methodical, the kind of person you want next to you in a crisis. He had a gift for navigation, and a steady temperament that never seemed to crack under pressure. He would later fly on Apollo 13 and help save that crew when everything went wrong. For now, he was the navigator, the one who would guide them to the moon and back using star sightings and math. Anders was the rookie, a brilliant engineer who had never flown in space before, but who would take one of the most important photographs in human history. He was younger than the others, less experienced, but incredibly competent. His job was to photograph potential landing sites and operate the cameras. He studied lunar geology and practiced with the Hasselblad until he could change film magazines in the dark. He knew this mission was his one chance to see the moon, and he wanted to make it count. They trained for the mission in about 4 months, which was nowhere near enough time to prepare for something this complex. The normal training cycle for an Apollo mission was over a year. They had a fraction of that. Every day was simulators and classrooms and briefings. They learned the spacecraft systems until they could operate them with their eyes closed. They practiced emergency procedures until the responses became automatic. They studied lunar maps until they could recognize craters by their shapes. They had to learn how to navigate by the stars using a sextant, like sailors from the age of exploration. The Apollo spacecraft had a computer, but it was primitive and could fail. If it did, the crew needed to be able to find their way home using nothing but a telescope, a star chart, and mathematics. Lovell spent hours in the planetarium practicing star sightings, learning to recognize constellations from angles he had never seen them before. From space, the stars do not twinkle. They're hard points of light against absolute black, and the patterns shift as you move away from Earth. They memorized hundreds of switch positions and emergency procedures. The spacecraft had over 600 switches and circuit breakers in the cockpit. Every one of them controlled something critical. Flip the wrong switch at the wrong time, and you could kill yourself and your crewmates. They practiced what to do if the computer failed, if the engine failed, if the communication system failed, if everything failed at once. They ran through abort scenarios where they had to get home using only backup systems. They learned to think fast and stay calm when alarms were going off and things were breaking. The families knew the risks. Borman's wife, Susan, later said she spent months expecting the worst. Every launch could end in a fireball. Every mission could bring back a flag-draped coffin instead of a smiling astronaut. The wives formed a support network, helping each other through the anxiety and the waiting and the forced smiles for the cameras. They were part of the program too, whether they wanted to be or not. The spacecraft they would fly was a marvel of 1960s engineering, which means it was primitive by modern standards but impossibly sophisticated for its time. The command module was a cone-shaped capsule barely large enough for 3 men to sit shoulder to shoulder. It had walls thinner than a soda can to save weight. Every pound mattered when you were trying to escape Earth's gravity. The engineers had shaved weight wherever they could, using titanium instead of steel, aluminum instead of titanium, and in some places materials so exotic they had never been used in aerospace before. The heat shield on the bottom was the only thing that would keep them from burning up during re-entry. It was made of a material called avcoat, a resin mixed with glass fibres and formed into a honeycomb structure. During re-entry it would ablate away, carrying heat with it as it vaporized. The shield had to survive temperatures of 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. One crack, one manufacturing defect, one spot where the bonding was weak, and the heat would burn through into the cabin. The astronauts would die before they knew what was happening. The service module attached to the back held the big engine, the fuel tanks, the oxygen tanks, and all the systems that kept the command module alive. You could not access the service module during flight. It was a sealed cylinder bolted to the back of the capsule, and once you were in space, it stayed sealed. If something broke back there, you just had to hope it was not critical. The service module had the main engine that would slow them into lunar orbit and speed them up for the trip home. That engine had to fire perfectly twice, or the crew was dead. There was no backup. The whole assembly sat on top of a Saturn V rocket that was taller than a football field standing on end. The rocket was a masterpiece of controlled violence. It weighed 6 million pounds fully fueled. Most of that weight was fuel. The first stage alone held 203,000 gallons of kerosene and 318,000 gallons of liquid oxygen. When those propellants mixed in the combustion chambers of 5 F1 engines, they produced a total of 7.5 million pounds of thrust. That was enough to lift the entire mass of the rocket and accelerate it toward orbital velocity in less than 3 minutes. The rocket burned a mixture of kerosene and liquid oxygen in the first stage, then switched to liquid hydrogen for the upper stages. Liquid hydrogen is colder than anything you have ever touched. Stored at minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit, it boils at room temperature. Keeping it liquid requires constant refrigeration and thick insulation. It is also explosive, which makes it terrifying and perfect for rocket fuel. When it burns with liquid oxygen, it produces more energy per pound than almost any other chemical combination. The second and third stages use this fuel to push the spacecraft the rest of the way to escape velocity. When the Saturn V lit up, it produced more thrust than 500 jet fighters going full throttle at once. The noise was beyond description. It was not just loud. It was a physical force that hit you in the chest and vibrated your bones. People watching from 3 miles away reported feeling the sound as a pressure wave. Closer to the pad, the noise would kill you. The acoustic energy alone could rupture lungs and stop hearts. That is why the pad had water systems that dumped thousands of gallons onto the flame trench during ignition, not to put out the fire, but to absorb some of the sound energy and keep the rocket from destroying itself with its own noise. Launch day was December 21st, 1968. The sun rose over Cape Kennedy to find a white tower standing on the pad with vapour streaming off its sides like a nervous racehorse. The liquid oxygen was boiling off into clouds of white mist that drifted across the beach. The rocket creaked and groaned as the metal contracted in the cold. Ice formed on the sides where the super-cold fuel met the humid Florida air. The whole structure was alive with the sound of pumps and valves and cryogenic fluid surging through pipes. Borman, Lovell and Anders rode the elevator up 30 stories to the White Room, where technicians helped them squeeze into the capsule. The suits were bulky and stiff, designed to keep them alive if the cabin lost pressure. Getting into the capsule meant wriggling through a hatch barely wide enough for a suited man to fit. They had to lie on their backs in contoured couches. Then technicians strapped them in with a harness that went over the shoulders and around the waist and between the legs. Once you were strapped in, you could not move. You could only wait. The hatch closed behind them with a heavy thunk that meant there was no turning back now. The sound of the hatch sealing was final. Outside, technicians tested the seal, checked the pressure, and then left. The White Room swung away from the spacecraft on its arm. The astronauts were alone now, lying on their backs on top of 960,000 gallons of explosive fuel. You can imagine lying there in a seat that feels like a hammock, staring at a panel covered in switches and dials and warning lights, knowing that in a few minutes you're either going to ride a controlled explosion into space, or die in a fireball visible from 3 states away. The rocket groaned and creaked as liquid oxygen boiled off into the Florida morning. The fueling process had been going on for hours. Pumps forced the super-cold fluids into the tanks. Pressure built. Valves opened and closed. The whole stack was under tension, straining against itself. The countdown proceeded with the steady inevitability of a drum beat. Engineers monitored hundreds of systems. Any one of them could trigger a hold or a scrub. The weather had to be acceptable. The tracking stations had to be ready. The ships in the recovery fleet had to be in position. Every piece had to be perfect because there were no second chances once the engines lit. At T-minus 9 seconds, the automatic sequence started. The first engine ignited, then the second, then the third, fourth, fifth. All 5 F1 engines roared to life in a staggered sequence that took less than a second. The flame trench under the pad filled with fire. The hold-down arms kept the rocket pinned to the pad while the engines built up to full thrust. Sensors checked that all 5 were firing correctly. If even one engine showed a problem, the computers would shut everything down and drain the fuel. All 5 engines showed green. The hold-down arms released. 3,000 tons of rocket and spacecraft began to rise, slowly at first, then faster. The acceleration was gentle compared to what was coming. Inside the capsule, Borman called out the roll program, the maneuver that turned the rocket toward its proper heading. The guidance system was in control now. The astronauts were passengers. At 0, the engines ignited. 5 massive rocket engines lit up with a roar that shook the ground for miles. The hold-down clamps released, and the Saturn V began to rise. Inside the capsule, Borman reported that the ride was smoother than expected. which was good because the alternative was being shaken to death. The rocket accelerated upward, punching through the atmosphere with the subtlety of a freight train. The noise inside was tremendous despite the layers of insulation. The structure vibrated. Every bolt, every rivet, every weld was stressed to its design limit. The aerodynamic forces increased as the rocket picked up speed. At maximum dynamic pressure, about 80 seconds into the flight, the forces on the vehicle peaked. This was max Q, the moment when the rocket was most likely to break apart from the stress of ploughing through the thick lower atmosphere at supersonic speed. The engines throttled back slightly to reduce the strain. Then, once through max Q, they throttled back up to full power. 2.5 minutes after launch, the first stage burned out and fell away. The separation was explosive, literally. Small charges fired to push the spent stage away from the still burning second stage. The 5 J2 engines of the second stage had already lit, their thrust building while the first stage engines were still firing. The transition was seamless. 1 second you were on 5 engines, the next second you were on 5 different engines, smaller but more efficient, burning hydrogen instead of kerosene. The second stage continued the push toward orbit. The G-forces pressed the astronauts back into their seats. It was not painful, just insistent, like having someone sit on your chest. Breathing took effort. Moving your arms took effort. Everything was heavier. The rocket kept accelerating, kept climbing, kept burning through thousands of pounds of fuel every second. At 8 minutes, the second stage shut down and separated. The third stage fired just long enough to put them into a parking orbit around Earth. They had made it to space, which was the easy part. The hard part was still to come. They spent the next 2 orbits checking systems, running through checklists, making sure everything was working correctly. Mission Control analysed telemetry and confirmed the spacecraft was healthy. The go/no-go decision came from Houston. They were go for translunar injection. Now came the hard part. They needed to restart that third stage engine to break free from Earth orbit and head for the Moon. This was called the translunar injection burn, and it had never been done with humans aboard. The engine would have to fire for exactly the right amount of time to put them on a precise trajectory. Too little thrust, and they would fall back to Earth. Too much, and they would miss the Moon and drift into deep space forever. The engine had been sitting in the vacuum of space for over 2 hours. The fuel had to be resettled in the tanks using small thrusters because there was no gravity to hold it in place. The pressures had to be correct, the temperatures had to be in range. Everything had to work perfectly on the first try because there would not be a second chance. The burn happened over the Pacific Ocean, out of contact with Mission Control. The crew was on their own. They pressed the button. The engine lit. For 6 minutes they accelerated, pushing their velocity from 17,500 miles per hour to 24,500 miles per hour. That extra 7,000 miles per hour was enough to escape Earth's gravity well. When the burn ended, they were on a trajectory that would take them to the Moon whether they wanted to go or not. For 6 anxious minutes, Houston waited to hear if the astronauts were still alive and on course. The tracking station at Carnarvon, Australia, picked up the signal first. When Lovell's voice came through, calm and professional, reporting that the burn was good and they were on their way, the tension in Mission Control broke like a fever. People exhaled, some cheered quietly, others just smiled. The impossible was happening. The Earth began to shrink behind them. At first it was a huge blue marble filling the window, then it was the size of a basketball, then a baseball, then a golf ball. The spacecraft rotated slowly to spread the sun's heat evenly across its surface in a maneuver called passive thermal control, which the astronauts called the barbecue roll because it made them feel like a rotisserie chicken. The cabin was cold and cramped and smelled like a mixture of metal and human bodies and the faint ozone scent of electronics. There was no room to stand up or stretch out. You could float a little in zero gravity, but mostly you just tried to stay out of each other's way. Sleep was nearly impossible. The cabin was loud with fans and pumps and the endless clicking of relays. Every sound made you wonder if something was breaking. They spent Christmas Eve crossing the empty void between Earth and Moon, watching their home planet dwindle to a tiny blue dot in the vast darkness, knowing that if anything went wrong out here, nobody could help them. Mission Control could offer advice, but rescue was impossible. They were alone in a way that no human beings had ever been alone before. The flight to the Moon took 3 days, which sounds romantic until you realise what 3 days in a space capsule actually means. You are living in a volume about the size of a large closet with 2 other people who have not showered. Every smell lingers, every sound echoes. Privacy does not exist. The toilet is a plastic bag with a sticky rim that you try not to think about too much. The navigation system was a computer that had less processing power than a modern digital watch. It could do basic calculations and help the astronauts figure out where they were, but it could not do the complex orbital mechanics needed for the mission. Those calculations had been done by human computers back on Earth, mostly women with mathematics degrees who worked in rooms full of adding machines and slide rules. The trajectory had been plotted and double-checked and triple-checked, but it all depended on firing the engine at exactly the right moment for exactly the right duration. You need to picture what it means to aim for the Moon. The Moon is moving, the Earth is moving, the spacecraft is moving. Everything is moving through 3-dimensional space at thousands of miles per hour. You cannot just point at where the Moon is now and fire. You have to point at where the Moon will be in 3 days, accounting for gravity from Earth and the Moon and even the Sun. One small error in velocity, one tiny mistake in angle, and you miss by thousands of miles. The astronauts checked their position by taking sightings on stars through a small telescope built into the spacecraft. They would find a particular star, line it up with a landmark on Earth or the Moon, and punch the data into the computer. The computer would compare the sighting to its internal star catalogue and calculate their position. It was the same basic principle used by sailing ships crossing oceans, except these sailors were crossing a much bigger ocean at 30 times the speed of sound. Borman spent most of the flight feeling sick. Space sickness is not like car sickness or seasickness. It is your inner ear going haywire because there is no up or down anymore. Your stomach does not know which way is which. The fluid in your sinuses shifts around and makes you feel like you have the worst head cold of your life. Borman threw up several times, which is a messy business in zero gravity. The crew did not report this to Mission Control because they worried NASA might abort the mission and bring them home. They just cleaned up as best they could and kept going. The spacecraft had a guidance and navigation system that was cutting edge for 1968, but terrifyingly primitive by modern standards. The computer had 64 kilobytes of memory, which is less than the average email uses today. It ran on a clock speed of 0.043 MHz, which means a smartphone is literally millions of times faster. The entire Apollo guidance computer could not run a modern video game. It could barely run a digital clock, yet this was the machine that would guide them around the Moon and back. The software was written by a team led by a woman named Margaret Hamilton, who coined the term software engineering, because people kept treating programming like it was not real engineering. She insisted on rigorous testing and backup systems because she knew that bugs in the code could kill the astronauts. Every line of code was reviewed and tested and reviewed again. The programs were literally woven into rope memory by hand, threading wires through magnetic cores in patterns that represented ones and zeros. If you made a mistake, you had to unweave the whole thing and start over. As they approached the Moon, the radio signals took longer and longer to travel back to Earth. Light moves fast, but space is vast. By the time they were near the Moon, there was a 3-second delay between transmission and reception. That might not sound like much, but in an emergency, 3 seconds is an eternity. If something went wrong, the astronauts would have to handle it themselves for at least 3 seconds, before Mission Control even knew there was a problem. The Moon grew larger in the windows. At first it was just a bright disk, no different from what you see in the night sky. Then it became a world. Craters appeared. Mountains cast long shadows across plains of dust. The colours were subtle, shades of grey and brown and charcoal, but the details were sharp. There was no atmosphere to blur the view. Every rock, every boulder, every ancient impact scar stood out with crystalline clarity. On December 24th, the spacecraft swung around the far side of the moon and lost contact with Earth. The moon itself blocked all radio signals. For the next 45 minutes, Borman, Lovell and Anders would be completely alone, cut off from every other human being, farther from help than any people in history. If the engine did not fire correctly during the next burn, they would never make it home. The lunar orbit insertion burn was the most dangerous moment of the entire mission. The engine had to fire for exactly 4 minutes and 7 seconds to slow the spacecraft down enough to be captured by the moon's gravity. Too short, and they would slingshot back toward Earth on a trajectory that might miss the planet entirely. Too long, and they would crash into the lunar surface. The engine had to work perfectly. There was no backup. If it failed, they would loop around the moon and head back to Earth, which sounds fine until you realise the return trajectory would be wrong, and they would probably burn up during re-entry. Anders later described the moment when the engine was supposed to light as the longest 10 seconds of his life. They pressed the button. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the whole spacecraft shuddered as the engine roared to life, pressing them back into their seats with a force that felt almost comforting after days of weightlessness. The burn had to be precise. They watched the clock count down. 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. The engine kept firing. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, shut down. The silence that followed was profound. They had no way to know if the burn had worked until they came back around the front of the moon and re-established contact with Earth. For all they knew, they were on a collision course with the surface or drifting off into deep space. The next 45 minutes would determine whether they lived or died. The spacecraft swung around the moon's far side, crossing terrain that no human eyes had ever seen. The far side is not dark, despite what people call it. The sun shines there just as it shines on the near side. It is just hidden from Earth by the bulk of the moon itself. What they saw was a landscape of ancient violence, crater upon crater upon crater, impacts layered over impacts going back billions of years. No wind had ever disturbed this dust. No water had ever flowed here. It was geology frozen in time, a museum of cosmic collisions. Then they came around the front and their radio crackled back to life. Mission Control called out to them. Lovell responded with the most beautiful words anyone at NASA had ever heard. They were in lunar orbit. The burn had worked. They were alive. Being in orbit around the moon is not like orbiting Earth. Earth orbit feels safe because you can look down and see cities and continents and clouds, all the familiar markers of home. You can see the curve of the horizon glowing blue with scattered sunlight. You can watch weather systems swirl across oceans. You can pick out coastlines and rivers and mountain ranges. Earth from orbit is beautiful and alive and reassuring. The moon has none of that. The moon is dead. It has been dead for billions of years. When you orbit the moon, you are circling a graveyard. The landscape below is frozen in time, a record of violence going back to when the solar system was young and chaotic. Nothing moves down there. Nothing changes except the slow march of shadows as the sun tracks across the sky. The stillness is profound and deeply unsettling. The spacecraft completed one orbit every 2 hours. That meant Borman, Lovell and Anders got to see the entire moon from just 60 miles up, closer than any humans had ever been. They floated in front of the windows and stared down at a world that looked like it had been bombed by asteroids for 4 billion years. Every feature had a story written in impacts and lava flows and slow erosion from temperature extremes that would crack steel. The moon was a textbook of planetary geology, every page written in rock and dust. The craters were everywhere, small ones inside bigger ones, overlapping in patterns that showed which impacts came first. The physics was simple. Something travelling at cosmic velocity hits something else. The kinetic energy converts to heat and shock in an instant. The surface explodes outward, throwing material up and out in a symmetrical pattern. What settles back down forms a circular crater with a raised rim, and sometimes a central peak where the crust rebounded from the impact. Some craters were so fresh that you could see the rays of debris splashed out from the impact, bright streaks of pulverized rock extending for hundreds of miles across the dark plains. The rays were brighter because the impact had excavated fresh material from below the surface, material that had not been darkened by billions of years of exposure to the solar wind and micrometeorite bombardment. These young craters stood out like scars on old skin. Other craters were so old they had been worn smooth by eons of thermal cycling and micrometeorite impacts. The sharp rims had degraded, the floors had filled in with debris from later impacts. Some were barely visible, ghost craters that you could only see when the lighting angle was just right, and shadows revealed faint circular depressions in the surface. The oldest parts of the moon dated back 4.5 billion years, to when the solar system was still settling down after its violent birth. You have to imagine what it feels like to look down at a landscape completely untouched by life. No trees, no grass, no bacteria, no fossils. Nothing has ever grown here. Nothing has ever crawled across this dust. The rocks have never been worn smooth by flowing water. The mountains have never been shaped by wind and rain and ice. Everything you see is the result of impacts and volcanic eruptions, and the slow grinding forces of gravity and wind rustling leaves, water dripping, your own heartbeat. The moon has none of that. If you stood on the surface, you would hear nothing but your own breathing inside your helmet and the quiet hum of your life support system. No sound travels through vacuum. The silence would be so complete it would feel like pressure on your eardrums. It is beautiful and terrible at the same time. Beautiful because the landscape has a stark elegance, a purity of form that comes from being shaped by simple physical laws without interference. Terrible because it is so fundamentally hostile to everything living. One moment of exposure to vacuum would kill you. One puncture in your suit would be fatal. The environment does not care whether you live or die. It is indifferent in a way that Earth's environment never is. The mountains on the moon are different from Earth mountains. They were not pushed up by plate tectonics or shaped by erosion. They were formed by massive impacts that threw rock into the air and let it splash down in frozen waves. The mountain ranges around the Maria, the dark plains, are the rims of ancient impact basins. When something the size of a small planet hit the moon, it excavated a hole hundreds of miles across. The rim of that hole became a mountain range. Some of the peaks rise 20,000 feet above the plains, higher than anything in the Rockies. But they look wrong because they have no foothills, no gradual slopes leading up to the summits. They just jut up out of the flat surface like broken teeth. The angles are too steep, the transitions are too abrupt. These mountains were not built slowly over millions of years. They were created in seconds during catastrophic impacts. The Maria, the dark plains that make up the man in the moon when you look up from Earth, turned out to be ancient lava flows. Billions of years ago, massive asteroids punched through the moon's crust and let molten rock flood up from below. The impacts were so violent they fractured the crust down to the mantle. Magma welled up and spread across the impact basins, filling them with basalt that cooled into smooth plains. The lava flows are old now, 3 to 4 billion years old, but they look relatively smooth compared to the highlands. They have fewer craters because they formed after the main bombardment period when the solar system was still full of debris. The rock is dark because it is rich in iron and titanium. These are the seas of the moon, given poetic names like Mare Tranquillitatis and Mare Imbrium and Oceanus Procellarum. The Sea of Tranquility, the Sea of Rains, the Ocean of Storms. Beautiful names for plains of cold stone. Lovell took navigation sightings and updated the computer. The sextant was built into the spacecraft's optical system. He would find a known star, align it with a landmark on the moon's surface, and measure the angle between them. The computer would compare this to its internal star catalogue and calculate their position. This was celestial navigation, the same technique used by sailors for centuries, adapted for the space age. If the computer failed, they could navigate home using nothing but a slide rule and a star chart. It would be slower and less accurate, but it would work. Anders took photographs with a Hasselblad camera loaded with film, shooting frame after frame of the surface to help NASA scout landing sites for future missions. Borman kept track of their systems and communicated with Mission Control. All three of them tried to comprehend what they were seeing. This was the moon. They were actually here. After all the years of dreaming and planning and building, humans had finally left Earth and travelled to another world. The temperature extremes were staggering. On the sunlit side of the moon, the surface temperature reached 250 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to boil water. In the shadows, it dropped to minus 250 degrees, cold enough to freeze carbon dioxide solid. There was no atmosphere to moderate these extremes. The transition from light to dark was a sharp line where physics changed in an instant. The spacecraft had to rotate constantly to keep from cooking on one side and freezing on the other. Every orbit took them over the far side again, into radio silence, cut off from Earth. This happened 10 times during their 20 hours in lunar orbit. 10 times they disappeared behind the moon and went dark. 10 times mission control waited nervously for them to come back around. 10 times they did. The far side was even more cratered than the near side, more battered and scarred. Scientists still do not fully understand why. Something about the moon's structure, its history, the way it has been locked in tidal resonance with Earth for billions of years, has made one face more vulnerable than the other. Anders later said that the overwhelming impression was of hostility. The moon looked like a place that wanted to kill you. There was no air to breathe, no water to drink, no shelter from radiation or temperature extremes or micrometeorites. Landing here would require technology and planning and luck. One punctured suit, one failed seal, one cracked helmet, and you were dead in seconds. The moon was beautiful, but it was not welcoming. They had brought a meal for Christmas Eve, special packages of turkey and gravy that were supposed to make them feel festive. Instead, they ate quickly and went back to the windows. This was not a time for celebration. This was a time for wonder, and maybe a little fear. They were guests in a place that had never invited visitors, orbiting a world that had watched Earth from the darkness since before humans existed. Mission Control had planned a television broadcast for Christmas Eve. The idea was to show the people back home what the moon looked like and maybe say something meaningful about the achievement. NASA wanted good press. They wanted the American public to see what their tax dollars had bought. They wanted a moment that would be remembered. What they got was something more profound than they expected. The camera came on. The signal travelled across 240,000 miles of empty space to receivers on Earth. Millions of people tuned in to watch 3 grainy figures floating in a spacecraft, pointing a camera out the window at a landscape that looked alien and ancient. Borman spoke first, describing what they were seeing. Then Lovell took over, talking about the craters and the shadows and the sense of being somewhere no human had ever been. Then Anders began to read. He had brought a small book with him, a Bible. He opened it to the first page of Genesis and began to read. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. It was a strange choice, reading ancient religious text while orbiting the moon, but it somehow felt right. These were words about creation, about beginnings, about the origins of everything. They were words that connected this moment to thousands of years of human wonder about the sky and what might be out there. Lovell took the next verses. Borman finished. The reading ended with, "Good night, good luck, and God bless all of you on the good earth." The camera turned off. The transmission ended. Back on Earth, people sat in stunned silence. Some were moved to tears. Some felt a connection to something larger than themselves. Some just felt grateful that humans could accomplish something beautiful in a year that had been so ugly. What nobody knew yet was that during that broadcast, as Anders panned the camera across the lunar surface, he had turned it slightly upward and caught something in the frame that would change everything. On the 4th orbit, as the spacecraft came around from behind the moon, Anders happened to look out the window at just the right moment. The Earth was rising above the lunar horizon. He saw it and grabbed the camera. You need to understand what this looked like. The moon in the foreground was grey and dead and cratered, a monochrome wasteland that went on forever. Above it, rising like a jewel, was Earth. Brilliant blue oceans, white swirls of clouds, brown continents barely visible through the atmosphere. Everything that had ever lived, everything that had ever mattered to any human being, was on that small blue sphere hanging in the void. Anders yelled for colour film. Lovell scrambled to find it. The black and white film would not do this justice, they needed colour. Anders loaded the magazine and started shooting. He bracketed the exposure, taking multiple shots at different settings to make sure at least one would turn out right. The camera clicked and whirred. The Earth rose higher. The moment lasted maybe 30 seconds before the spacecraft's rotation carried the window past the view. The photograph would be called Earthrise. It became one of the most important images in human history. It showed Earth as a fragile oasis in the cosmic dark, a tiny blue bubble of life surrounded by endless nothing. The moon was just dead rock in the foreground, a reminder of what planets look like when they have no atmosphere, no water, no protection from space. Earth looked impossibly precious by comparison. The environmental movement traces part of its origins to this photograph. Seeing Earth from space made people realise how small and vulnerable our planet really is. All the wars and politics and hatred seemed ridiculous when you could see the whole world in one frame. No borders visible, no countries marked out, just one interconnected system of air and water and life. The photograph appeared on the cover of magazines and newspapers around the world. It was called a gift to the world on Christmas Eve. But at the time, in the moment, Anders and Lovell and Borman did not know they had captured something historic. They just knew it was beautiful. They floated there in lunar orbit and looked at their home from 240,000 miles away and felt something shift inside them. This was what they had come for. Not just to orbit the moon, but to see Earth from a place where Earth was not the centre of everything. To get perspective. The rest of the orbits blurred together. More photographs, more navigation checks, more systems monitoring. The spacecraft held together. The computer kept working, the engine remained ready for the burn that would take them home. They tried to sleep in shifts, but sleep was difficult. Every sound made them wonder if something was breaking. Every alarm, even the false ones, made their hearts race. They were alone out here. If something went wrong, they would die out here. Mission Control kept talking to them, reassuring voices from Houston reminding them that people were watching the numbers, checking the telemetry, making sure everything was working correctly. The flight controllers were exhausted. They had been on duty for days with minimal sleep, chain-smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee, staring at screens full of data, looking for problems before the problems became fatal. These were the people who would bring the astronauts home if anyone could. After 20 hours in lunar orbit, it was time to leave. The trans-Earth injection burn would fire the engine again, this time to speed them up and break free from the moon's gravity. Like the insertion burn, this one had to be perfect. Too short and they would stay in orbit until their oxygen ran out. Too long and they would come in too fast and burn up during re-entry. The margin for error was measured in seconds. The burn happened behind the moon, out of contact with Earth. Again, Mission Control waited. Again, the astronauts watched the clock and hoped the engine would fire, and keep firing and stop firing at exactly the right moment. It did. When they came around the front of the moon, they reported they were on their way home. Houston erupted in cheers. The astronauts allowed themselves to relax slightly. They were not safe yet, but they were heading in the right direction. The moon fell away behind them. Earth grew larger ahead. The barbecue roll started again, slowly rotating the spacecraft to even out the sun's heat. They were going home. They had done it. They had gone to the moon and orbited it, and seen sights no human had ever seen, and now they were coming back. The return trip was quieter than the outbound leg. The excitement had worn off, replaced by exhaustion and the grinding monotony of systems checks and navigation updates. The cabin smelled worse. The air was stale. They wanted showers and real food and gravity and privacy. They wanted to get out of this tin can and stand on solid ground. Re-entry was the final hurdle. They would hit Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, faster than any humans had ever travelled. The heat shield on the bottom of the command module would bear the brunt of atmospheric friction, heating to thousands of degrees while the astronauts sat just inches away behind a thin barrier. If the shield had been damaged somehow, if a micrometeoroid had punched through it, if the manufacturing had been flawed, they would burn up and die in sight of home. The service modules separated. They were down to just the cone-shaped command module now, the smallest piece, the only part designed to survive re-entry. They checked the parachutes. They reviewed the procedures. They strapped in tight. Earth's atmosphere rushed up to meet them. The spacecraft started to shake. The deceleration pressed them into their seats with 4 times the force of gravity. The windows glowed orange with superheated plasma. They were inside a meteor now, screaming through the sky over the Pacific Ocean. The radio went dead as the plasma blocked all signals. Mission Control waited. Navy ships waited. The world waited. Then the drogue chutes deployed, small parachutes that slowed them down enough for the main chutes to open. The main chutes blossomed above them, 3 huge orange and white canopies that looked like the most beautiful flowers ever grown. The command module swung beneath them, descending toward the ocean. The splashdown was hard, a jarring impact that rang through the capsule like a bell. They bobbed in the water, upside down at first, then righted by flotation bags. They were home. The hatch opened. Fresh air poured in, carrying the smell of salt water and freedom. Navy divers helped them out. A helicopter lifted them to the recovery carrier. They stood on the deck in their flight suits, exhausted and dirty and smiling, while sailors cheered and cameras flashed. They had left Earth on December 21st. They returned on December 27th. 6 days that changed everything. The Apollo 8 mission is often forgotten in the shadow of Apollo 11, the moon landing that came 7 months later. Everyone remembers Neil Armstrong taking one small step. Fewer people remember Borman, Lovell and Anders being the first to leave Earth's orbit, the first to see the far side of the moon, the first to witness Earthrise. But Apollo 8 made Apollo 11 possible. Without the successful test of lunar orbit operations, NASA would never have approved a landing attempt. The data from Apollo 8 transformed lunar science. The photographs Anders took became the basis for selecting landing sites. The navigation techniques Lovell refined became standard procedures. The lessons learned about spacecraft systems, about human factors, about the risks and challenges of deep spaceflight, all fed into the missions that followed. Apollo 8 was the reconnaissance mission that scouted the territory for the invasion to come. For the 3 astronauts, the experience was transformative in ways they did not expect. Borman became an advocate for international cooperation in space. Lovell flew again on Apollo 13, the mission that almost killed him, but also proved that NASA could improvise brilliant solutions under impossible pressure. Anders left NASA and went into government work, but he never stopped talking about the Earthrise photograph and what it meant. All 3 of them spent the rest of their lives trying to explain what it felt like to see Earth from the moon, and none of them ever quite found words adequate to the experience. The cultural impact was subtle, but profound. The 1960s had been about division and conflict and fear. The moon missions became about unity and achievement and hope. They showed that humans could cooperate on projects too big for any single nation. They demonstrated that peaceful exploration was possible even in the middle of the Cold War. They gave people something to believe in during a decade when belief was in short supply. The technology developed for Apollo rippled through the economy for decades. Microelectronics, computer software, materials science, telecommunications, all these fields advanced because NASA needed them to work. The Apollo guidance computer led directly to modern computing. The spacesuits led to better medical devices. The life support systems led to advances in air and water filtration. The benefits went far beyond space exploration. But the most important legacy was the shift in perspective. Before Apollo 8, Earth was where you stood and looked up at the sky. After Apollo 8, Earth was something you could look down on from above, something finite and beautiful and fragile. That shift changed environmentalism, politics, art, philosophy, even religion. We started seeing ourselves as citizens of a planet rather than members of competing tribes. That realization is still working its way through human culture. Now we jump forward more than 50 years. The Apollo program ended in 1972. The last humans to visit the moon were Eugene Cernan and Harrison Schmitt on Apollo 17. They climbed back into their lunar module, lifted off from the Taurus Littrow Valley and left the moon to silence. For half a century, no human went back. The space shuttles kept flying. The International Space Station was built. Robots explored Mars and Saturn and the outer solar system. Telescopes peered deeper into space than anyone thought possible. But nobody went to the moon. It was too expensive, too risky, too politically difficult. The Cold War was over. The impetus was gone. NASA turned its attention to other things. Then something shifted again. China landed robots on the moon and announced plans for a crewed mission. Private companies started building rockets. The technology got better and cheaper. Interest in returning to the moon began to build. This time, the goal was not just to plant flags and take samples. The goal was to stay, to build a base, to use the moon as a stepping stone to Mars and beyond. NASA named the new program Artemis, after the Greek goddess of the moon and the twin sister of Apollo. The parallels to Apollo 8 became striking. Artemis 1, the first mission, launched in November 2022 with no crew aboard, just like the early Apollo test flights. It flew to the moon, orbited, and came home, testing the new Orion spacecraft and the Space Launch System rocket. Artemis 2 launched on April 1st, 2026, carrying astronauts around the moon without landing, following the exact same flight plan as Apollo 8. Artemis 3 aims to land on the lunar surface, just as Apollo 11 did. The Orion spacecraft looks different from the Apollo command module, bigger and more capable, with modern computers and life support. But the basic architecture is surprisingly similar. A capsule for the crew, a service module for propulsion and power, a heat shield for re-entry. The physics have not changed. You still need to accelerate to escape velocity, coast through the void, slow down to enter orbit, speed up to leave orbit, and survive the furnace of re-entry. The engineering has improved, but the fundamental challenges remain. The Artemis 2 crew saw what Borman, Lovell and Anders saw. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Gliva, and mission specialists Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen watched Earth shrink to a blue marble. They crossed the empty darkness between worlds. They swung around the far side of the moon and lost contact with mission control. They looked down at the same craters and mountains and lava plains from just over 4,000 miles above the surface. They experienced the same sense of isolation and wonder. History echoed through the spacecraft they named Integrity. On April 6th, they reached their closest approach to the moon and set a new distance record, travelling farther from Earth than any humans in history. They surpassed the Apollo 13 record by about 4,000 miles, reaching a maximum distance of 252,760 miles from home. They looked back and saw Earth as a tiny blue dot, smaller than Borman and his crew had seen it, because they had travelled even farther into the void. 10 days after launch, on April 10th, they came home. The capsule plunged through the atmosphere at over 24,000 miles per hour. The heat shield glowed white hot. The parachutes deployed. They splashed down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego. Recovery teams pulled them from the water. They had done it. The first humans to leave low Earth orbit in over 50 years had returned safely. But Artemis has goals that Apollo never attempted. The plan is to build a space station in lunar orbit called Gateway, a permanent outpost where crews can live and work. The plan is to land near the moon's south pole, where permanently shadowed craters might hold water ice. The plan is to establish a base camp on the surface, somewhere astronauts can return to again and again. The plan is to learn how to live away from Earth before trying to reach Mars. Water ice is the key. If the moon has accessible water, it can be split into hydrogen and oxygen for rocket fuel using electrolysis. You pass an electric current through water and it separates into its component elements. The hydrogen and oxygen can be liquefied and stored. When you burn them together in a rocket engine, they produce tremendous thrust, and the only byproduct is water vapour. This means spacecraft could refuel at the moon instead of carrying all their fuel from Earth. It makes the moon a gas station on the way to everywhere else. It changes the economics of space exploration completely. Right now, getting to Mars requires carrying enough fuel for the entire trip. which means your rocket has to be enormous. If you could refuel at the moon, you could launch from Earth with less fuel, refuel in lunar orbit, and then head to Mars with full tanks. The weight savings are enormous. The cost savings are even bigger. This is why Artemis is targeting the poles, places Apollo never visited, places where the sun barely reaches and ice might survive in permanently shadowed craters. The Apollo missions all went to equatorial sites where the sun was high and the lighting was predictable. The poles are harder, the terrain is rougher, the lighting is strange. But the potential rewards justify the difficulty. The technology for living on the moon is being developed right now. Engineers are designing habitats that can withstand temperature swings of 500 degrees between sunlight and shadow. The structures need thick insulation and active thermal control. They need to be airtight because there is no atmosphere. They need radiation shielding because the moon has no magnetic field. All of this has to work reliably for months without maintenance from Earth. Spacesuits are being redesigned to let astronauts work for 8 hours without getting exhausted. The Apollo suits were good for a few hours but were stiff and tiring. The new suits need better mobility and temperature control. An astronaut working at a lunar base might put on a suit every day for weeks. It needs to be as comfortable and functional as possible. Rovers are being built that can drive hundreds of miles without breaking down. The Apollo rovers had a range of about 50 miles. The new rovers will use nuclear power or advanced batteries recharged with solar panels. They will carry scientific instruments and sample collection equipment. They will operate autonomously when no humans are around. Nuclear reactors small enough to transport but powerful enough to run a base camp through the 2-week lunar night are being tested. Solar power works during the lunar day, but when the sun sets it stays dark for 14 Earth days. A small nuclear reactor could provide continuous power regardless of the sun's position. Mining equipment is being designed to extract resources from the regolith. The regolith contains oxygen bound up in minerals. It contains metals like iron, aluminum and titanium. It contains hydrogen deposited by the solar wind. With the right equipment, all of these resources can be extracted and used. Oxygen for breathing can be liberated from regolith by heating it and chemically separating the oxygen. Metals can be extracted through similar processes. The moon has plenty of iron and aluminum. With a smelter and the right chemical processes, you could produce structural materials on the moon instead of shipping them from Earth. 3-dimensional printers are being developed that can build structures using moon dust. The dust, when melted and fused, forms a hard ceramic material similar to concrete. A robotic printer could construct walls and floors by melting regolith layer by layer, building up structures without any materials from Earth except the printer itself. This is called in situ resource utilization. It is the key to sustainable presence on the moon. Every kilogram you do not have to launch from Earth saves thousands of dollars. If you can produce 90% of what you need locally, the economics of a lunar base start to make sense. None of this existed during Apollo. The Apollo missions were flags and footprints expeditions. Land, explore, collect samples, come home. There was no infrastructure, no long-term planning. Each mission started from scratch. It was spectacular but unsustainable. Artemis is different. Artemis is about building something that lasts, about establishing a permanent foothold, about making the moon a destination instead of a brief visit. The goal is not to visit the moon 10 times and stop. The goal is to stay. The astronauts who flew Artemis II studied the Apollo 8 mission carefully during their training. They read the transcripts, watched the footage, talked to engineers who worked on the original program. They wanted to understand what Borman, Lovell and Anders experienced, what surprised them, what scared them, what inspired them. They knew they were following in those footsteps, literally retracing the same path through space. One major difference was the crew composition. Artemis II included a woman and a person of colour, groups that were excluded from Apollo. Christina Koch became the first woman to fly around the moon. Victor Glover became the first person of colour to leave low Earth orbit. Jeremy Hansen became the first Canadian to travel beyond Earth orbit. This was progress, long overdue, and it represented a change in who gets to be an explorer. The moon is for everyone this time, not just a select few. You might wonder why any of this matters. We went to the moon 50 years ago, took some photographs, brought back some rocks, and came home. Why go back? Why spend billions of dollars and risk lives to visit a dead world with no air and no water and nothing to see except dust and craters? The practical answers involve resource extraction and scientific research and technology development. The moon has helium-3, a rare isotope that might someday fuel fusion reactors. The moon has minerals and metals. The moon offers a low-gravity environment for manufacturing. The moon is a platform for telescopes that would work better without Earth's atmosphere in the way. The moon is a testbed for systems we will need on Mars. These are all valid reasons, economically and scientifically sound. But the real answer is deeper. We return to the moon because humans are explorers. We go places because they are there, because we can, because the act of going teaches us things about ourselves that we cannot learn any other way. Apollo 8 did not just show us the moon, it showed us Earth. It gave us perspective. It reminded us that we live on a fragile island in a very large ocean, and we need to take care of that island because it is the only one we have. Artemis will do something similar. It will remind a new generation that humans are capable of extraordinary things when we work together. It will inspire kids who watch the launches and dream about being astronauts. It will push technology forward in ways that benefit everyone, not just space programs. It will demonstrate that space is not just for superpowers but for international cooperation. Gateway will be built by multiple countries working together, just like the International Space Station. There is something profound about standing on another world and looking back at Earth. The astronauts who did it during Apollo came back changed. They talked about seeing Earth as one system, one interconnected whole, without the political divisions that seem so important from the ground. They talked about the unity of life, the improbable beauty of a planet that can support forests and oceans and cities. They talked about feeling a responsibility to protect that beauty. Artemis is giving more people that experience. Not everyone will go to the moon, but everyone can see what the astronauts see through cameras and virtual reality and live broadcasts. The Earthrise photograph changed minds in 1968. The real-time video from Artemis 2's lunar flyby in 2026 did something similar. Millions of people watched Earth rise above the moon's horizon, seeing for themselves what Borman and Lovell and Anders saw. That might be worth the cost all by itself. The echo between Apollo and Artemis is not just about repeating history, it is about building on what came before, learning from those first missions and pushing further. Apollo was a sprint, a race to get there first and prove it could be done. Artemis is a marathon, a commitment to stay and build and explore systematically. Apollo was about footprints, Artemis is about foundations. You're living through this second great age of lunar exploration. Right now, as you listen to this, engineers are building rockets and spacecraft and habitats. Astronauts are training in simulators and underwater tanks and reduced gravity aircraft. Scientists are planning experiments and mapping landing sites and analysing data from robotic scouts and from the Artemis 2 flyby. Mission controllers are writing procedures and practicing failures and preparing for launches. All of this is happening because we decided to go back. The Artemis 2 crew flew around the moon and came home, just like Apollo 8. They saw the same stunning vistas, experienced the same isolation, felt the same mix of fear and wonder. They also carried forward the mission that Borman, Lovell and Anders began. They are the next link in a chain that stretches from the first humans who looked up at the moon and wondered, to the future humans who will be born there and call it home. When you look up at the moon tonight, remember that people have been there. Remember that people went back just days ago. Remember that the moon is not just a light in the sky, but a destination, a frontier, a place where human courage and ingenuity have already left marks and will leave more. The forgotten mission of Apollo 8 was echoed by Artemis 2, and that echo is still growing louder. The story is not over. The journey continues, and you are here to witness it. Sleep well, my tired dumplings. The moon is waiting, and so is the future. May your dreams take you to places where Earthrise is visible and beautiful, where the impossible becomes routine, and where looking back at home reminds you why exploration matters. Safe travels through the night. I will see you next time. Imagine yourself relaxing in your preferred chair on a cool October evening, perhaps with a toasty beverage in hand. Tonight, we will revisit a period in which America believed it had successfully mastered the legal printing of money, when your neighbour's barber was providing stock recommendations, and when the question what could go wrong was on the brink of receiving the most costly response in history. The time period is the 1920s, and you are currently experiencing the Roaring Twenties, as it is also known. In the background, Calvin Coolidge is so silent as president that people jest about having to check his pulse. While flappers are dancing, the Charleston and jazz music is spilling out of speakeasies. However, the genuine excitement is not located in the illicit gin joints or the dance halls. It is on Wall Street, where an entire nation has persuaded itself that purchasing stocks is as dependable as the sunrise. After the end of World War I, the United States found itself in a unique situation. America's factories were operating at full capacity, manufacturing a wide range of products, including refrigerators, radios, and automobiles, while Europe was still in the process of assembling the parts and calculating the cost. Henry Ford had discovered a method to make cars affordable for the general public, and as a result, everyone became interested in purchasing one. Please note that the car in question is not a single vehicle. Rather, it is a modern, more gleaming model that is replaced every few years. The stock market, which was previously the domain of affluent industrialists and their well-connected acquaintances, appeared to be accessible to all. Between deliveries, newspaper boys were exchanging stock recommendations. Your neighbourhood grocer may casually mention that he earned more money last week by playing the market than he did selling vegetables throughout the month. It was as if Wall Street had discovered a mystical money tree and all you had to do was move its branches. In retrospect, the amusement of this episode was primarily due to the fact that everyone believed it was a straightforward matter. You are not required to comprehend the actual operations of a company, its profitability, or its existence in any meaningful sense. It was enough to tell you that its stock price rose yesterday and will likely rise again tomorrow. The logic was unwavering. Stocks consistently increase, everyone was becoming wealthy, and anyone who advocated for a different outcome was evidently too traditional to comprehend contemporary economics. Investment clubs emerged in communities similar to book clubs. However, rather than engaging in discussions about the most recent novel, members would convene to compare the amount of money they had earned that week. Women who had never visited a bank were pooling their grocery money to purchase shares in companies they were unfamiliar with. College students were ditching classes to observe the ticker tape at brokerage offices, treating it as the most thrilling entertainment in town. The newspapers contributed to this hysteria by publishing breathless accounts of ordinary individuals who achieved financial success. The taxi driver retired at 35, the secretary purchased a small apartment building with her stock profits, and the homemaker funded her daughter's wedding with a single, well-timed purchase of Radio Corporation stock. These narratives spread swiftly, much like gossip at a church gathering, inspiring everyone to aspire to become the next successful individual. Banks began lending money to individuals who desired to purchase equities to capitalise on the current prosperity. The reasoning appeared to be sound. If stocks consistently increased, lending money to individuals to purchase equities would be virtually risk-free. They called it buying on margin, a fancier term than borrowing money to gamble, but that's what it was. You could acquire $1,000 worth of securities with only $100 of your funds, and the bank would provide the remaining funds. You would sell the securities, repay the loan, and retain the profit when they appreciated. What could possibly go wrong? As you prepare to retire for the evening, envision a world in which all individuals were financial geniuses. The future appeared as predictable as a well-oiled timepiece, and the sole concern was not whether or not one would become wealthy, but rather how wealthy an individual would become. Although crash is still several months away, the following morning in our narrative, you awaken in an America that is persuaded it has outsmarted economic history. The year is 1928, and if you had suggested to anyone that the party might be ending shortly, they would have looked at you as if you had announced that the sun was planning to stop rising. The foundation of all this confidence was not wholly unreasonable, which is why it was so perilous. The American industry was performing exceptionally well. General Electric and General Motors were not merely manufacturing products, they were also developing products that were significantly altering the way people lived. The world was brought into people's living rooms for the first time, replaced gas lamps, automobiles replaced horses, and radios were introduced. However, this is the point at which the situation becomes intriguing. much like the moment a kettle of water reaches boiling point. The stock prices of these companies were not merely reflecting their success, they were also reflecting the success of the companies, the wildest dreams of everyone about their future success, a generous helping of pure speculation and whatever the barbershop employee heard from his cousin who worked on Wall Street. Consider Radio Corporation of America, or RCA as it was commonly known. The corporation was at the epicenter of the radio boom, and the radios were truly revolutionary. For the first time in human history, it was possible to listen to a concert in New York from the comfort of your living room in Kansas. It was akin to alchemy, but it was both profitable and genuine. This enthusiasm was evident in the stock price of RCA. RCA's stock price increased from $85 per share to $420 per share in 1928. It is not a typo. It nearly quadrupled in a single year. It is reasonable to assume that the five-fold increase in a company's stock price over the course of a year would induce some degree of anxiety among investors. You would be mistaken. In contrast, it heightened individuals' enthusiasm. The reasoning was elegantly circular. RCA's stock was increasing due to its exceptional performance, which was evident in the company's stock price. It was evident that the individual who suggested that a stock price increase of 400% in a single year might be premature was unaware of the fundamental principles of contemporary investing. The truly cunning aspect, and this is the point at which the creativity is almost admirable, was the manner in which individuals convinced themselves that this time was different. Speculation and foolishness were the causes of previous stock market bubbles which ultimately exploded. However, the foundation of this prosperity was the robust productivity and innovation of the United States. Radios, automobiles, electricity powers these appliances, see exploration corporations or tulip bulbs. They were genuine businesses that manufactured genuine products for genuine customers. What individuals failed to comprehend was that it is possible to have a legitimate organization that produces genuine goods and yet pay an exorbitant amount for its inventory. It is comparable to paying $50 for an exceptionally high-quality fruit. $50 is not a reasonable price, although the apple is, and everything you wished for. In the interim, the institutions were experiencing their own variation of this logic problem. They observed that all individuals who had borrowed money to purchase equities had made a profit. Consequently, it was a secure decision to lend money to purchase equities. The fact that everyone had made money precisely because they were lending money to buy stocks, creating the very demand that drove prices up, somehow eluded notice. It was akin to a dog pursuing its tail, except that the dog was sits that it was making progress. Beginning in 1929, the financial system was borrowing approximately $8.5 billion. To provide context, this was approximately equivalent to the entire federal budget at the time. It was as though the entire financial system had decided to place all of its be decided and was exceedingly confident in its decision. You are beginning to comprehend the issue, are you not? People were not being irrational. Rather, they were reacting logically to the stimuli they observed. The economy appeared robust, stocks were increasing, and individuals were earning money. However, they were all reacting to the same information in the same manner, resulting in a situation in which everyone was correct until, all of a sudden, everyone was proved incorrect. Consider the confident investors of 1929 as you prepare for bed. They were completely unaware that they were living through the economic equivalent of a cartoon character who runs off a cliff but doesn't fall until he looks down. They would examine their portfolios each morning and examine at their paper profits. The red flags were up everywhere by the summer of 1929 if you knew where to look. But when there are warning signs at a party, no one wants to be the one to bring them up. As if you were the designated driver who keeps telling everyone to slow down while your friends are having the time of their lives. A few jerks tried to crash the party. A famous and respectable banker named Paul Warburg warned that the stock market had become too risky for investors. The reaction was about what you'd expect. The next day, the stock price of his bank dropped, and newspapers called him negative for no reason. It was a typical case of shooting the messenger, but this time the messenger was trying to keep people from crossing the street. A famous economist named Roger Babson said in September that, "Sooner or later a crash is coming." Babson was known for being right about financial trends. That day the market fell sharply. Some people even called it the Babson break. But it quickly rose again. People thought Babson was an old-fashioned cynic who didn't know how the new economy worked and wrote him off. Everyone was happy that the ruler seemed to have a lot of money, so no one wanted to hear that he didn't have any clothes. At the same time, the smart money, that is, the people who knew what was going on, was quietly leaving the market. John F. Kennedy's father, Joseph, reportedly said that he knew it was time to get out of the stock market when his shoeshine boy started giving him stock tips. It made perfect sense. If everyone thinks stocks are a good way to make money, then stocks probably aren't so good after all. However, for every Joseph Kennedy who quietly sold his interests, there were thousands of regular Americans who doubled down. It made sense. If stocks were a solid investment last year, they were probably an even better investment this year. You might have thought you could drive even faster since you hadn't gotten a speeding ticket yet. All the excitement on Wall Street masked some really bad economic news in the summer of 1929. The production of goods in factories was beginning to slow down. Car sales were going down. Less building was being done. But who cared about dull things like industrial production when RCA was still going up and everyone knew someone who had made a lot of money in the market? This part of the story is almost like a dream. The real economy, which includes factories, farms and other businesses that do real work, was getting tired. However, the stock market, a symbol of the real economy's performance, consistently reached unprecedented heights. It felt like a movie where the music is happy and upbeat, but the ship is slowly sinking on the screen. Despite its role as the responsible adult in these scenarios, the Federal Reserve found itself in a challenging situation. Every time the Federal Reserve attempted to curb the out-of-control stock trading, they faced accusations of harming the US economy. It is challenging to be the authority that must bring an end to a gathering when all participants are enjoying themselves. This is especially true if ending the party means disrupting the fun. The Federal Reserve did raise interest rates in August 1929, thinking that the action would stop some people from borrowing money on speculation. After stumbling for a few days, the market just shrugged it off and kept going up. You tapped someone on the shoulder, but they just turned and danced faster. By September, it was clear that the prices of the most famous stocks did not make sense by any standard measure. People put a lot of value on companies, as if they would keep growing at impossible rates forever. Someone must have known that you would be 15 feet tall by age 30, since you had grown 6 inches taller between the ages of 12 and 14. What was really sad was how many regular people had put their life savings into this market. Individuals who had diligently saved money, led frugal lifestyles, and meticulously planned for their retirement for decades suddenly began to question the wisdom of their cautious approach. They sold their bonds, took out mortgages on their homes, and put all of their money on the further rise in stock prices. Imagine that people in the United States in September 1929 were pleased with their investments and planning to retire early. As they went to sleep that night, they had no idea that they were about to learn one of the most expensive lessons in the history of the economy. The first few days of October 1929 were the same as any other month during the boom. People got up, looked at their stock prices, smiled at their gains on paper, and went about their days feeling like they were great at money. But if you looked really closely, and not many people did, you might have seen that the base was beginning to crack. On October 3rd, the market had what traders called a technical correction. This was the first real sign of trouble. In Wall Street talk, that means, don't worry about it. Prices dropped for no reason. It may not seem like a big deal, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average went down by about 6 points. This is because people were used to it going up every day. But everyone knew that markets have bad days every so often. It was important not to freak out. Fear was for people who didn't know that America had entered a new age of permanent wealth. The deal was a chance for the smart money, or at least the money that thought it was smart, to buy. Stocks for sale. How could you say no to that? The market exhibited the typical behaviour of fluctuating unpredictably when it is uncertain about its direction for the next 2 weeks. The market fluctuates daily, yet it largely remains steady, akin to an inebriated individual attempting to maintain a straight path. Not many people were worried. The market was just taking a break before the next step up. On October 18th, however, the music began to slow down. This date would become famous over time. The market dropped considerably, but this time it felt different. It wasn't the slow decline in early October. Instead, it seemed like the market remembered something important but didn't like it. As of this point, many people had borrowed money to buy stocks, leaving them open to something called a margin call. To explain, let's say you borrowed $900 to buy stock worth $1,000. It's possible that you'd owe more money than the stock was worth if it dropped to $800. The bank would call and ask you to either add cash or sell stock to repay the loan. Many people got those calls on October 18th. You aren't concerned about getting a good price when you have to sell stock to pay back a loan. You just need to get rid of it quickly. Prices drop even faster when many people need to sell quickly at the same time. This leads to more margin calls, which cause even more people to sell. It's like a cascade of money, where each rock that falls sets off more rocks. The weekend of October 19th and 20th likely marked the last time most Americans believed they were living in an era of never-ending wealth. Newspapers, always willing to help, wrote stories that made people feel better by saying that this was only a short-term setback. Smart buyers took advantage of this chance to identify deals. By Monday, everything would be fine. On Tuesday, October 21st, everything was fine. The market opened, trade went on, and the world didn't end. However, the situation remained largely unchanged. Throughout the day, prices steadily declined, akin to water gradually draining from a bathtub. Tuesday was worse, Wednesday was even worse. Friday, October 24th, which would become famously known as Black Thursday, something very important had changed. It wasn't a fix, an update, or any other polite business term for the same thing. It was just pure fear. Imagine waking up on October 24th to find that your nest egg has shrunk. Not just a little, but by a large enough amount that you feel like you need to do some math in your head. When you attempt to contact your dealer, the phone lines experience congestion. Nobody appears to understand the status of their investments, despite everyone's efforts to learn. An all-time high of over 12 million shares were traded that day, which is about 3 times the normal amount. The stock prices were meant to be shown on ticker tape machines all day, but they couldn't keep up. They were hours behind schedule by the afternoon, so no one knew what anything was worth. People bought and sold stocks without knowing what the prices were, and sellers didn't know what they were getting charged. As you go to sleep tonight, picture what Wall Street looked like that Thursday night. Many people gathered around the stock exchange. Ticker tape was strewn across the streets like confetti after a parade that no one wanted to go to, and the sound of a party ending for the evening could be heard somewhere in the darkness. The party finished on October 24th. On October 29th, also known as Black Tuesday, the police were called, all the lights were turned on, and everyone saw the mess they had made. It's already very different from the world you went to sleep in when you wake up that Tuesday morning. Over the weekend, it became clear that this wasn't just a short-term setback, even though banks and well-known financiers were working hard to restore trust. It really happened. There was a full-on banking panic. It was challenging for the morning newspapers to stay positive, but you could read the fear in the words. The headlines talked about temporary market adjustments and buying opportunities for smart investors, but the numbers indicated that things were not what they seemed to be. Stocks were going down quickly after slowly going up for months. When the stock market opened at 10 a.m, millions of shares were already available for sale. Prices don't just drop during a panic. They crash because everyone wants to sell, but no one wants to buy. It's like musical chairs, but someone took away all the chairs at once and everyone saw it at the same time. Over 16 million shares were traded that day, which was a record that wouldn't be broken for almost 40 years. Black Thursday was already too busy for the ticker tape machines to keep up. By noon, they were reporting prices from 10 a.m. They were hours behind by the afternoon. People made financial decisions based on data that was almost immediately outdated. Imagine the scene inside the brokerage offices. Phones were ringing non-stop, workers were rushing to handle sell orders, and customers were squeezing together to find out what was going on with their investments. Everyone was talking at the same time and trying to shout over the others. The ticker tape machines clattered, and people began to realise something terrible was happening. The most distressing aspect was witnessing ordinary individuals discover they had lost their entire life savings. The secretary had used the money she earned from selling stocks to purchase that apartment building. The value of her stocks had dropped since she bought them. The car driver who quit when he was 35, his search for work had begun again. Who was the mother who paid for her daughter's wedding? There was no way for her to tell her family that the money was still there. But it wasn't just small buyers who lost all their money. The banks that gave all that money to buy stocks were also in a lot of trouble. People couldn't pay back their margin loans because the value of their stocks dropped below what they borrowed. These circumstances meant that the banks were left with useless paper. There was a chance that some banks, especially smaller ones that had done a lot of dealing in the stock market, would fail. What a strange irony. The system that had made all those paper riches was now destroying them just as quickly. Calls on margin, which at first seemed like a smart way to boost gains, were now making losses worse. People who bought stocks in several different companies thought they were lowering their risk, but they soon learned that when there is a panic, all stocks go down at the same time. There were stories going around all day that would become part of Wall Street folklore. There was the story that stockbrokers jumped out of office windows, which was mostly made up, but a few people did kill themselves in the weeks that followed. The stories of millionaires who went from being rich to being middle class in one day, and middle class families who went from being rich to being poor were more true. The Dow Jones Industrial Average had declined by 12% by the time the market closed at 3 p.m. At that point, it was the second worst single-day percentage drop in its history. But the percentage doesn't show how sad it was for the millions of Americans who went to bed that night, knowing that their financial plans, their hopes of retiring early, or sending their kids to college had been turned into useless paper certificates. Evening newspaper headlines, which attempted to maintain a positive outlook, proclaimed phrases like, "Market hits bottom," and "Worst is over." They were mistaken. The stock market crash didn't end on Black Tuesday. It was just the worst day of what would be a much longer and worse slide. There was a huge financial hangover in the United States in the days after Black Tuesday. You know how it feels to stay up too late at a party and then question every choice you made the night before? That's how you feel in the morning. In November 1929, that was the whole country. The first thing that happened was denial, which is probably the most normal thing that can happen. This had to be temporary, right? Once prices dropped enough, smart money would come back into the market. Someone, like the government or the banks, would figure out how to fix this. The newspapers thought so too, because they kept writing upbeat stories about bargain hunters and buying opportunities all the way through November. As it turned out, President Herbert Hoover was in office when the music stopped. He initially made an effort to project confidence. He made reassuring statements about the basic strength of the American economy, which were accurate but not very helpful. It is akin to informing someone that their house is structurally sound, while it is engulfed in flames all around them. It was true that the economy was strong, but that didn't help the millions of people who had just seen their funds disappear. The weeks following the crash revealed the interconnectedness of everything. The stock market was no longer just a place for rich investors to have fun. It was an important part of American business. Banks had given out loans based on stock prices that were too high. A lot of businesses planned to grow because they thought the good times would last. Regular families had made big financial choices based on gains that were only on paper and were now gone. It was almost as bad for people's mental health as it was for their finances. For nearly a decade, Americans were told that wealth was normal and that anyone could get rich by trading in the market. Individuals who believed they were financially savvy had to quickly confront the possibility that they had been part of a widespread illusion. The most terrible thing about the crash was that it showed the lies that had kept the boom going. Could you please share those stories again about secretaries and cab drivers achieving financial success? Those people were now broke, and their stories were meant to warn instead of inspire. Investment clubs that had sprung up in neighbourhoods across the country quietly broke up because their members were too ashamed to talk about their losses. It was clear by December 1929 that the result wasn't going to be a quick comeback. Stock prices kept going down, but not in big drops all at once. Instead, they went down slowly and steadily, in a way that was almost worse than the initial fear. Panic is at least interesting. Slow decline is just sad. It's like every day seeing someone you care about get sick and not being able to do anything about it. Banks that were eager to give money to buy stocks were now desperately trying to get those loans paid back. But a stone doesn't have blood, and people can't give you money they don't have. The first banks to fail were the smaller ones that had been most involved in stock market speculation. As the crashes spread, they moved up to the bigger banks. Not many people knew the truth yet, but the stock market crash was only the beginning. Those who thought the crash wouldn't affect the real economy, factories, farms and shops, were about to be proven wrong. Losing their life savings discourages people from making purchases. When people don't buy things, businesses stop making them. People lose their jobs when companies stop making things. People tend to stop buying things when they lose their jobs. Once it starts, it's very difficult to break out of this vicious circle. Unemployment began to rise at the end of 1929, but people didn't fully understand how dire things were going to get for a few more months. Not only did the stock market crash wipe out wealth, but it also destroyed trust. It turns out that confidence is one of the most important parts of a healthy economy. The sad irony was that the things that made the boom so amazing, hope, willingness to take risks, and the belief that anything was possible, were now backfiring. At first, everyone thought stocks could only go up. Now, everyone thought they could only go down. Prices were going down too low because of the same herd attitude that had pushed them up too high. Now that the story is over, you may be thinking about what happened next and, more importantly, what we learned from this costly lesson in being humble with money. The first question is about the Great Depression, which happened for 10 years and had a giant impact on American society. The second question has a more difficult answer, because the lessons people learned from the crash of 1929 weren't always the ones that history was meant to teach them. At the time, it looked like the most important lesson was that trading in the stock market was risky and not something regular people should do. For a generation of Americans, investing in stocks lost all charm. It felt akin to dealing with explosives. This may have been an overreaction, but it was to be expected from people who just saw their neighbours lose everything. It took a while, but the government also learned some things. A lot of the worst things that happened in the 1920s were stopped by new rules. To keep an eye on the stock market, they established the Securities and Exchange Commission to monitor the stock market. Customers' money to bet on stocks. Deposit insurance was made so that people wouldn't lose their savings if their bank went out of business. While these changes were wise, they arrived too late to assist those who had already lost their lives. But here's the thing about people. We're very adept at forgetting the exact lessons we learned from the last disaster, while still being open to the next one. People who lived through 1929 were very wary of speculating in the stock market. Their children and grandkids, who didn't live through the crash, were not as careful. America experienced another speculative frenzy in the 1990s. This time, the speculation frenzy focused on internet stocks, which often lost money and sometimes made no profit at all. People quit their jobs to become day traders. New technology seemed to change everything, and stock prices that had nothing to do with how businesses actually worked made the dot-com bubble of the late 1990s eerily resemble 1929. Experts were quick to point out why this time is different. People were shocked when that boom burst in 2000, even though anyone who knew what happened in 1929 could have seen it coming. The 2000s housing bubble had easy credit, gambling, and the belief that prices could only rise. People were once again shocked when that boom burst in 2008, causing another financial crisis. Every generation must acquire these lessons independently, often through painful experiences. It's challenging to remember the most important lesson from 1929 when the market is booming. Markets are driven by feelings as much as they are by economic facts. When everyone is happy, prices go up way past what makes sense. Prices drop below what makes sense when everyone is negative. It makes sense to be careful when everyone else is happy and brave when everyone else is sad, but that means going against your feelings in the crowd, which is never easy. Another thing I learned is that adding more complexity doesn't always get rid of the risk. It just hides it. In the 1920s, the system of margin loans seemed like a smart way to let more people participate in the growth of the market. In fact, it made the crash worse by amplifying gains and losses. It seems like every time there is a financial crisis, something new comes out that is meant to make investing safer, but ends up making it riskier. The 1929 crash may have taught us more than anything else that there is no such thing as cheap money. The people who got rich in the 1920s stock market weren't smarter than everyone else. They were just lucky enough to own stocks when everyone else wanted to buy them. When that changed, their paper gains went away just as quickly as they came. As you drift off to sleep, contemplate those lessons and how strong the people who lived through that time were. They rebounded, absorbed their mistakes, and bolstered and stabilised the economy. Despite the devastating impact of the 1929 crash, it was not a catastrophic event. Not just what can go wrong, but also how people fix things is sometimes the most important thing to learn from the past. The stock market did perform better in the end, but it took 25 years for it to hit its high points again in 1929. People became more careful and less trusting of plans to get rich quickly. They also learned to value steady, long-term growth more than big gains. They also learned that people are creative and strong, even in uncertain markets. Good night, and remember that the oldest piece of investment advice is probably still the best. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.